one spot, yeah. No key, got the game on lock, ayy. Big threes when I take my shot, ayy. On the rise and we ain't gon' drop. On the grind, it's our time, just watch.
If you want it, you can get it. Life gets hard, but don't you let it get you down. Go get the crown because our time is now.
Ayy, we gotta get it. Gotta get up, gotta go, we gotta get it. Ayy, they won't forget us. Made it happen and we all became legends. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it. We can't be contained when we leave the game. My name will remain. We don't need the fame. You can keep this chain. We broke free so things won't be the same. Nah, on the mission, gotta get it. Let's work. You were raised on the net. I'm raising my net worth, but it ain't about the money. Nah, it ain't about the cause. All that matters is the world knows who we are. Stars.
If you want it, you can get it. Life gets hard, but don't you let it get you down. Go get the crown because our time is now.
Hey, we gotta get it. Gotta get up, gotta go, we gotta get it. Hey, they won't forget us. Made it happen and we all became legends. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it.
Know that our time is now. Yes, life can get hard, but don't ever let it
still we on top. Quit, I think not. Coming hot for the #1 spot, yeah. No key, got the game on lock, ayy. Big threes when I take my shot, ayy. On the rise and we ain't gon' drop on the grind. It's our time, just watch.
If you want it, you can get it. Life gets hard, but don't you let it get you down. Go get the crown because our time is now.
Hey, we gotta get it. Gotta get up, gotta go, we gotta get it. Hey, they won't forget us. Made it happen and we all became legends. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it. We can't be contained when we leave the game. My name will remain. We don't need the fame. You can keep this chain. We broke free so things won't be the same. Nah, on the mission, gotta get it, let's work. We were raised on the net, I'm raising my net worth. But it ain't about the money, nah, it ain't about the cause. All that matters is the world knows who we are. Stars.
If you want it, you can get it. Life gets hard, but don't you let it get you down. Go get the crown because our time is now.
Hey, we gotta get it. Gotta get up, gotta go, we gotta get it. Hey, they won't forget us. Made it happen and we all became legends. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it.
Know that our time is now. Yes, life can get hard.
Love is in the air, and yesterday gave us more than enough upsets to spare. Hello and happy Valentine's Day.
Thank you,
Oh, what
Mark.
beautiful
Wow.
flowers.
I was about to put them down. They're repurposed from what I gave them to my girlfriend for you guys. Hey!
Oh my
I feel
gosh.
so special.
The hand-me-down gifts, I guess. That's all we can expect from Mark here. I do appreciate the sweater that you've got there, too. Really festive going into this. But welcome, everybody that's watching. We are here with the LCS Countdown, where for the next 30 minutes, we'll be looking into some blind picks, taking a course in Diver's Ed, and playing another edition of According To with me, La Tigress. Speaking of which, be sure to vote in Twitch chat using the team tri-codes to let us know who you think the best mid-jungle duo is in the LCS. We'll be collecting your answers and seeing if the analysts can anticipate your responses a little later on in the show. We do have a packed countdown ahead of us here today. So before we get into the action, Emily, Mark, Kobe, tell me, what did you make of yesterday's matches?
I was just happy to see upsets, okay? I think it's really healthy for the league overall and the competition to have upsets so that it keeps the analysts on their toes with their predictions. Plus, it keeps these teams looking for areas to improve, and they're always striving, to overcome these odds and turn everybody's preconceived notions on their heads.
And speaking of, upsets from yesterday and stuff, I think there's no bigger one than TSM's win over Team Liquid yesterday, just because there's such a controversy kind of around this team where the discussion around them is so negative and pessimistic, and yet they're 3-2 in the standings. They're slowly getting better. I don't think anyone by any stretch of the imagination would say that this is the best we can expect out of TSM this year. So the fact that they're still competing at the top of the table in terms of wins while having so much area to improve, and you're starting to see those a little bit yesterday, is actually in some sense a good sign for TSM, as long as they can keep on that trajectory.
Yeah, I mean, I think... Oh, I was going to say, I think the big thing about TSM for me is that my main criticism was that they weren't going into the game looking like they all had the same game plan, and they definitely did yesterday. Like, they looked like an actual team. Obviously, yes, they still made mistakes, but it was a world of improvement from their previous games.
Cleaned up that early game.
Yeah.
Hearts of some of the TSM fans beginning to flutter a little bit. Emily, I also want to get your thoughts on just what we've seen so far in this week, because this is the first time we're getting to see 11.3 for the LCS.
Yeah, so we talked about this on the first day back, about especially Udyr priority. Mark brought it up. The fact that he is risen in priority so much, he's pretty much permabanned like he was in Academy and in more recent LEC games. We saw more Seraphine finally, which I've been ranting about for a while, despite her nerfs. And then also, we saw more Zoe pickups, which I also like. I've seen it at about like an 80% pick ban rate in LPL for a while. I think she fits into a lot of comps. So I was also happy to see Zoe trotted out yesterday as well.
The funny thing to me is that the Seraphine showing up more is highly concentrated on FlyQuest. It's FlyQuest with a little dash of Immortals, dipping into it. And so it's still very specific teams. But I'm glad that the teams that are embracing it are also embracing the flexible nature and multiple roles of it.
Yeah, a pick that we have, interestingly enough, seen quite a bit in Academy, now making its way here into the LCS. But as we go into the last day of games for the weekend, let's take a look at the leaderboards with the Samsung SSD Fast 5 for any notable shakeups since last week.
I mean, definitely jumped up there. I just want to call out definitely as someone who's been, like, regardless of the fastest 10K gold, someone who's been performing really well, who performed really well in lock-in, and people were kind of shocked, and then has still been performing consistently well for EG.
And I think the other thing to note about that is that's 3 new people on the fastest 10K goal from last week. Previously it was, I think, Neo at number 1, but it was 2 minutes behind, from where definitely has overtaken him. So pretty substantial changes in that bot lane.
And with fasting Senna coming back too, this stat now kind of feels like who can dodge being, fasting Senna because you're not farming early on. Wow, you're racking up good damage numbers. That's why statistics are always just an indicator and not the whole story.
Senna, the stat breaker, I'm sure causes a lot of headaches for many. But as far as what we have going on for today's matches, we're going to be kicking things off with Team Liquid facing off against 100 Thieves. Should be an exciting one. Then Immortals are challenging TSM in game number 2 with 2 more matches before game 5, where we have Golden Guardians taking on Counter Logic Gaming. Should be a lot of fun gameplay that we have going on the Rift, and I'm ready to get into some gameplay here on the Countdown desk, as this is Valentine's Day. I hope you analysts are ready for it. Here's the thing. I'm going to be setting you all up with not one pro, but a perfect pair to get you some Freelo. The catch? You have to pay up in an auction-style bidding war. Here are the rules. Each of you will be given 100 LCS bucks. You must bid in $5 increments. Spend your LCS bucks wisely. Production determines the starting price of each pro, and you need to draft 2 players, no more, no less. And they're going to have around 20 seconds per auction. So make your brain go quick. 3 of the 6 players will be blind pick, though, with a single clue for you. Are you all ready with your $100 standing on by?
I like the mystery guest, like Survivor style.
Yeah.
Yeah, you might have to be taking a little bit of risk here today, but I'm going to ease you into it. The first one, I'll give you all the deets right up front. The first pro, a 4-time LCS All-Pro, or actually, sorry, a reigning champion of Academy hailing from OCE. We're starting our auction with Fudge. I'm thinking we begin our bid at $10. We got $10 for Fudge from anyone here in the audience? I see some thinking faces.
I feel like as a jungler, if I was queuing with him and I had to have him on my team, I would definitely have to pay a lot of early attention to top side. I'm not against that, though.
Oh, but is that $10? Are you throwing it down? You got a little time on the chop.
I'll throw $10 in there. That's a steal, I think.
That's a
got
value buy for
$10?
10.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'll go
$15,
15.
anybody?
I'll go 15.
Emily's got 15. Oh, do we hear 20? 20. Nobody on 20. 15. Going once. Going twice. A steal.
All right.
$15. Emily grabs Fudge right off the bat.
What are you laughing at, Kobe?
Yeah, Kobe, why are you laughing at me? Come on, man.
That's a bargain deal. $15.
But you didn't.
Just wait until
go
one of you
for it
guys bets on
yourself.
the mystery, and it's going to be...
I'm a risk taker. I want to go with the mystery.
I got the risk for you right now, Kobe. We're going to be rolling right into our first blind pick. Here's your tip. LCS Championship mid laner. LCS Championship mid laner. Starting the bid.
Oh, there's so many
$25.
LCS champion mid.
Oh, yeah, there are.
At
25
what?
is the
5?
base.
Oh, 25? I'll go
25
25 for sure. Championship, that's
25.
good qualifications right there.
I'll go
You're 30.
35. I'll go up 10.
35
40.
from Mark. 40 from Kobe. Do we have a follow-up from 40? 40 going once, going twice. Dang, nobody brought it up. Kobe, you getting $40 for this pick. You ready to find out who you will be going into duo queue with? It is Huhi.
Hey, honestly, I am happy with it because it doesn't say he has to queue mid lane. He was the championship mid laner. He's one of the best supports in the whole league right now. I have him right behind Core JJ, who he has been amazing for 100 Thieves. So you think I got debated there? You guys are laughing, but I'm actually happy with that pick.
I was just scared that, it was going to be some old, old player who's like Scarra, who's now playing TFT or something.
Yeah.
Actually, he's not a championship mid, but I don't know. They would have. I thought they were going to trick me somehow with some old players. So I got
Season
scared.
1, it was GGU versus TSM in the finals. And I can't even
but TSM
remember
still
who
won.
the GGU
They could have
mid
slid
was.
Reggie in there for you.
Yeah.
Yeah, Scar's been popping up in Twitch Rivals and stuff too, so I wouldn't count anybody out. But we're going to go to our next one. This isn't a blind pick. I'll give you the deets off on the start. It is a 4-time LCS All-Pro first team member, 2-time LCS champion, and a member of the elite 1,000 career kill club. We got Jensen. Ooh, and this is starting at a cool $50.
$50.
$50, Mark. Mark's got the
65.
Oh,
65.
I heard 60 to 65 from Emily. Emily's got it at 65.
70.
Anybody topping that? Do you have $70, Mark?
I haven't spent a dime yet. This
Yeah.
is why I was holding.
I'll go
Okay.
80.
Mark
I'll go
for 70?
85. I'll go all of the rest of my money.
Oh, 85. That's Emily's cap. Is anybody going to swipe this away from Emily at $85? Going once, going twice.
I'll do 90. Fine.
Oh, $90 from Mark at the last sentence. All right, once, twice, $90 to Mark. Wow, you are left with $10, Mark.
Congratulations with your Annie mid laner for solo queue, by the way, Mark.
Hey, man, Jensen's a beast. He'll carry my butt so far in solo queue. I don't care. He might flame me. I don't know how he is in solo queue if he's like kind of mute all player, but as long as he's giving me the elo, I don't care what I have to endure.
Fair enough.
All right. You only got $10 coming up, though, and we still have 3 more picks to go. Everybody here has a pick under their belt. Let's go to our next blind pick. The tip for you is this is a former TSM bot laner with multiple LCS titles, and this is starting at $30. Mark's only got 10, so he's already out of this one. It's between Emily and Kobe here.
Double lift, wild turtle.
Got to keep in mind the timer, even if you don't know who it is. $30.
Chaos only got one with them, right? So
Yeah, I don't think it's
Someone
Chaos.
gonna grab the opening
Yeah.
bid.
What was the price?
$30. $30.
$30. You know what? I'll slam 30. I'll slam 30 in there. I'm
right.
down because I already got a support, so I could get a duo bottom lane hard carry. That's
Okay,
good.
Kobe, $30 once, twice, 2.5. Emily, no, we're gonna
You
put
guys
that
are
over
gonna
have
$30
it.
for
Have it.
Kobe. Yeah, I mean, Mark was already at it from the beginning. So Kobe, you
Yeah,
got yourself a
Turtle, my
wild
boy.
turtle, boy.
I
feel like
love
you got
Turtle.
something
Honestly, he is such a happy person and always has some positive vibes. So our solo queue is actually going to be slamming. Huhi and Turtle. I'll just go straight bottom lane. We win free.
You guys are gonna have a lot of fun too. That's like I feel like that's a
Yeah.
fun duo to play with.
They're gonna troll you.
Plus, Huhi will
Probably.
roam for sure with me. Huhi will come like help me in all the jungle camps, like lift me up like the little baby.
Come lift me up. It's perfect for Valentine's Day. All right, well, we've got 2 more to go. So to close things out in this auction, we're going to be showing you the 2 players at the same time. We'll reveal one, and you can bid on him, or you can take a chance on the secret player. The player that we know about is going to be Closer, one of the top Turks, 100 Thieves jungler right here. And, of course, if you want a little bit of the deets on the mystery, the clue that I'm going to give you is that they are a former jungler for Dignitas.
So
Former
2 junglers.
I mean,
Dignitas.
I only have
I bet it's
$10.
Crumbs.
Yeah,
I bet
it's
it's
hard
Crumbs.
to say. I'll
We're starting at $10.
I'll give, like, it feels bad not paying a lot for Closer, but I'll go like 20 and just bid Mark out for Closer.
I know, it's like you can get them for so cheap because I can't compete with you.
Yeah.
You drove my
Mark is-
price up on Jensen.
Even with the 10 starting, Emily's already brought it up to 20. Kobe, you going to combat that? I don't actually.
I have 2 players already, so I'm
Oh, you
already
got
out.
Money.
As
then
according
hey.
to the rules.
Oh, that's true. You got 2. So, Emily, congratulations on grabbing Closer for yourself in this bid.
Who did
That
I get?
means you got
Oh. No.
I feel like
I-
that's a solid mystery one to get.
So I have Jet still obviously on friends list, and I have not seen him play any solo queue. He's played some ARAMs, so good luck, Mark. Jensen's gonna have to carry both of you.
He'll just make all the calls in the game, you know, keep the macro brain. Maybe a
Maybe
low
him
mechanical
and
cap.
Jensen have good synergy to carry me. I'll play support and just like.
I'm gonna try and snipe you, Mark. My team is gonna try and snipe your team. we're gonna
I like my
sabotage you
team.
and
I feel
take
like
you
we
down.
can do well. I like it. I'm happy
Yeah.
with my team.
Emily seems to be feeling pretty confident. I do want to know from you in the audience who you think has snagged the best teammates in Twitch chat, on Twitter. You can let us know. Make sure you use hashtag LCS if you do decide Twitter is where you want to share your opinion. We're going to go ahead and step away, but when we come back, we have According To with yours truly. You don't want to miss it. Welcome back to the LCS Countdown, where I'm putting our analysts through yet another game show with another edition of According to With Me. And this does feature your responses, so I hope you have all been contributing in the Twitch chat, on Twitter, and beyond. But I'm ready to get right into this game show with our very first question, which is, according to Twitter, which is the best power couple? Blabber and Udyr, Demonte and Galio, Jensen and Orianna, or Afromu and Blitzcrank?
I'm going to go Blabber with any jungler, so I'll go Blabber Udyr.
I'm going Jensen Orianna. He has been kind of a Orianna main for years now, so I think he's been doing that longer than any of these other combos.
I'm going to go Demonte Galio because I feel like Twitter will come out for Demonte.
Okay. So a submission for every option except for Afromu. Let's find out what the answer is. And it's 46% of the vote going to Blabber Udyr. Also, a special note to the audience. We saw a lot of people raging a bit about the Udyr and Blabber combination, but his stats were just too good in this 2021 season.
It's like a new couple. It's like the last couple weeks. It's a flash in the pan. He'll move on to
People
a
like
new
winners.
jungler.
Mark.
honeymoon
People
phase.
like winners, okay?
Winners, chicken dinners. Twitter is the winner in that one. But we're going to be moving on to question number 2. We asked Twitch chat, and according to them, which is the best mid plus jungler duo in the league?
Ooh, a
Got
lot
lots of
choices
options here.
I'm doubling down
Hold
on
it.
Blabber. I'm going Blabber and Perks.
Yeah, I feel like it's either Blabber, Perks, or Jensen and Santorin. I'll go with the TL duo.
I'm going with C9. I've learned that anytime there's a fan question, C9 is the answer.
Oh, yeah, that's true. All right, I'm going to lose, but whatever, I'm sticking to mine.
2 for C9, 1 for TL, but only one right answer, and it's whatever Twitch chat has decided, and the answer is Demonte and Closer. 31
You jumped
We were all wrong.
You left 100 Thieves. You jump ship on them.
Yeah, Mark, aren't they like carrying you in fantasy?
I mean, like,
or
I would
something?
actually agree with that. Like, from a analytical level, they seem to work the
Yeah.
best together right now. But I just didn't think. I just underestimated Twitch chat's brains. I guess I thought they were going to
Good
meme
job,
us or
Twitch
something.
chat. Yeah.
Well, and speaking of 100 Thieves, our final question, number 3, actually goes out to Closer. We asked him, who is the worst breakup in League history? Now, this could be any breakup in all of League Esports, not just LCS. So what do you guys think that Closer had to say? Somewhere from his region? Somewhere beyond?
The worst breakup?
In
Oh
League.
my
I'm trying
God.
to think, is it like
I'm
double
trying to
with
think of, like-
ELG?
I'm trying to think of some like really big duo that broke up. I don't know.
Can it be like
I
a
don't know.
player and a
Major one.
team? Because there's like the Dunzo. All of these are CLG related, but there's a Dunzo
Oh, the
manifesto.
Dunzo Manifesto is a good
I feel
one.
like I
think
have to
double
go-
up to CLG.
I have to go for
Dardock
the
and
Dunzo
Loco
manifesto.
Doco from Team Liquid.
Oh God, yeah.
Double lift. Avram, there are a lot of good ones. All right, so we got a TL1. Any final submissions?
Oh, I mean, I'll go with Dunzo manifesto. That's mine.
All right. Let's go. Let's find out what the answer is right now.
Yeah, I think the worst duo breakup is for me Prey and Gorilla. I think they were really good bot lane in Worlds and they were like about to be legendary. I think they are legendary already. So when they break up and go different teams or retire, I felt like that's the worst duo breakup.
No.
Well, now I'm sad.
That was a good
Because that
answer.
wasn't a
That was
Mimi
way
answer
better
at
than our
all.
answers.
Yeah.
Why are you breaking our heart on Valentine's Day? What the hell?
I love the Coup Tigers. Oh.
Yep. I think we all need a little bit of pick-me-up right now. So we're going to take a break. And as we do, here's some romantic wisdom in this edition of Sage Advice.
And now, it's time for Sage Advice from a literal world champion.
How do you find the perfect duo? Well, it's simple. Go to www.twitch.tv, browse to the League of Legends section, find your favorite streamer, then purchase a Tier 3 subscription. Then, come to the cold, hard realization that you're always going to be more of a solo queue kind of guy.
This has been Sage Advice from a literal world champion.
Welcome back to the LCS. We're ahead of game number 1. We're taking a look at one of the most beloved calls in League of Legends, the tower dive. My 3 analysts are going to assess a few plays and use their big brains to drive home some knowledge in Diver's Ed. Today, we're looking at 3 dives from 100 Thieves. Love that graphic, by the way. Each analyst
amazing.
Yeah, this is absolutely amazing.
Look at Huhi's face. He's
terrified.
like, how did I get in this car? Why is DeMonte driving?
I'm just waiting to go give some freelo after that auction earlier. That's the only place I want to be. But each of our analysts are going to give a player rating out of 10 and explain their scores briefly before we go on to the next play. Now, first up, we've got 100 Thieves versus Immortals from Lock-In. Ready to see this action?
All right, so yeah,
Okay.
we see Potluck headed to the top side, and Closer is going to take a look at this bottom lane. They're going to push the wave in, also very important for tower dives, and call TP in. Right here, they already get the first kill. DeMonte is here with the gold card to stun, and this is why I'm not a play-by-play caster, by the way. I have an equation for that, and I am going to give it a 9. I don't know if you can.
Oh, wow.
Do I need to back
Yeah,
up?
pull back.
What
a
is
little
it-
bit.
what is
Enemy
the
jungler on
specification?
the opposite side of the map plus jungle support and juggling
Yeah.
turret gives it a 9.
Yeah,
I-
I liked it.
I gave it an 8. I'm pretty on board with that.
Yeah, I'm
see
the
a 7.
I'm the tough judge. Yeah, it's kind of hard to read.
A
I gave
7.
it a 7 here. I don't know if this Sharpie's going to show up, but I did like, tracking the enemy jungler. I remember watching that one live, though. Mid lane wasn't tracked, and it got a little bristly. Could have been a little bit cleaner, but very well executed.
I bet, Kobe, you're the kind of person that never gives a 10 to anyone after that 7. Excited to see what you have to say about the next dive that we have coming up. It is 100 Thieves versus CLG that we saw in week number 1.
Oh no, this one someday doesn't get the last auto. That minion dies, so you can see he did not have empowered W. So the stun is not doubled in duration, so Finn's able to flash out and they die to it. Well, this is not even close to a 7. That's gonna be like a 2. Actually, maybe yeah, it could be worse. You could embarrass yourself a little bit more, but that minion dying, not getting empowered W for the extra duration for your stun means that the Taliyah knockback doesn't work. Oh, this is permanent.
I'm glad we got 2s across the board. I agree.
2.
You get like a couple points for like, ooh, a little bit unlucky, and it could have been worse. Like you said, you could have got the double kill and double buffs going over. At least only one person died.
Yeah.
I would like to note that Kobe is using a permanent marker, so whatever he gives as a score is the final decision. 2 out of 10 for that second dive. We do have one more coming your way, though. This is 100 Thieves versus C9 just yesterday.
And I love this play for a couple of reasons. One, the early flash for Trunk by Huhi. I love that he doesn't really care. You know, he's willing to use his flash all the time. And the fact that they had TP advantage, this is a really smart play. Someday's going to back off the wave. He's already got it in a decent spot. And he's going to go for a 3-man dive super early into the game. This is a weird timing window, and it's not the easiest dive to pull off at this level, you know, but they drop the turret aggro. They make sure that Someday picks it up on the next time. They wait for the aftershock to run out. Like, that is a 10 out of 10 dive for me in terms of, you know, abusing the summoner advantages, finding the timing window, getting both of those kills in pretty low level. You know, I can't imagine that going much better.
This is perfect. I can turn my 7 into a 9 because it's not a 10 unless you make your opponents embarrass themselves dying in the dive, and then I'll finally give you a 10.
It's impossible. How do you mind control them?
Difference. There we go. We're going to go for a solid 9.5.
You got a decimal system?
Yeah,
we
why not?
never said no to decimals, so, I mean, I guess it's free reign. I was hoping Kobe would maybe come through with a 10 there, but alas, Mark is the savior of the double digits here. Oh, what fun, guys. But I think after enough game playing for ourselves, we do need to turn our attention to the first matchup that we have, and this is where 100 Thieves will be facing off against Team Liquid. I'm wondering what you think we can all expect from this, being that they have already faced off against one another during the lock-in tournament.
Yeah, I'm just excited to see the bottom lanes go at it again because pre-lock-in tournament, we were hyping them up as two of the very best bottom lanes in the entire league, and it delivered. Level 1, Tactical and Core JJ goes straight at FBI. He steps up too far forward. Core lands the E. They go all in. They get the first blood, but the twist was, of course, that 100 Thieves then call their jungler to the bottom side. They make it a team game. They get right back in it, and they end up winning. So I'm just excited for episode number 2, not just the microcosm of the bottom lane, but how they involve the entire team in these plays. And I'm also looking for some more dives.
I think you can get plenty of dives. The rest of that game did play out in a kind of similar way, where also in the top side, it did feel like Alfaro was getting the better of Someday in the 1v1. He also made some good team plays with his TP down and stuff. But again, it was kind of the story of 100 Thieves with better teamwork. And this is also a game where you have to remember Armeo was still playing, actually. Santorin had not arrived yet. So it is a little bit... I think it's a totally different landscape now that we're heading into the matchup today. I think, Santorin is not only an upgrade on paper, but also having played a lot longer with the team now. I think they're going to synergize a lot better. And you'll see less of these kind of like sad, like, ooh, I'm going to win the 1v1. And it's like, oh, wait, no, someone else is here. So I think potentially with the skill advantages that we saw from the previous matchup, maybe this is Team Liquid favored now that they hopefully have closed some of the synergy gap.
And I really like this composition actually coming out of 100 Thieves. It was the Lulu composition that they had where they were just kind of running at you, and Huhi was on the Lulu. We've also seen him excel on a lot of these engaged supports. And to bring it back full circle, like the bottom lane is still where I'm looking for this matchup. Not even because of the 2v2, but I think Huhi has been consistently really strong in initiating team fights for his team. So we're going to be looking at both of these supports in and out of lane.
That's one of the main points that is always brought to you when we see 100 Thieves and we see Team Liquid, the strength of the bot lane and the way that the rest of the team play around them. Before we get directly into this game, though, quickly want to get the predictions from our analyst, 100 Thieves versus Team Liquid to start, and then, of course, what we got going on for the rest of the day. Let's have it. Okay.
I knew it.
Yeah, Mark, you're the only one putting 100 Thieves here in the first match.
I'm surprised. I mean, right now, yes, 100 Thieves has made some oopsies with their dives, but Team Liquid has been kind of sus. They're 3-2. They've lost some games to opponents that have not been particularly impressive. No shade to Immortals and TSM, but it's not like they played C9 and dropped the game, or, so like I'm a little scared at TL right now that their strength schedule hasn't been too hard and they've actually dropped a couple games.
And if we're looking down to the last match, too, I feel like it's not really absurd to go either GG or CLG in this case. But Emily, why are you going more towards the side of gold?
So I will agree that I think overall, like macro level, Golden Guardians still have a lot to work on when you compare to CLG in terms of the basics. But again, this is single game. I like a lot of what Golden Guardians do. I like that they're not afraid to lean into the individual strengths that they do have. And I think they generally prepare their players to play, again, around the strengths and opportunity areas. So despite the fact that I actually think that their like overall macro level is worse than what we've seen from CLG, I don't know. I was just like, you know what? I'm feeling Golden Guardians today. I'm going to go for it. And I need to make up some points because my predictions have been pretty terrible. So I'm sorry, Golden Guardians, actually.
But now that CLG, everyone's saying they are free wins, absolute trash, never going to win a game, going to go whole season without picking one up. As soon as people start saying that, that's when CLG turn it around and they actually get the win to change your mind.
They've also had some good early games, so like
Yeah.
I totally agree about the energy around Golden Guardians feels better, and they sometimes feel like they have good game plans, but I'm concerned that if they don't get a lead versus CLG, some of those macro concerns that you were talking about might surface, Emily. So I'm just indexing towards CLG. Plus, I have 2 of their players on my fantasy team. I need them to do well. I need Turtle and Smoothie to do well.
Just sneak the Baron. Sneak the Baron.
No.
So many points with objectives.
Learn to ward topside.
We'll see GG and CLG take them on later on in the day, but we are going to be heading into our first game of the day, 100 Thieves versus Team Liquid. Let's hand things over to Freak and Azael, who have the call.
Thank you very much, the Tigers. Welcome back to the show. The Doug Duo is here to bring you the first game of the day. Team Liquid 100 Thieves. Azael, how you doing?
I'm doing well, man. I'm pretty excited for this one. Should be a really good matchup, and both these teams are coming off some pretty big games for them. TSM having, their best game, I would say, of the entire split really yesterday, being able to take down Team Liquid. That was obviously huge. And Immortals obviously, playing pretty well here as well.
Yeah.
And we are going to be moving on into Champions League. Excuse me, I think I had the wrong intro up.
That's
got
okay.
a little bit confused there. But 100 Thieves versus Team Liquid. Disregard everything I said.
No, what you said was still true.
We're going into a matchup
It's
here
just
at the
not
top
relevant
of the table.
to this game.
100 Thieves obviously looking really good. Yesterday, their early game dives were pretty incredible. Team Liquid, on the other side, did have a rougher game. They're looking to actually bounce back against TSM, who did have that good game against them. But I don't think that Team Liquid, should be too worried just yet. Overall, they have looked incredible when you put lock-in plus the early regular season together. And that is something that I think that they can build upon. I'm really going to be interested in tracking, can 100 Thieves actually keep up these bot lane dives that they're going for consistently, right? That is something that we were talking about early on. We were talking about, before it actually came over to us, is this something that they can do all the time? Because throughout lock-in and throughout the early stages of the LCS, they have consistently gone for these 3-4-man dives, early game bot lane, wave 3, wave 4, stacking it up and diving their opponents and creating massive advantages through this. And I'm wondering, is this something that Team Liquid has prepared for? Can they either get a winning 2v2 to prevent the push and the stacking of the waves to actually set up that dive, or can they have Santorin pathing down towards bot lane and actually ready to receive that dive, ready to counter that play? Because that's something that I think you can pretty much expect 100 Thieves to go for almost every single time. And also, Team Liquid hasn't banned out Galio or TF, which most teams have been doing against 100 Thieves, and you can kind of expect one of those to be picked up here for 100 Thieves because their map play really has been a huge strength for them. And that is something that I'm really excited to see how they're going to be able to handle.
And I'm excited to see how the bot lane plays out. You're talking about it, and I agree it's going to be a big focal point of this game. We know Tactical and Core today are very good, and they're very, very aggressive. And what I find interesting is the fact that there are only one bot lane ban this entire game. It's the Senna banned away, usually fasting Senna alongside something like Tom Kench. Both these teams have played that kind of style before. And with basically everything up for bot lane, TL is like, look, right away, we need to secure Rel Kaisa. So, against you in the 2-on-2, throughout playing the entire game. Like, this is the exact bot lane we want. We'll give you any jungle you want that's not named Udyr, whatever you want to have, any mid laner, go for it. This is the bot lane we want. And so it's like, okay, well, my eyes are on TL because you put so much priority on getting this duo. Yes, you'll get counterpicked. Yes, 100 Thieves also get whatever solos they want. TL, to me, it's like, okay, well, your bot lane needs to do a lot here.
Yeah, it really does, especially when you've given over some very, very powerful laners to your opponents. I talked about the TF Galio. One of those you had to feel was coming through. Now they're going to be pairing that with a really strong early jungler in the Olaf. Renekton here for the top lane for Someday. That is such a powerful trio to even be diving towards top lane. They obviously don't have to go towards bot. You can set up those dives incredibly effectively with Renekton, especially post level 6. Having the ultimate for the bonus HP to be able to tank up that tower can be very effective. Team Liquid leaving both of their solos till later on in the draft, feeling like they needed to grab a strong jungler here early on for Santorin. This will allow 100 Thieves to ban out some of the matchups that they really want to avoid in those 1v1s, though. So we'll see what Team Liquid has prepared for us. If they are going to bring out something really aggressive to try to counter these solo lanes, I would be excited to see Alphari bring out something like the Quinn. We haven't been seeing it a lot, but in the LPL, it is something that is played a bit more consistently, and it would be exciting to see him do it because he has been such a good laner. He has been dominating people in top lane, and going for a heavy counter pick could be something that ends up being pretty effective.
This draft is definitely interesting because of the fact that the solos are heavily shown on the one side and the duo lanes heavily shown on the other. That it's just like, look, it doesn't really matter what order you pick things in. Like, I don't think it's going to matter when TL picks top versus mid themselves. It's like, you're getting counter pick. TF's mid. What champion do you want? And 100 Thieves are like, take them all. Like, there's an Azir ban and an Orianna ban, and we blinded TF. And it's just like, whatever you want, go for it. And on Someday's side, he's like, look, I took Renekton. We already knew what Camille was off, but I'm throwing in an R and a GB ban, and the Quinn comes out. He's like, that's the third priority if you're going to go for top lane focus, which, by the way, Team Liquid, I mean, they do play some top lane focus, right? Like, Alphari is maybe, arguably, the best top laner in the league. His laning is maybe chief among his skills. It would not be a bad game plan to play around Alphari and have that be the win condition, and there is a clear avenue here with the Quinn counter pick.
Yeah, I think it's really smart. We do expect him to go cleanse. You pretty much always play cleanse. what runes they take, what masteries they take, that does vary. Some people go towards Phase Rush to be able to kite out, or if the Renekton gets too aggressive, be able to chase him down. There's also PTA, there's Electrocute, there's really a lot of options up there on that top side. But when you play Quinn, you have to play towards top side. You just absolutely have to, because the way that you actually win these lanes is by shoving in the Renekton, harassing them under turret, denying farm, making them take bad recalls, taking turret plates. It's all about the push, the aggression. So they have to be up there protecting him, because if you have that Quinn just on an island, it's so easy for the TF and for this Olaf and everyone to show up on this person who's pushed to their opponent's tower and kill them off. So Santorin must be playing around it. That also means, you talked about Team Liquid having to get a lot out of their bot lane. That means it's less likely for people to be down there. But 100 Thieves, I feel like, are going to be okay with that. Drafting Ezreal here tells me that you probably are not going to be playing as heavily towards that lane. You just want to withstand it. Huhi on the Nautilus, you obviously could look to set up ganks, but also could be out there roaming. We have been seeing this Essence Reaver Duskblade build. That's my guess of what we'll actually get from FBI here. It seems to be the new wave. Instead of actually getting your Spellblade from your Mythic, just getting that Spellblade to be from the Essence Reaver and just rush towards that. Also, Jensen going towards the Rise. We have seen Jizuke bring this out, and it is something that, while it can't roam as well as the TF, you can try to match roams with your ultimate, and you can try to push in your opponent and then look to set up dives of your own. If you have a winning top lane and Santorin and Jensen can get the push mid, then you could go up with that Realm Warp towards topside and try to pull off a dive of your own on this Renekton. So a lot of exciting stuff going on here. Some very different picks, a very different look, I would say, from Team Liquid, because this is very, very, very lane focused. The most lane focused counter I can remember from Team Liquid in a long time.
Yeah, but it should be a whole lot of fun to watch for. I know we have seen other teams that, have honestly weaker macro play these counters before. We saw Golden Guardians try Quinn themselves, but one of the problems with them, this rookie-heavy roster, is they couldn't navigate the mid to late game. It's kind of the meme that we've seen in the LCS of like NA Jace, where you're playing this counter pick focused aggressive top lane. You got to play around top. Team Liquid are a very good team, right? They've got a ton of veteran talent. They're very, very skilled players, and we should be able to see them convert the macro game, right? Convert the lane lead that you're expecting out of this Quinn into mid-game pressure, into late-game pressure. And so, yeah, my eyes are now really heavily, even though I said it was going to be on the Rel and Kai'Sa based on the early champ select, well, now I'm all just, okay, Alphari, Quinn, in the squad around you, how much can you win the game through this one-on-one and everyone else, just shoving resources towards that lane? I think it's going to be fun to watch for. That's where my eyes are entirely in this game.
And Quinn is such an interesting pick, even going later on into the game, because as you hit the higher ranks of your ultimate, you have so much move speed. You can be pushing out the lanes. You don't always have to continue your domination in that side lane. You can shove lanes and use your ultimate as such a powerful roaming tool. Especially post 16, you are so damn fast moving around the map that even though you're playing Cleanse and your opponent may be playing Teleport, you can often have more map impact by just pushing in the Renekton and roaming constantly, because they are not always going to be able to match those roams with their teleport. So will be really, really interesting to see. And I do think that this is a pick that I've been waiting for to gain more priority in the LCS, because Renekton has been so popular. So many teams are willing to just first pick the Renekton if it is open. And when that's the case, you need to evolve your champion pool to have answers to that. It can't always just be about banning it out every single time. You want to have the response, or at least the threat of a response here. Because if Team Liquid win this game off of top lane, now anytime someone goes in against Team Liquid, they're going to have to be concerned about the possibility of that Quinn coming out.
Yeah, and those flanks are going to be exciting. They're going to be scary. You can, if you want to go Prowler's Claw build, you just delete one shot delete the the squishy you find out there, and yeah, it'll be fun because it's a macro test. I mean, these are two of our very best teams. I mean, 100 Thieves with Cloud9 are tied for first place, and Team Liquid are one game behind them. They're the lock-in tournament champions. They are still my favorites to win the LCS in both splits. Sure, a slightly rockier start. Yes, absolutely. I think people expected them to be 5-0 at this point and not 3-2, especially considering the the losses they suffered were Immortals and a TSM who looked really poor up until that point. So, okay, for many people, they're saying, okay, is TL inconsistent? Are they just worse than we expect? But keep in mind, again, we had evidence 2 weeks ago that they were the best team in the LCS with this roster. They just won lock-in. So to me, the obvious look is it's a fluke. They did drop 2 individual games, and they will still remain a very top team. I mean, 100 Thieves themselves maybe should have been in the finals. Obviously, they nearly 3-0'd Cloud9. Like, that was obviously a possibility for them. So it is 2 very, very good teams, potentially the 2 best teams in the league. It's going to be an exciting battle. We are on to the Rift, and pay attention to Someday versus Alphari, the best 2 top laners in the LCS, in a matchup that is all about them and how much the Quinn counterpick can do.
This is going to be very, very exciting. It is PTA for Alphari, so that's interesting. You know, I was actually expecting, especially because there is an Olaf on the other side, to actually get Phase Rush, because Phase Rush is such a strong answer to the Olaf ganks. This is a champion that just kind of has to straight up run at you. PTA itself can be really, really powerful for the actual extended fights. It's stronger, I think, you know, when you're looking towards team fighting as well. So we'll have to track how effective that's going to be, and I'm also interested to see which mythic he's going to go for. You know, you mentioned Prowler's Claw. That is an option, but I do expect him to probably stick more with the marksman options, the Noon Quiver style builds. All 3 of those can work. It just depends, how worried are you about getting all in? Do you feel you need to go towards a shield bow, or do you want to get a little bit more aggressive with something like that Gale Force? Really, all 3 options can work quite effectively.
Yeah, I'm going to be partial towards Gale Force. I know we're probably looking at the exact same data sources right now, but it is the most common pick for the Quinn. And you talked about something like Phase Rush for dodging an Olaf. Well, hey, you can Gale Force. You can dodge the axe and then just keep running, and you're probably going to be safe. So, yeah, we'll see where it goes. There is a lot of room for choices. The one kind of fortunate thing for Alphari is there's not a lot of true tanks here. Someday and Closer, neither going to get that tanky. You don't super have to go for like a Kraken Slayer. Nice slice in for Someday. Going to be some pretty good damage, and going to dice back out. Does not want to take the rest of that trade, as that was going to be just a lot of auto attacks. But still, both players fairly low. Vault's going to be back up and gets the empowered auto a second time. So Someday already out his first potion, but forces that same out of Alphari.
But I do think it's kind of more of a mistake from Someday to actually be up there and contesting the wave that heavily. Perhaps he feels like he really needs to fight for it. Starting Slice and Dice, that's a pretty interesting evolution there. I haven't actually seen that from Renekton. It does allow him to fight back, but now you're down a potion and you fought that heavily for the wave, and you're actually getting low before you're even level 2. So that is kind of the concern here, is generally you want to just give up the early wave, as we now see a fight on the bot side.
Yeah, and Huhi stun locked really well. That was actually really, really good of a core JJ. Lanes the W, waits, lanes the E, and Huhi, the attack animation is so slow and is canceled by stuns that for about 2 full seconds, he could not get Aftershock on the entire time. Tactical's free hitting to get, I believe, all 5 stacks of Plasma through, and that is a really, really heavy health trade. Very well played mechanically by Core and Tactical.
Really nicely done. Something we have definitely come to expect from them is some very strong bot lane duos here. You know, last time these 2 teams did actually meet up, we saw TL get the 2v2 kill, level 1. You got the Samira, got really aggressive. I believe it was Samira and Leona in that game, but it was 100 Thieves who then had constant attention down there from their team. Roams from Demonte, Closer attacking, and that was what put them ahead and really allowed them to snowball the game despite the individual 2v2 outplay. And now Closer down here once again.
It's definitely Q-Ball. I mean, Core keeps trying to juke, and Huhi just keeps waiting for it. Then finally on the animation, W's back down. Just kept walking closer and closer. But Santorin has come down, getting his own 6 camp clear. Santorin there, Closer going to be maybe hard-pressed to deal with it, but now the wave is bigger on the 100 Thieves side. This should be the expected push, meaning the dual lane can help the rest of this fight, which should allow Closer to maybe get Scuttle. They're going to look for this push on a Tactical. They're not going to find the root. Core JJ just can't miss a skill shot, but now he's going to have to flash away because the anchor still is going to land. Tactical down to 120 health. 100 Thieves getting the better on the better of the rest of that fight.
I mean, Santorin was kind of boxed out, right? So TL was positioned very aggressively, knowing that their jungler was in the area, but Santorin couldn't walk through the Olaf and the Nautilus to help his team. So as they're continuing to get pushed in, TL just needed to really back it up. Instead, they don't, and sure, CoreJJ had a nice peel to actually prevent Tactical from going down, but it cost him his flash. It gets Tactical incredibly low with no health.
That's going to hurt.
The FBI.
Yep, that was so good. W into E auto. No reason to Q. You're going to get the skills to land regardless because the E is heat-seeking. And CoreJJ just gets first-blooded. 100 Thieves, they can't keep getting away with it, but they always win bot lane.
They're doing it again, Freak. Another 2v2 kill here. Yes, there was a small amount of jungle interference from Closer, but really not a lot. And TL just making some mistakes there with their coordination on that bottom side, posturing too aggressively with Santorin boxed out, take a bad trade, cost them their flash, And then with TL so low under the turret, 100 Thieves just press in and punish. And not only do they get the kill onto FBI. He's the one starting with that first blood, and that is huge.
The Swirl Seed miss, which you kind of hate to see. I mean, somebody's going to jump, no problem. It would have been 100 damage difference, not gigantic. But, okay, Santorin trades some sight, and we get to see the first half of this one.
All right, we get to see the scrap up on that top side. Nice little stun. It does force out the cleanse, and you know, this was a bit of a mechanical misplay from Alphari. You want to actually interrupt the slice with your vault. That is the timing you're looking for, because if you do that, they don't actually get the dice activation. Then down on this bot side, we see CoreJJ already incredibly low. All the skills landing. The Ignite was still available from Huhi. They're able to get that first blood. But up on that top side, that is really how you have to watch this. Can Someday actually get a slice reset? Because then if you allow them to do that, when you vault away, you can follow with the dice and actually potentially get an all-in or a good trade, or even just retreat back with that. So we have to see Alphari really being on point, because now, with this window, he could potentially be attacked. If they could get right up to top lane before the cleanse comes back up, you flash Gold Card, you flash Renekton W, you can burst this guy down before he's able to get out of that stun lock.
And the wave's in a really awkward spot. You can see how far back Alphari has to play. He does not have sight on Santorin, doesn't know where Lilia is. He doesn't have ward control at all. And so even though theoretically he could fight someday, you know, in actual fact, he's not in danger if his, you know, fingers on the trigger for Vault. He can't play this. I mean, even getting level 6 on Quinn doesn't matter. Your ult's not instantaneous by any means. It's not going to do anything. So someday gets the second dash, gets at least the small part of the stun, but a big Q is going to mean a lot of health difference. Yeah, good shot, but takes a turret shot, so too far up for Someday makes that trade go equal instead.
At the very least, though, he's going to be able to reset this, and it doesn't look like they wanted to make a top lane play. So as long as he can reset the wave and get out before Santorin comes over here, he's in a pretty good spot. Damonte now is kind of cheating up towards top lane, though, so it looks like they want to at least consider making a move. You can see multiple wards, though, on the minimap actually tracking Damonte. They had one over by mid lane as well as one in the river.
Vaults in for a slow, but Someday kept the second part of the dash and able to get right out of range. Santorin shows up, makes sure the wave can be knocked down safely enough, and at the end of the day, it is still that 400 gold lead, 100 Thieves. Most of that being the first blood. There is an overall small farm advantage to the squad of TL. That's why the gold difference is not 600, but, you know, pretty negligible. It's not a huge deal regardless. TL going to get their second recall off out of the bot lane after Serrated Dirk was already in.
I would say if you're 100 Thieves, though, you are extremely happy with how this game is going. Not just the fact that you got that gold lead in the bottom lane, but the fact that you're actually even in top lane, I would say is a pretty big win for Someday. He got no jungle help whatsoever, and in a straight-up 1v1, forced out the cleanse, and as a result, Alphari couldn't actually play the lane very aggressively. He's even going to be the one to take the first plate here, so Someday just has to be careful to not get chased down on the way out.
All right, well, Alphari's going to get a lot done here. He may get second blood this game. Still has the autos coming in. Somebody has to ult, and that's enough to force Alphari out. He doesn't have the damage to finish off a 500 health for Renekton, and so we'll let him walk to safety. But yeah, Someday, at cost of an ult, gets to get his share of turret plate gold. That's probably an okay ultimate. Just receive 160 and continue on with your life. That seems reasonable. If he wants to TP, he can. In fact, he's going to TP up to the top river to help guarantee that Closer is able to grab this. And I mean, this is incredible. In low intervention bot lane, where Team Liquid rush picked the best duo they could think of, 100 Thieves get first blood. 100 Thieves blinds their top laner with no intervention. Alphari hard counter picks on Quinn. He gets a turret plate. Like 100 Thieves just in pure laning skill are beating Team Liquid.
It's really impressive because I know that at least coming into yesterday's game against TSM, Team Liquid did have the best early game stats in the league. So this is something that you're not expecting to see. And even in that TSM game, they were winning the lanes early. They were winning those solo lanes. They had double counterpick this time around. And even mid lane, which we haven't really talked about, is still just going even. So 100 Thieves playing it out very, very well. Of course, Team Liquid has good playmaking, has good side laning. They can 1-3-1 this game as well. By no means is this game even close to over, but the early minutes are going the way of 100 Thieves, and has been a pretty impressive performance from Someday going up against Alphari, who's just been such a monstrous laner. You can see Alphari now, though, is on the roam.
All right, Jensen going to look for Damonte here as well. Cannot get the Swirl Seed, though, as he walks backwards and kites away. And yeah, to your point, Azale, kind of overall counting everything and not just gold, TL are still heading into this game the best early game team in the LCS. With Dragon Stack and everything else, yes, that's where they stand. For example, as well, 100 Thieves obviously also got an early game team. TL's early game gold leads are double what 100 Thieves get on average. Like, they are just outstanding overall in the laning phase. Core not going to stop the recall. He could have walked up for it, but I also think he didn't know.
I just love the thumbs up every time.
Every
that emote never gets old. It's definitely the best.
It's amazing because, like, it's the very first emote. It's the one free emote everyone gets, and it's the default. And it's like, okay, people are going to get tired of it. And yet it just works so well. The passive aggressive just like gauntlet thumbs up is just pretty pog. Now ulti gonna come in, big bonk comes over the top, big damage. A heal puts him at 200. The flash is gonna get followed though. Alfari, great timing on the vault, allows it to flash follow and gets the kill in top lane.
Really nice gank from Santorin. We were talking about how well the lane was going for Someday, and it was going great. But now the jungle intervention coming up here, putting Alfari into a lead. Not only does Santorin trade flashes and trade ultimates, they get the kill, and Alfari doesn't even have to pop a summoner. So now he should be in a really good position, gets the kill gold, is up 2 summoners to none, and you have to expect that Alfari is going to be able to exploit that advantage.
Well, here we go. 100 Thieves still running around the map as much as they can. Bot lane pressure. He's already here. They've already got the rest of the squad. So second dragon going to be claimed very, very fast. Always good to see these dragons stacked 2 by 12 minutes is pretty outstanding. This is going to put a lot of pressure onto the game overall. Gold lead still over 1,000 or about 1,000 100 Thieves way. And hey, at 22 minutes, we could have a Dragon Soul. Also, hey, by the way, TF's going to show up looking for the stun. Stopwatch for Santorin, who he wants to find something else. Santorin's going to get knocked up there by Nautilus ulti. And he, yes, flashless, as you called out, is just going to go down. FBI steals it away, gives the team a thumbs up, and it's like, yeah, dude, that's my gold.
Yeah. So really nice play. Actually able to punish Santorin cross map. Not sure if he would have been able to get out 100% if he had the flash, but at the very least, they are able to get something back. And now a nice engage here on that bot side.
Big stun comes across from Core JJ, the re-engage. FBI is just dead! Core's mechanics on point. Tacticals follow very good as well, but a second anchor toss means Huhi is not done with this fight. Closer can't get much more done. I love how action-packed this game is.
It has been really, really good, and Huhi going in with the aggressive engage. But when you try to engage past Rel, it is very, very difficult to pull off because Rel will just jump past the tank that is engaging onto the marksman. You can double stun with the E, but we have to watch this bot side potential dive here coming up top side.
I mean, it forces the TP out of Monte, though. That's still a good play. It's a good run by Jensen. Says, okay. Honestly, even that ult out was really smart. You get the move speed from Summoner Teleport. There was even a chance DeMonte finds the gold card chase. So, yeah, it's a cooldown down for Jensen, but a much longer one gone from DeMonte.
Yep, here is that initial play, getting good value out of this first ultimate. It was a nicely timed stopwatch from Santorin and mutes the gold card there. But with Nautilus on top, you point and click ulti, root on the auto, then the scrap here in that bot lane. He gets the hook on a tactical, but this is what I'm talking about. When you try to engage past the rail will jump over top of you. The W knockup, the R pull in, the double stun across both members, which also lines you up for a double Q to potentially get that bonus healing over onto your marksman. It is so hard to engage past Rel. Core JJ making 100 Thieves pay. This bot lane has been very evenly matched, very back and forth. Now a 2v2 win on either side.
Good by TL to get their dual lane up top side in time. They prevent Herald from getting any more than 2 turret plates, and Someday himself couldn't walk in any closer. The plate gold went only to closer. Not that it's bad. Olaf certainly scales, but all that did was give 320 gold to the Olaf, and nothing else really accomplished for that one, as TL's dual lane now plays around top side. I do want to chime in quickly on the Rel point. I agree with everything you said. The combo for those who are trying to play Rel at home. Start the W. Once you're mid-air, hit the ult. That will pull everyone towards your crash down to make sure the stun lands. You then land the crash down, walk forward for half a second, then mash the E for the hit. So W, mid-air ult, then hit E. That's how you get the triple CC.
Yeah, it's really nicely done. We've seen that demonstrated a lot of times by Core JJ. Smoothie's also been very good on the Rel as well.
Yeah.
To check back into this top lane matchup, which is now in the bot lane, ever since that actual gank, that kill that was pulled off, we've seen Someday, falling a little bit behind here. He's gone from parity in farm to down 27 CS. He's going to pick up a couple here, but still, we have seen that advantage be expanded, and Alfari is able to move around the map a lot more effectively so they can have more preferential lane assignments. When Someday is moving from bot to top, he's missing out on farm, crashing into the turret. Alfari has this ultimate to move around so quickly and is able to pick up a lot more farm as a result.
It's looking pretty good. Honestly, this is a very big Quinn. You've got the 23 CS lead right now, and Still, the gold lead sits with 100 Thieves, but yes, it's Sunday playing weak side. This is the expectation based on the matchup, but he is going to play this one pretty far back. Gets vaulted on, and yeah, that could be another auto coming across. Yeah, gets the extra damage, and the Q for good measure under the turret as well. We are seeing Zhonya's Hourglass for Santorin again. This is just every single time. The reason you do this is because you're going to go Moonstone Renewer, and you don't want to buy Moonstone while you're still clearing your jungle. Everything I can see from all solo queue data, even in incredibly high elos, Moonstone Renewer does not win as many games as a damage item like Liandry's or my favorite, Night Harvester, which I think is outstanding on Lilia, by the way, because you hit the whole team anyway, and it's a big chunk of damage you're going to feel good about. But he is going for the more supportive build, still wants to be the one healing his team. Yes, they have magic damage already from the Rise, but it just means that Santorin is not going to be as big of a threat as if he went for a damage mythic.
And I really like Zhonya's first. I think, even if you wanted to go for a damage mythic, I think there are times where going for Zhonya's first adds a lot, because it allows you to go for these plays where you're Q flashing into the middle of the team, landing a multi-man sleep. You can throw your body into the fight without just dying instantly, which is really a pretty big threat when you're up against champions like the Olaf, who can turn and really knock down that Lilia incredibly fast. So I do like the build here. We'll see where he wants to go second. But as you said, it's very likely going to be the Moonstone Renewer. I think it makes some sense, though, when you're looking at their composition. They have double marksman, they have Rise, they have a ton of damage here. So I think it can work in this style of
They're playing more frontline Lilia, like I'm going to walk in, I'll just zone you as an immune, then, heal people up while I'm in combat. Yeah, there is certainly there's a logic to the build and a logic in this comp. But one thing I do find interesting, and I don't know if you're really going to have this discussion for a lot longer in this game, is we do have a bit of a lull, is are people playing Lilia expecting her to be like a tank jungler that you're just healing people, right? Like playing Lilia with the expectation that you're just going to be a Moonstone tank and that's just the champion you're picking? Or is it like, yeah, Lilia's a good jungler. Oh, well, now that we're in this game, I guess it's a Moonstone game, right? Like I'm curious which kind of train of thought prevails.
I think a lot of the times people are probably just autopiloting on the build. That is my kind of feeling, because I do think that there are games where, you're drafting Lilia as your AP threat, and then you're building Moonstone, and you're kind of losing a lot of the oomph from that AP threat, right? So I would hope that players, are really taking all that into consideration, because I think just like with Marksman, some games you need Kraken Slayer to kill frontline, other games you need Shield Bow to be able to actually survive. I think it should be the same kind of thought process for a Lilia. What do you need from this game? What real role are you trying to fulfill? And then customize your items around that. Don't just go in and autopilot on a build, really no matter what role you're playing.
Of course. Yeah, I know for the last maybe couple of years, we're like, hey, people aren't buying Executioners as often as they should be, or any other forms of healing cut. Like, that seems underpurchased. And now, big play towards Jensen. As soon as he's who he's like, I'm out of there. Pops the ult, he's gone. It does cost the ult out of closer as well, but that cooldown is much, much shorter than a 5-minute flash. Top lane turret going to fall as well. Do want to point out, Jensen did, in fact, solo the top lane turret. First turret of the game. Went to TL's mid laner up in top lane, answered up in the top lane by Demonte, and then answered again by Alfari down in bot lane, because yes, the Quinn, the lead is growing. It's now 30 CS. I mentioned it was 20 not long ago. Now it's over 30. Yes, somebody has some to catch up with, but still, this Quinn is getting stuff done, and it is Gale Force, by the way, and it's Berserker's Greaves, and Gale Force is in for some damage, reveals, puts the Q, and does not want to burn Vault because he still wants that cooldown as the ultimate answer to a flash forward or a dash in. So holds on to it one, stays alive.
You can really get punished if you vault too aggressively, because the Renekton, you use your vault just to harass. The Renekton can actually turn, pop his ult, flash on you, and then you're gonna get stunned. Yes, you can cleanse that, but he's on top of you. You have no vault answer for the slice and dice chase, and that's how you can lose those all in. So Alfari playing it pretty conservative, and I think that's the way you have to do it. But someday going for a different style of build here is going Stridebreaker, and I do think this is just as an answer to the Quinn, being able to have the additional mini dash plus the slow on that, as well as the flat move speed that you're getting from all the extra legendaries that you do complete. That is just trying to stay up on top of this Quinn, trying to have an answer for this Quinn. And right now, his job really is just to survive, because 100 Thieves are almost at their soul, right? They are at 3 dragons to 0. TL has caught up in the gold department. They were a little bit behind earlier on, but now they're going to have to contest all of these dragons, and one misplay, one pick prior to one of those dragons is going to mean a permanent buff 400 Thieves that will be so powerful, especially on a composition like this, where you have Ezreal, where you have TF wildcards. There's lots of easy ways to actually apply that Infernal Soul damage.
Yep. Going to be fun to watch for, because we are getting closer and closer to this with a bunch of ranged champions who are going to easily apply the damage. And Team Liquid, they have gotten as much as they can out of the Quinn. And to be fair, they have brought the gold a lot closer. For most of this game, 100 Thieves were up in gold. TL managed to close that gap, mostly from their solo lanes, as their bot lane was mostly losing, from what I could tell. But, well, at a pretty good time, and we've got this push, and Jensen is low. Jensen is flashless, and Santorin flashes in for his own sleep, but might not find the rest of it. That axe slowing Alfari is a pretty big deal. This was going to be a 4-on-3. Renekton was seen in bot lane. Ezreal was still in mid. They could have maybe tried to push through and find the rest of it, but the bird was slowed, could not find the vault, and 100 Thieves find themselves yet another kill.
Yep, the axe slow is nice, but you just have to hit that Quinn at all. Oh, they're going in.
Yep, Vault, I love this. I love when Kai'Sa gets to be used as an assassin. Vault sets up Killer Instinct, and you are dead as soon as he presses E. Beautiful pick off there for TL. Right in time to start controlling the river for Dragon.
Yeah, really nice roam there. You can see Alfari already down to bot lane now. Actually stops the recall from Someday. Not going to end up being too big of a deal as he doesn't continue the harassment. You can see on the mini-map, but just so much utility. He's up in the top lane, doesn't get a kill there, roams to mid lane, kills FBI, goes to bot lane, stops Renekton's recall, and picking up the wave there. Is able to just move around the map so effectively. Does not have flash, though. It was a trade of flashes, so we'll see who can come out on top in this next fight. Santorin also not having flash is a pretty big deal, and he is going towards Leandri's second here. So it was just the Zhonya's to be kind of that battle mate, get in the mix of things early on, but is going to be wanting to go for that more serious AP threat. TL have first crack at this Dragon. They are in the area. You can see Someday is in a position to flank. Jensen has to teleport to join, though.
He's going to recall first.
This could break out pretty quickly.
Okay, yeah. Off of his previous recall, ran topside with 20 seconds remaining, said, no, I want to get the wave pushed in. He will, in fact, deny 2 waves for that play. And now he's got Zhonya's. Now he's TP'd into bot lane, so now he's here for the 5-on-5. Ezreal hits 1. Turret does drop in what I believe was the mid lane. And now the 5-on-5 can start. Santorin waiting around looking for his opening in. Nice scuttle pick up there. If Closer lands the smite, it is Infernals over 100 Thieves. Anchor's not going to land, but Santorin's forced back. Has Zhonya's. Here comes the hard engage from Rel. Double Stun comes across. Knock up there on FBI, but running out of health is Closer, and the jungler is dead. Hard engage comes across. They've traded junglers back and forth. It's a 2 for 2 so far. Alfari in the chase for Tamonte. Can't get that kill just yet. On the 3-on-3, though, another kill picked up for Team Liquid. They are winning this battle, and Huhi has nowhere to go. He will drop. Team Liquid will win this fight 4-2, and that Dragon will be easy as Alfari will claim that 4th and final kill.
And we'll see how much more they can get off this because all their carries are still alive. So can they get some additional gold from some towers off the back end of this play? Team Liquid fighting that out very, very well. Santorin and CoreJJ do go down, but you keep the Rise, you keep the Kai'Sa, you keep the Quinn all safe, and they have so much damage kiting back and then being able to chase down multiple kills on the back end of this fight. It starts out here on the side. CoreJJ seeing an angle, 3 members stack up, flash over the wall, WR, tactical, ulting to a really great spot over the wall, so Olaf can't immediately get onto him, but he still has full access to deal damage in this fight, and he is constantly auto-attacking the entire time without really taking any return fire until the very end of it. They're able to clean up the fight. Someday died on the other side as he is fairly behind, and Stridebreaker is not going to have you being that tanky at this point in the game. Team Liquid needed to win that fight, and they did. But 100 Thieves will still have multiple chances to grab that soul for themselves. So TL have got to play a very buttoned-up game. You cannot afford mistakes around any of these Dragon Pits.
You really can't. And all that's happened is, okay, a Dragon's picked up. Good job, TL. That is a positive. But the gold is still basically tied. And that means there's still going to be risk next time around. You have not, really turned the corner. That pressure is still there. And 100 Thieves can still fork your decision-making. And now 100 Thieves going for an early Baron pickup. It's sub 24 minutes in. The vision is gone. And TL, you should know, wait, the entire team's in fog. There's the on-the-way ping. There's the Rise ulting to say, hey, wait, no, I see Baron. It's at 6K. We got to get around there. Now, Santorin is flashing, but he has a blast cone. He can get over easily, and it's in vision. 100 Thieves going to have a really hard time making this happen. This is not realistic anymore. It's down to 3K, and the sleep comes in. They're going to go for this fight. It might be as ult's going to land on a Jensen. Not much more, though. Disengage. Ult's coming across 1-for-1. End of the day, teams get to walk away with their lives.
I like the attempt. They did know that Alfari was down in that bottom lane, so they draw him up, and Jensen with a smart Rise ultimate to check the pit there. This is one of those games where 100 Thieves are starting to lose control of the side lanes, so I think they wanted to try to force some sort of conflict, see if they could sneak a Baron or maybe get a preferential fight around that pit if Alfari couldn't make the move up. But when you have these extended lanes with outer towers down, it gets more dangerous for the TF and the Renekton to be laning against Quinn, to be laning against Ryze, who are very strong at this point in the game. You can see the Storm Razor is completed for Alphari, giving him an additional bit of chase down on top of the Gale Force active there, which really can make it difficult for Renekton in those long lanes. And speak a little bit more about the builds. We do see FBI going for the anticipated build of Duskblade plus Essence Reaver. The Duskblade has a really nice haste passive with every additional legendary completed. So when you go for that route, as well as the CDR boots, he has an additional call fields on top. You have so much CDR so early with this, and you're never really going to run out of mana with the Essence Reaver. So you actually don't have to go towards a tier. And it does feel like a pretty nice solve for a champion that a lot of people were struggling with itemization-wise in the new season.
Yeah, after Essence Reaver got its like third straight buff, it finally became like a good option for champs to pick, even the spellcasting varieties like the Ezreal, and it slots in really nicely. As you're mentioning, it's the Spellblade replacement. You could go Triforce, you could go Divine Sunderer, but Essence Reaver is very competitive with those options. You get the mana back on the Q about half the time since the cooldown's so short. You don't get your Sheen back up in time. But yes, it is very, very good. Obviously, with Blue Buff, he's going to feel comfy. Swirl Seed's going to land that FBI. Sleep's going to be there as well. Ults to hit too, but has to burn Flash as well to stay safe. Still at half health, and that means, hey, mid's under fire. Mid's going to drop, and Team Liquid grow their gold lead to 1,000.
Nicely done by them. You can see both 100 Thieves soul laners were down in that bot lane, pushing there. So they take a tower for themselves, but they lose mid lane tower, and they've lost control of this Baron area. Alphari going to be pushing out top. We'll see who does base to actually answer that bottom lane wave. But just a slow arcane shift from FBI meant he got tagged by the Swirl Shield and had to expend that flash. Now they're looking, though, with the TF.
Forcing a 5v4 until Quinn can show up. Root on the Demonte, though. Zhonya's out of Santorin, trying to find the way in. Can't get just yet, but Scorch J gonna buy some time. Still knocked down. The Bash Brothers on the backside, as it's still the kiting game for Tactical. Gets away with one, cannot get away from both of them. Ezreal jumps over the wall. FBI knocks down the kill. And 100 Thieves so far so great. There's only one man left alive, and Jensen can only run. Zhonya's his pop. They're gonna have the lockdown. Who he may lose his life, he will not. A triple kill right in front of the Baron. 100 Thieves with the Bud Light Ace.
What a play from 100 Thieves. Both soul laners were down in bot, and I think it gave TL a little bit of a feeling of safety there. Santorin didn't have his ultimate, so when they see them stacked up, they go back to base. TF ults in, someday TP's in. I can't believe that Baron's still targeted that far out. But someday able to get into the back line, and they had both Closer and Someday right in on top of the Kai'Sa there. We can see in this Honda performance play, the ulti gets popped, the TP comes in, last second on that ward. Despite a great Zhonya's from Santorin to immune the gold card, they just get in on the carries. Tactical just cannot escape. He had a great ultimate kiting back towards that blue wall, then getting max range ultimate over towards the other side, but Closer was still on top of him. FBI shifts in over the wall, and TL's battle lines were completely broken. Unlike that fight we saw over by the Dragon Pit, Team Liquid did not have the correct positioning here. It was 100 Thieves starting it up. It was 100 Thieves pushing the pace. Team Liquid will get a Dragon off the back end of this, so at least they prevent Infernal Soul. But 100 Thieves going to have the Baron buff, and you can see already Twisted Fate out towards that top lane. All of 100 Thieves moving up towards that. They want to start picking up some additional gold here.
Yeah, I think this lead's probably going to grow. Yes, you lost a Dragon because you couldn't reset in time after Baron, but this is still going to look really comfortable with the fact that the gold lead is 4,500. Baron buff still on for a minute 45. And yeah, Quinn is bot lane. I mean, what are you going to defend? You know, sitting here 5-on-5 doesn't feel very good. I feel like, yeah, you might lose the inhib turret kind of no matter what. I would actually like to see Alphari just knock down bot tier 2. I think there's a consideration for just fully trading these objectives across the map. But who knows? Either way, I mean, they're still going to lose top inhibitor. So, you know, if you were going to do it at all, why not get a turret back for yourself? But maybe they go for the base itself, and if these are going to be threatening the Nexus. So during the Baron buff, they're going to force the 5-on-5. This is why Alphari has to come back at the end of the day. The turret's still at half HP. Those cannons really chunking away at it right now.
It is getting very low, and a beautiful Ezreal ult getting so much damage out there from FBI. I think with them healed back up, 100 Thieves look like we want to try to back it up a little bit here. But they're staying around for now. They've got to be careful about any potential engage. But this Nexus turret is going to go down for sure.
All right, turret is going to drop. There's one left. At what point does the fight begin? Because again, Alphari, this is such a late cleanse.
Yeah.
The gold card ended by then, but he's afraid of Someday jumping onto him. I understand why he pressed it, but takes a bunch of damage. Let's go back to the fountain. Half health left on this Nexus turret. Swirlsy gonna hit 2. That's the sleep, that's the go sign. As while he's napping, Jensen at half HP, and they will not engage. There's the hook in for Huhi though. Zonia's for Santorin. Now big damage to Core JJ. Gets 3 with it, gets 1 for 1, but a second kill comes across, and it's time for Closer to run out. Team Liquid stuck in a 3v4 now as they lock down as much as they can to these minions. The turret's still pretty low. Tactical's got to be careful. They're nearby. They're going to find the big stun. They're going to find a slice and dice, and Closer finds himself the kill. In a 4v2, it's going to be Alfari getting a single kill, but a 3v2 is enough to close it out, and 100 Thieves will advance and stay in first place, knocking down Team Liquid.
What an ending! 100 Thieves, knowing their limits, they're refusing to leave the base, kept the push going for so long there, taking down Team Liquid. Second day in a row, they have now gotten knocked down. And this was such an impressive game here from 100 Thieves, from the laning phase, Someday going even in that 1v1, getting counterpicked, even in the mid lane, despite actually blind picking the TF as well. Their bot lane was fighting back and forth very evenly there. And this was just really off of great execution, great coordination. And I think that when 100 Thieves is at their best, it is about these global plays. It is about their ability to set up dives, to set up fights, just from nowhere, just like that. And we saw that one fight over by Baron really did swing the game. Being able to find the TF ultimate, TP coming in right out of nowhere, and finding this fight to just blow open the game. But I did not expect it to end off of that one Baron push, because we were still very close in gold. TL had a couple dragons for themselves. I was thinking they were going to be able to defend, but so much poke coming through from the Ezreal, constantly pushing them back, and 100 Thieves just knew their limits, realized these Nexus turrets are getting low, and we can just finish the game.
Yeah, it's really incredible stuff. I mean, 100 Thieves, it's not even just the tower dives, right? They won the bot lane more or less heads up 2-on-2. Huhi has the highest gold difference at 10 of any player in the league. Yes, asterisk. When you're playing Tom Kench with Senna supporting you, you get a bunch of extra gold. But hey, by the way, FBI has the highest gold difference of all 80 carries. So even when he's playing Fasting Senna, with those games in the list, he still has more gold than everyone else in the league. Like, this bot lane is the most dominant bot lane. 100 Thieves are doing incredibly, incredibly well. They are alone in first place. They are half a game above Cloud9. This is a very strong team playing incredibly well. And this one, it wasn't really about Someday. Like, he held on nicely. Yes, he obviously played it pretty well. But, hey, he was playing weak side. He burned a cleanse, but he had to play weak side. The other four, though, absolutely phenomenal stuff. 100 Thieves came through with a win against an incredibly strong team, and deservedly so are right now in first place. Now it's time for us to step away. But when we return, this day from Analyst Desk, we'll be breaking down that win, so stay tuned.
Jake from State Farm. I would like to formally extend my gratitude for the Russell rate on my insurance.
Do you mean surprisingly great rates from State Farm?
I don't believe in accepting help, but I'll make an exception.
Here's the deal, Russell. There's no special rate. These prices are for everyone.
With the oak and the eagle as witness, consider us square. I made that from memory. I know your face that well.
You want the real deal? Like a good neighbor? State Farm is there.
Welcome back to the LCS, everybody. Before we jump into our post game, I do want to acknowledge Crumbs has left, or actually Crumbs is here with us now. Kobe has left us and will be casting later on in the day. But Crumbs, how you doing, my friend?
I'm doing great, especially after that game. That was a really fun one. Quinn in the top lane finally is making a resurgence in the NA. It was Niles that had to bring it out, but finally Alfari picks it up, but still doesn't get a win, though. So maybe people will be disillusioned of the pick after today.
Yeah, I think we're all in unison on the desk here. Emily, you were saying right at the start how this was turning into such a fun game for us to watch with these top teams.
Yeah, I mean, I actually like the Quinn pick here. I like that they're just basically like, we're going to believe in you, Alfari, to carry from this top lane and set up the matchup. I really loved this game, actually. I thought both teams made some really smart, like, moves and then counter moves against each other. And this is like one of the better games I've seen out of LCS this year.
Yeah, I think all the plays that you saw happen in the game usually felt like there was a good cause and effect between them. I think sometimes when you're watching, there's like, oh my God, why is that guy dying there? Even like, this 2v2 kill, which it's not to say that was played perfectly, but it's a situation where because there's that small bit of jungler influence, 100 Thieves was able to exploit this as hard as they could to get a laning 2v2 kill, and that's how a lot of this felt to me, where people were looking for the right plays to make. And like I said, not perfect play. As Azale pointed out in the broadcast, there was an opportunity where the Quinn mistimed her E for the knockback and stuff like that. But overall, like, there was a ton of there was 4 kills in the early game. It wasn't a ton of kills, but every single time it was usually a pretty clear reason for that to have happened versus like, oops, big mistake, or just random fight that they could make happen.
Yeah, and a good reason in those 2 replays was the first one, jungler spots out Lily in the top side, so you can be really aggressive there. No one's going to gank it. And the bottom side, your jungler is on that side of the map. He has it on lockdown, so you can continue to look for an all-in. Even though you misplay mechanically, it was still the right idea.
And I know one thing that we've talked about, and we've actually tried to bring up this graphic a few times in the past to show like early river control and how important it is to get early scuttles, early drakes. 100 Thieves absolutely owned this in this game. I was really, really impressed with their ability to get priority where they did in the bot side and then be able to transfer that up to top side to get those Rift Heralds as well. This is, like kind of insane numbers for the river creature slain. Obviously, we could add a little like tick over at Baron because Baron ended up biting back at Huhi, but I thought their especially their early Scuttle, Drake, and Herald control was really impressive.
Especially the first Herald I love because it's a bit of an old timing window that used to exist with Dragons, where on blue side, if the blue side team went to go pick up their blue buff, the red side team would have an opportunity to get the Dragon on the flip side of the map. Here it was the opposite, where the red side team is picking up their blue buff, and because the jungler is allocated down there, Closer used that timing window, despite having what should be a losing matchup on the top side, to secure a Rift Herald without demanding that his bot lane flip up there to get it. And so that just shows some really great mastery of knowing when people and where they will be on the map to get free objectives, basically.
That level of control and the synergy of a team is something that we have focused on with 100 Thieves bringing so much power. But Crumbs, we've seen also individual performances from each of these players and some great displays of mechanics.
Yeah, so while TL didn't win, we did get to see a really interesting dive combination between Quinn and Kai'Sa. So Kai'Sa often gets selected to have a pairing in your diving champions, but the Quinn-Kai'Sa combination was really powerful and just zoning out FBI. So by himself, you'd think Ezreal very safe here, but because Quinn's E is just going to follow him, she instantly tags the Ezreal, and it's just so difficult to get away from. It was a really cool display, and maybe we get to see glimmers of what TL had in mind if this composition were to get ahead and get on the map, flying around everywhere if the Quinn got to pop off. So really cool to see that Quinn can be more useful than just as a Renekton laner counter.
Emily, did you have something there? Are you just enjoying the aspect that we got?
Oh, no, I mean, because like I said, Quinn has like positives, she has negatives and positives, right? And the only time we've seen her otherwise was when Niles played it in lock-in tournament, I believe, in NA. But it is like, I do think it's a strong counter pick. Obviously, she is like incredibly, incredibly strong in side lanes. And I just really liked seeing it because Again, I think if we look at North America, sometimes they're a little bit more hesitant to pick those red side counter picks that are just lane counters that might not work as well in 5v5 fights. And I think we saw them using the Quinn like pretty well here. And I just like that they locked it in at all, because I want to see more teams try risks like this, even though TL didn't end up winning.
I like the Quinn, don't get me wrong. I just want to make sure that the players that can play ranged carries are picking up Quinn. If you're all about melee champions, stick to melee counters. Don't just try to pick a ranged champion in the top lane and then get bodied there, because I think she has merit. But if you're not that kind of player, just don't bother and pick something else.
Are you calling out Afari?
Not him. He needs more games, more than one here.
We did see what they were trying to do when you have the Quinn and you want to be able to split push there in the end. But Mark, even with that attempt on the side of Team Liquid, 100 Thieves were just barreling down into their base and really committed to making sure that was the game-ending play.
Yeah, I think it was a cool ending for the side of Golden Guardian. Or excuse me, 100 Thieves.
You're calling them
Team
Golden
Liquid.
Still happening.
No. We're going to glaze right over that. Team Liquid did win a Drake fight to keep this game close. And that's why it was so cool to see this back and forth. But here was just such a sick fight from 100 Thieves. They dived the back line with Closer, being able to get the first kill onto Santorin. They follow through and try to finish off Tactical. And it's FBI hopping the wall and having really good target switching. He was kind of stuck hitting backline with Jensen. There was this kind of stalemate in the river while that dive was happening in the jungle. And as soon as he saw a higher priority target available to him, FBI switches targets, hops the wall, and that's how they're able to get Baron. And then from there, knowing that they want to end the game with this Baron buff, and they had a lot of cannon minions stacked up, they actually just sat on the cannon minion wave and escorted in. I thought there was no way that they could actually end the game from that position, but the cannons did so much work on the turrets, it pressured Team Liquid to actually kind of force a fight, and Santorin had forced this sleep, and from there, 100 Thieves was actually able to close out the game.
I think it's a move we need to see more teams do. Just stand in front of the enemy and say, we're stronger, we're going to end the game, and you need to find the fight that's going to win it. Otherwise, this Baron is going to win it out. So I really like that 100 Thieves did this, and I want to see more teams do more of it. I think TL has been showing some of those moves when they get the Baron and they think they can end the game. They'll commit to the push, but 100 Thieves really showed, I think, the best one thus far.
Well, there hasn't been much of a question around what they're able to do when they are in that team fighting scenario. Before we close things out, Emily, I just wanted to ask you, when looking at the early game, as fun of a time as we had watching it, are you excited to see the continued development of 100 Thieves, being that there was so much strength even in the laning phase when they are up to doing their own thing?
Yeah, I mean, if you look at this 100 Thieves team, I feel like their greatest, I mean, we kind of covered it on the dive segment, right, in the countdown. Like, their greatest strength and weakness has been themselves, right, in terms of going for these early plays. And
aren't we all?
In none of, I know, right? It's very relatable. In none of those plays did I think like, oh, I'm sad that they went for this. Like, oh, this is definitely a bad idea. It's more like setting up the execution, making sure that everything is in the right position in terms of minion waves, in terms of where is the, enemy jungler on the map? What is the other team doing at this time? And I think not only was this just a really good like back and forth early game from both of these teams, like obviously, again, not perfect. There's a lot of stuff to nitpick about, but generally, I really liked all of the punching, counter punching that was being done. And I also think we saw the strength of 100 Thieves here, where in their losses, it's come down to execution and not like, oh my gosh, this draft is bad, or like they don't have an understanding of how they want to play. They definitely have an understanding of how they want to play, and the execution here was really strong.
I also want to add to that I think that the TL comp was way harder to execute than 100 Thieves, and they purposely put themselves in that position to get the practice, obviously. So I think that they had some hiccups pulling it off, but the fact that they're continue to try is a commitment to what they have been communicating, which is that they're trying to be a more aggressive and a quicker team.
Challenging themselves and performing well to boot. That's exactly what you want to see from these two teams that are contending for the top spots. We are going to take a short break before we go to game number 2, but as we go, it's time for another dose of Sage advice.
And now, it's time for Sage advice from a literal world champion.
A long-term duo can get stale. Well, that doesn't mean you need to throw them out and find a new one. Shake things up, keep it interesting, swap up your roles. Never know what you might discover.
This has been Sage advice from a literal world champion.
Your Honda MVP! Dreams aren't achieved overnight. They take passion. It's Mr. World, right? Dedication. And even then, there are no guarantees. But for the LCS, that's the power of dreams. Too bad! It means you never give up. It means you always play again. Honda, proud automotive partner of the LCS.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back for Immortals versus TSM, a battle that many thought would be, you know, a sort of bottom table bout, but based on yesterday, both teams really impressed.
Both teams coming off some really strong games. TSM had by far their best game, I think, of the year, even including lock-in. They looked really strong against TL. They were able to have some good proactivity, I think, you know, matching some of these plays that TL was trying to go for, coming out on top in a lot of these fights. And I do think that Huni had a much better game. Huni has been a weakness for TSM. In his interview post-game, he talked about, you know, some of their struggles with coordination, and that looked like it had been shored up. Immortals as well, coming out on top over EG, one of the teams that has been at the top of the table. Xerxes and Revenge in particular really did seem to pair up to create a lot of action for the team. And Insanity bringing out the Tristana mid. I like the Seraphine bot lane for Raze. I think they had some nice wrinkles to this draft, pretty creative stuff, and I think they're picks that should be seeing higher priority.
Absolutely agree. I mean, I'm a super big Seraphine fan in terms of her power level. Like, she should be played in almost every single game. I am surprised more teams aren't picking her up because you really should be in almost every single draft, even if it's just the ban list. And so I'm glad we have teams like Immortals who will pick her up, play her in multiple roles, and then have comps that work based on which role she's played in. So big fan of that one. On the TSM side, I want to sort of share my thoughts, one negative and then one positive. The negative is sort of you know, a lot of people gave TSM so much credit for the last game. Like, look how well the early game went. You know, finally good game for TSM. But a big part of why that game went well was because of one team fight in bot lane, where like PoE TP'd down reactively to an aggressive play. You are not going to get that fight every single game. They did not do a ton proactively in that game. They have not like definitively solved their early game problems. And that's the negative I want to share. The positive is, but their mid and late game are still very, very good, right? They only have like the one kind of big weakness. They're still 3-2, like they've still managed to get to this point in time, but you know, they have not just unequivocally solved their early game just because of one good play in one game.
I agree completely. You know, it hasn't been solved. Even in that game, their solo lanes were actually losing the laning phase, but I still think it's baby steps, right? It's improvement. This is a team that I think, especially in some of the earlier games, had looked very rough, and their previous 2 wins, they looked lucky to get. That last win yesterday, I think, was their first solid win where it was like, hey, you played a really good game, you coordinated well, and those are the kind of steps that people want to see, because I think a lot of people know TSM has high potential to be a strong team with some of the individual players on this team, but they have got to be able to coordinate, they have got to be able to come together and really improve week over week. Getting into the draft here, we see Seraphine is actually banned out here by TSM, so worried about a potential pick for Insanity or Raze. Kai'Sa remaining high priority, and with the Hecarim coming in, you're already seeing some of the makings of a potential dive comp.
Yeah. Ironically, one that could use Seraphine really well, but obviously that's going to get taken maybe first pick, so, you know, I get it. Like, I'm not saying this is a bad draft, just, man, wouldn't Seraphine work great in this comp? I love the back and forth Kayn hovers, though. I'm glad that Spica still hovers it every game. His LCS debut was the rare no upgrade Kayn. It was a tragic game. It was really, really horrible. Since then, it got a lot better. He's still been a pretty solid performer. Regardless, though, we get the horse comp on both sides there. Hecarim on one side, Lilia on the other, with, yeah, some pretty solid engage, right? Insanity getting his most play. The Orianna's back up with a Camille debut.
Okay, Camille coming through here for revenge once more. This is actually the same pairing for jungle and top that they did have yesterday against EG. We'll see what the answer will be here for Huni. And also, if there's going to be anything like any sort of support Galio or whatever coming through, I think Galio could actually be pretty high priority, potentially for either side. I do think Galio works well, both with the Hecarim as well as with that Camille. Victor, I would be very excited to see, and it is actually going to get locked in here. So Victor coming out has not been very popular in the LCS, but I tend to think it's a pretty strong pick these days. Have been seeing it more in solo queue, and I do think that ever since they actually changed his passive and you add in the new items, you have more flexibility in your earlier build path. It's more comfortable for him to get towards early mana items, which make his laning phase, I think, somewhat stronger.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I think it's really nice. He gets to build the Mythic on par, and yeah, because his mana per level went up, he got a pretty similar compensation, and yeah, he was overtuned for a while. They figured it out. Yeah, I think it's a great champion. Definitely good stuff. Comes with free rallies in the ultimate once you help and everything. It's pretty solid. Now looking at any desynced roles, of which there's a couple. You've got an unanswered top laner one side, unanswered bot laner on the other. So, yep, top lane bans for Immortals. What kind of things could Huni play that would be good into Camille? Well, I'm still curious if Jack's going to be on that list, because Jax has tended to win that side of the matchup almost every single time. Huni's the kind of guy who I feel like should know Jax, so that really is where my eyes are leaning. Thresh and Senna go off the table as things Lost and sort of don't want to play around. Still waiting, though, for Immortals' last ban.
While you would think it would be a Huni-style pick, he only has 4 Jax games in his entire career, right? And he doesn't seem to be bringing it out. So maybe TSM don't want to play that style. Maybe they're not comfortable with him on it, or for some reason he doesn't really like the champion. But it's not going to be banned out. So at the very least, Immortals don't seem to be worried about it. And until Huni actually shows us that he's going to play it, I don't think they have a reason to worry. I think you could go towards something like a Malphite. You can go tanks like even Ornn. Huni seems to be defaulting to the Gnar an incredible amount of the time, so I wouldn't be shocked to just see him go towards that. I think Shen is a great answer, though. It fits the bill both as a tank. It also enables the Hecarim. You can ult onto the Hecarim for those backline dives to be that dive buddy for him. And it also does just straight up win the matchup against Camille. Camille really needs to either get ahead with the jungler or get multiple items in before you start actually winning this 1v1. Because Shen, I think even at 1 item completed, at 2 items completed, you can easily win this. And if you're ahead, you can continue to win this matchup for a very, very long time. As long as you have good parry timings, you just need to use the parry to actually avoid the true damage Q that could potentially come through.
Yep, so TSM going to give Sword Art counter pick yet again. Obviously could have claimed the Alistair, is a great champ alongside a Kai'Sa, is great against a Camille. They weren't ever going to lose their Shen, but they said, no, we would rather get counter pick on support than grab priority down there. I also like the Shen for another reason, which is I think TSM have played better and better the more they can focus on bot lane. It's 2 games in a row now. We get Pantheon support for Sword Art to let him play aggressively, to let him kind of lead the charge here. And a lot of it is from watching the Pantheon game last time, he mostly stayed in lane. The less he's been roaming towards mid, the better TSM have looked. Shen can come down. Obviously, Hecarim can dive there as well. Pre-6, Xayah is incredibly diveable, so I want to see TSM focus bot. I think it looks good when they do so, and we'll see if Raze and Destiny can handle that because they have not had a good landing phase so far this year.
No, they haven't, and sometimes you're able to kind of paper that over with some of the unique picks. We saw them bring out the Seraphine yesterday, where it's less important to have an incredible laning phase because of all the utility you bring. When you're playing a champion like Xayah, you need gold. Your job is to do damage. That's what you're there for. It's not about the utility. So it will be interesting to track that matchup, and it also does really add another champion on top to help assist with a dive. We have the Hecarim ult to reach that backline. We have Pantheon now. We have the Shen ult to follow up. Kai'Sa has come through to be able to dive in the backline. Even Victor has not the best backline access, but decent. There's pretty long range actually on the laser, and you can throw your ultimate in fairly far away to chase down onto people, especially if they are getting CC'd. So a pretty clear objective here over on their side. And then you're looking over at what Immortals want to do. They have some pretty solid split push here, you have to say. Grasp being taken by Camille to try to help assist with that lane, and their 5v5 is also very powerful. They have a lot of AoE as far as the damage between Xerxes and Insanity. They have the potential follow-up of a multi-man Xayah route, a lot of engage, so I do think they mostly want to be looking for kind of more the front-to-back 5v5 style, play some side lane with Revenge, whereas I think Huni, Spica, it's going to be their job to find different engage angles, to try to get flanks, to try to get onto the backline here of Immortals and really disrupt their game plan.
All right, on to the Rift we are. Nice. I love any player who will drop the ward at the end of the recall. You can drop wards, I believe control wards as well, while actively channeling recall. It will not stop the recall. And so you get your ward as late as possible, right? It's going to start timing out from the second you put it on the ground, so the later that you can place it, the longer that ward lives and is useful. Switch to sweeper as expected. And this is one of the little microcosms of bot lane, is occasionally you'll have a champion like Alistair where at level 1, they can't walk on you. They can't do anything. But you can't face check them because, you know, they'll just pulverize you and you lose. And so you have to like sit in the brush and wait for them to walk up. Nice sweeper play. Nice adaptation. Okay, it's not in the brush. We'll check left side. Okay, we found it. TSM going for the deep invade. And this red is going to be poached away. Now, it's not going to delay Lilia all that much. Xerxes was already willing to kind of give this one up. But it does mean he's going to be a little bit late to this Raptor start.
This is actually really interesting. Xerxes really did anticipate that dive. He was invade rather, not dive.
Yeah.
He was standing in mid lane. He wasn't actually committed to either side of the jungle, so I think he was worried about the potential late invade here with the level 1 on Pantheon. It's very, very strong. So he was ready to either go to his red buff if they didn't go for the invade or immediately go into a more cross-map, split map type situation, and that is where they are going to end up for now. We'll see if they hard commit to that, as it does look like Hecarim is going to go down and do that full 3-camp clear on that bot side. Very likely we'll see Xerxes be able to complete that himself as well, and it's just going to go into a cross-map situation where Huni is the one kind of isolated. Immortals are going to be playing towards their top lane, but their bot lane could be in trouble here. If they can't actually clear out some minions and get level 2, Spica's going to hit 3 here, and you could get dove.
Yeah, they really could. Here comes the attempt. They need to knock down a couple more minions. They're not going to get it, so there's the big combo. The flash is not going to matter. First blood already in there for Lost, and Destiny's in a bad spot as well. However, the health bars are getting a little bit low. They can reset the turret. They will not get much more out of this, but what a beautiful start to this game. TSM focusing on bot lane. They get a first blood at 2.5.
Really well done there. You have the Pantheon, so much damage. An easy setup from your support position very early on. They set up that cross-map position with the invade level 1, they take away the red buff, do a bot camp clear, and they have this timed out so that Spica will hit level 3 right as the dive is ready to go. He pops the ghost, he has the E active, Raze flashes away, pops his cleanse, but he's still level 1, and there's so much damage coming in. There was never a chance to survive that one, so really good stuff here from TSM. But I wonder, you know, could Immortals have fought more heavily for the wave, you know, knowing that it is this split map situation? Could they have tried to take down an extra minion or 2 earlier? Because that's all it would have taken to maybe change things up.
So I was watching it pretty closely. There were still 3 melees alive, so that's a lot of damage to deal, right? Like so they would have to play the lane a lot more aggressively. And TSM was playing the 2-on-2 in their phase from the very, very start. I'm not sure if Destiny should have learned Headbutt at 1. I don't know this 2-on-2 all that well. I've not played a ton of this exact matchup, but basically Immortals from the very start were getting attacked and had to seed the wave. Again, maybe they could have played it differently, but yeah, they were not close to 2. TSM kind of ensured that. If they had Pulverize, like as soon as Sword Art lands a stun, you pulverize him, and he's going to out of the turret afterwards. So, different abilities may have changed that fight as well. But regardless, yeah, as it was, they were not close to getting 2 themselves.
Yeah, and this buy hurts now because not only did he not get a kill, over on the side of Raze, he didn't get any farm before he died, right? So now he's not down that much farm, but he didn't get to spend any gold. So you look at the current items in inventory. Lost went back, bought 2 long swords and a refillable. Raze went back and bought a control ward.
Yeah.
As in not the most exciting buy there for a marksman after you've already been killed off once and have no summoners. So if TSM can lock them into this laning phase and not allow Raze to get an easy base off, it's going to be a tough spot.
And even if you are a Vision Stan, Lost got a control ward too. He just put it down, so now you can't even gank him. He's got a ward in Tri-Brush. Okay, that one finally got control warded by Raze, so congrats, but he's out in a river. There's not even a gank path out there, and fortunate for Lost, even his flash is still up, so he's going to feel pretty comfortable overall. And hey, look, Xerxes came bot lane, and he's like, yeah, this ain't possible. Even though he's level 5. Like, he's got stats, but they just don't think they can kill Sword Art.
Yeah, and you don't know where Spica is. That's the real danger, is they haven't had eyes on Spica in a while. So if you go for that play and Spica is in the bush, maybe the game's actually just over, right? If you hard commit to that, this is your moment to try to come back into the game, and instead you just feed over more kills to this Kai'Sa, put him further and further ahead, then that can be devastating. So they decide to just bide their time, try to survive as best they can, and not risk their game on this engage.
What's interesting is they probably could have forced it because Destiny had flash. You could flash headbutt Pulve Sword Art when he goes for a melee minion and just run Xerxes in there. Yeah, again, the risk is really high. The game might just end if he is getting counter ganked, so not going to happen. TSM getting a very early dragon now at 548. That's a pretty nice one there as well. Yeah. So all across the board is going to feel comfortable. Huni is splitting farm with Revenge. It's an uninteractive top lane. Will say, though, Revenge has been doing nicely. He got to walk back to lane once with some items, able to collect the rest of this wave, meaning his farm's going to look good. So Revenge is winning up there, at least by a little bit, as Huni's now going to match the lane himself. Mid lane's fine. Jungle is, of course, yes, the gank is nice on Spica's side, but at least they're farming equally. Bot diff is the important part of this game. Only a 300 gold difference between these teams.
Yep, not a huge difference, and Raze has done a fine job of getting farm, after that first blood, has been keeping fairly even, so once he gets a buy-in, the power is not going to be so far different. Revenge did do a good job in the early laning phase, as you were saying. This is an expected winning matchup for Shen, so the fact that he's actually up in farm is a pretty big win. The one kind of wrinkle to that is he did go Grasp to do it, and Conqueror is very effective against tanks, especially when you get later on into the game. That is one of the reasons that you can start to take over in that 1v1. So sacrificing a bit of the mid and late game for this early game power, and as a result, we'll have to kind of track if that ends up being worthwhile.
Yep, tier pickup on both sides for the mid laners, as kind of expected. Any mana-hungry mid gets a lot of value out of just picking up tier and using it. Very, very, very strong item this season. Can't recommend it enough. Gonna feel comfortable. And yeah, second or third item, you go Saris, because at that point, it's just a really efficient source of ability power. PoE pretty much constantly saying, hey, I'm gonna try to force you back with the W. If the stun lands, like last time, he puts in the ult and the E and chunks the guy a bit low. Insanity's health pool, not ideal, but not in that much danger of dying, so gonna be just fine down there. Still, the game is only about 500 apart, no gigantic differences. And we're just kind of waiting around now for the next big play. Obviously, TSM comfy with the fact they got the first dragon, but Herald's coming up in 20 seconds, and that's likely to be the next focus.
Spica is here. Destiny's going for this play, but Spica is going to make a bigger difference than this level 5 Alistar will.
They find the stun, but Huni had to flash away, so now Spica's going to try, finds the charge, is going to fear him backwards. Ulti comes down from the Camille, and Destiny just has nowhere to go. The fear was going to be too much for him, is going to get dropped off the table, and now Revenge, yeah, good luck. You've got Xerxes nearby, so you can maybe go for a bit, but get stunned right in front of the turret. Revenge forced to flash away from the play he went for. That's a punish, and Revenge going to take the recall.
Really just underestimating how much damage a Pantheon can do. Yes, it is a support Pantheon, but he already has that serrated Dirk, and You have the Doran's Blade HP, but he had bought that Sheen, he had bought a Cull, he didn't really have any defensive stats. So Pantheon with the Empowered Q, with the Ignite, does so much damage. They're trying to answer this play though, and Sword Art's already really low. TP coming in from Revenge.
Xerxes 7 with Flash could go for the big sleep, but ultimately with Raze not there, it would be engaging a 4v5. And sleep or not, that seems pretty bad when Power of Evil and Lost still have their own ultimates available. So it is TSM sending all 5 to get Rift Herald. And with Summoner Teleport, who's going to be able to not lose any plates down there?
Okay, so we can watch this one more time as the teleports did come through. Power of Evil backing way off to make sure that his TP wasn't able to be answered. And remember, Orianna had already TP'd back to lane, so that makes it a complete bailout here for Immortals, as Destiny was always slated to go down. One minor note is I do think that Cloud is actually really good here with the ultimate CDR reduction. Because TSM has so many impactful ultimates, all these champions actually have pretty long cooldowns on the ultimates and do play pretty heavily around them. So always going to feel really nice to be able to grab that early Cloud.
Yeah, I really agree. And it's interesting because I think both proactive and reactive ultimates do benefit from the cooldown reduction. You know, like, let's take Shen, for example. Let's say you're not a proactive team and you're just going to Shen to keep people alive. If there's a really long window between that being there to save you and an enemy team is pushing you really aggressively, well, that's frequently gone. It's frequently not up, and Huni can't save anyone. But it's in a proactive game where he's going to be joining Spica, he's going to be joining Sword Art, they're going to be going all the time. That's just a ton of pressure. They're just going to be constantly at Immortals' throats, and it's going to feel really good in those games as well. So this one's going to feel really nice. 1,400 gold lead. Obviously, they got the Herald, no problem. Next Dragon's coming up pretty soon. Destiny looks for a Hex Flash play, not going to find it as Lost just goes for the Control Ward instead. Hands the gold over to Sword Art. What a true homie. Going to give Sword Art extra money there so he can get his Umbral Glaive sooner.
Going to be feeling pretty good about that. And to speak about the Shen a little bit, I am always much more of a fan of the proactive Shen plays than the reactive ones. Sometimes you have no choice and you just have to drop your ult to actually save your teammates, and okay, that's fine. It's not an incorrect ulti, but when you are setting up the play, you're just so much more likely to get value from it. And because especially in the early levels when you're not purchasing CDR and the cooldown is very long at rank 1, a lot of the time, if someone's just really low and you just have to drop the ulti, you get nothing more than maybe saving their lives. You can't actually get a kill off of it. Whereas when you're setting up the play, when it's on a dive, the Hecarim is going to get you access onto the back line. You will be there for the taunt. It is often much more valuable.
Yes. And you just get so much done. You can keep the pressure going. You get the objective afterwards. Mountain Drake is live. Spica's like, I'm here. I'm galloping down to the bottom side. It's time for the next one. And this is kind of amazing. Like, TSM are basically going to the source of the global. Like, normally you would want to attack the Shen because who's he going to save? He can't, ninjutsu himself. He's just got to die. And TSM are like, no, it's fine. Actually, Shen's the strong side. Which is counterintuitive. That's not... Yes, I know his match is supposed to be good into Camille, and yes, it's working well, and obviously he's got that kill and whatnot, but I mean, if TSM are winning the Shen side of the map, like, imagine the side where the Shen can join at the drop of a hat. Like, this is just TSM in complete control.
They're looking really, really good. They're having a pretty strong early game here for themselves. Both Dragons taking it on very early. Pantheon looking for an ulti top.
Straight up 2-on-2, Pulverize, and the Shen. Here we go. They won the bottom side. They're going to win this one, even through the ulti. There is just no way out. The feathers fly. They don't matter. The root doesn't do anything. TSM are marching towards, perfect game pace right now up against Immortals.
They're crushing. You talked about it. It was you could feel it in your bones. They were going to make that play on the other side of the map. How strong was that other side going to be? Well, pretty damn strong. Sword Art just straight up ulting on top of the Alistar, despite the fact that Destiny had his ultimate. It was some nice CC layering. Sword Art hits the stun, that forces the Alistar ult. Then Huni had saved his taunt for right after. There's just no escaping that. And Huni even here going for the Iceborne. It is actually Frostfire Gauntlet, excuse me. This is pretty strong if you want to try to continue to win in your 1v1. It's an item that I do really like because it can allow you to chase down the Camille. When you get ahead and you can outstat your opponent, go for an early Bramble, pick up the Frostfire, it allows you to win these melee matchups for longer than normal, but does have a little bit less utility than some of the other options.
Pulverized lands, Xerxes running away. This is already one kill on the Destiny, and the Herald charge is going to be pretty easy as well. Lost is able to get his share of the gold. Herald's not going to get too much more, but we're 1 minute away from turret plates dropping. And though technically one plate was killed in bottom lane, you can see that 4 on the minimap, no one has earned plate gold on Immortal's side. Even if you're going to be the biggest stickler of a perfect game, earning plate gold has also not been done by Immortals here.
So another nice play here from TSM. Xerxes looking for something, but Sword Art coming from that river. Spica's already there. Right place, right time. They're able to get another easy kill on the Alistar, who did not have his ultimate. So Destiny having a bit of a rough one. 0 and 3. He is going the Aftershock build, which gives him a bit of extra tankiness, but still, when you're this far behind, if you don't have your ultimate, you're pretty much paper.
Yeah, he really is. This is a tough look. This is really a tough look for Immortals here. They had picked up a couple of great wins. Evil Geniuses yesterday, Team Liquid right off of their lock-in victory back in Week 1. But TSM right now, way too tough of a task for them. They're at this point losing almost every single lane. Insanity's doing fine. He's trading farm with the Victor in mid, but otherwise it's bleeding all across the map. Top lane finally took some damage, may have at most lost a plate, but that's a great taunt. Huni gonna lock him right up, can't go any farther. Kill number 5. TSM just keeps picking up extra gold.
That's the proactive ultimates twice in a row. You see Huni going towards that top side. He was playing bot side. Sword Art in the previous one. Ults up towards top lane. Immediate Shen ult coming through. They get the kill there. Then this time it is Spica he is grouping up with. As soon as the ult is ready, you want to look to make that play. TSM have been on point with it and are cruising in this game. They're even going to be able to grab an easy second Herald here. They take down that tower. They will likely lose their bottom lane tower there, so no chance of a perfect game after that.
Rip.
Still, TSM is looking really, really good.
They are. What a good turnaround for them, especially when you consider the opening of the week was like, well, you beat Golden Guardians, but it looked really ugly. But yeah, they took the game to TL. They are taking the game to Immortals. Sure, you lost a turret, but honestly, you're taking so much more that it's going to be fine. TSM turning the corner early on in the season. Yep, no way out of this one. And a great taunt.
Exactly. Taunt flash, that was just perfectly done there from Huni. Revenge even flashed before the hookshot to try to make sure he wouldn't get interrupted on it, but Huni with a great follow there, locking him up, and now grabbing Lucidity Boots, reducing those cooldowns. Can feel really, really nice. I think in the past, CDR had been a pretty undervalued stat on Shen in competitive play. People really didn't go towards it, but especially when you have a game where you are ahead and you can look to make plays every single time that ultimate is up, that CDR is very, very valuable.
Yeah, definitely some good stuff right here. Double checking Frostfire, I believe. No, it is the Mythic passive still just for health and size and whatnot, but I think it's the ability haste is on the Turbo Chem tank, because I thought that got moved off of
There is some
Agents.
ability haste, I think, on the actual item.
Yeah, they all do, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So you have 20 on that, and then you get the Lucidity Boots. You have the Cloud Soul, they're not Soul, but the Cloud buff from the Dragon. So Huni can have a reasonably quick ultimate there.
Yeah.
And if you grab Bramble from here, you can actually just scrap pretty effectively with Revenge.
Yeah, I mean, he's already looking pretty good. The CS is pretty equal, but obviously his actual income is much higher thanks to all the kills he's been a part of and the turrets and whatnot. So TSM get their second turret by knocking down bot lane outer. The mid laners are just on their island. Yeah, Power People showed up once for the top lane play, and that looked pretty nice, but it's just, you know, it's about everything but mid lane, really, in this game. Everything but mid lane is having things going on. They're just like, Insanity is just watching his teammates die. He's like, I liked more when I was on Tristana, and you guys just fed me on Seraphine. Like, all right, I'll just keep wave clearing. And I'm sure there's more he could be doing, don't get me wrong, right? Maybe the roams could have been better or something else, but you're just watching everything fall apart around him, and it's like, oh, that's too bad. Part of people's like, this is great. This is cool. Team everything but mid, apparently, in this game.
I mean, it's tough because if you start roaming too much on Insanity, if you're the Orion and you're trying to run around the map, Victor has such effective wave clear that you're going to be losing your mid lane tower, right? You take a couple of roams, the wave is always going to be at your turret, you're going to be falling behind. You know, you're not the most powerful roaming champion, and because he had that early TP that had to go back to lane, thanks to some strong laning from Power of Evil, that's really the only time that Power of Evil even left his lane, right? Was that one TP towards top, and that was the advantage that he kind of gained through his laning phase. So for both of these players, they're both on really strong scaling champions, mages that can make a big difference in the team fight. And for Insanity, he's just trying to get strong and hope that he can find a big shockwave come team fight time, because they're going to have to find it here pretty quick. I think if you give over Ocean Soul to this team that already has a really strong Shen, the game is going to become so hard.
Yeah, I mean, you're already losing the DPS check, and it just tips the scale so much worse when they start regenning, 50 health a second or so in the middle of a fight. So that's a tough one there. Xerxes, I actually disagree, especially in this game of doing the Zhonya's rush. I think it made sense in the previous one where you're against like TF and a bunch of point-and-click stuns. This one, I think you just need to be a threat. Like, you just need to help tip the scales towards bursting someone, and I wanted to see Night Harvester, like, by this point in time, so that you can actually try to knock someone down over the battle itself. Is also going for the healing build. Again, really doesn't make sense with the fact that you're already behind. Like, you're not winning a long fight. You need to be dealing damage. So disagree with Xerxes' choice. It's not the biggest part of this game. Obviously, so much more is going wrong for Immortals that I don't got to dwell on it too long. But, you got to play a riskier build if you're behind because you have to take the risks to win.
Yeah, I can definitely agree with that sort of thought process. And we'll just have to see if there is any longer fights where, it makes a difference, or if there's a short fight where they barely miss out on that extra damage. That's when those builds really could have changed the swing of things. But thus far, TSM cruising. Gonna look for a play here on bot side, though.
All right, they get the Shen ult out. They snipe him down to half HP. The Swirl Seed's not gonna land at all. It hits minions and nothing else. And Revenge got ignited, gets dropped down to half health. Had to walk away from that one. Bot lane turret dies. TSM already got turret number 3. And PoE probably gonna knock down turret number 4. So TSM increased their gold lead to 4,000 gold. And we are 3 minutes away from Ocean Soul.
That's gonna be the big fight. Immortals have to challenge at that mark. And they're just trying to get as much gold as they possibly can to set up a potential teamfight win at that Ocean Soul. We can see the kind of two different sides. The defensive Shen ult used there. Immortals, as soon as they see that Shen ult coming through, they just back off. And yes, he keeps his teammate alive, but doesn't get anything more from that, compared to the previous ones we had seen. And now they're going to try to attack Huni, knowing he will be coming up towards this top side to answer. 3 members here from Immortals, hoping that Huni walks to ward or walks a greedy way, because I think if he's at the turret, I don't think you can dive this guy. So he's got to come out a little bit further. And if he does try to push out the next wave, I think he could potentially kill him. But as long as Huni's playing it safe, he knows members are missing.
Are they willing to try? I mean, they're spending so much time, and Huni, he spidey senses it, right? He's like, look, I see Ori answering mid, but no one's answering bot lane. Like, it's already been pushed in past the river. And I mean, good by Huni, right? Like, good read, well played. In retrospect, the best chance when he was hitting the melee minions. I don't fault them for saying maybe he'll go next wave, but it's a lot of time spent for nothing. And that's just like, well, I'm sorry, Immortals, you tried, and maybe you could have taken a bigger risk than that, but you just get nothing.
I just think they wouldn't have been able to ever kill him unless he's pretty far up. He didn't use his taunt. He has 2 completed items as a very high level member in this game. So Xayah would be basically doing nothing to him. You're pretty much dependent upon Xerxes to be able to burst him down. But this is, I think, a great example of Huni just playing smarter, right? It's these kind of moments that Huni was getting punished for in lock-in and even in some of their earlier games where he's playing weak side and he was getting criticized constantly for, well, Huni, you're on weak side. You don't see anybody. Why are you walking up and dying on Gnar when they could be in the area? And this is a great example of Huni evolving as a player, learning in this game that he doesn't need to risk that. Yes, he is losing a couple minions. Yes, you want to go grab that farm, but when players are missing and the only way that Immortals can come back in this game is getting picks, the risk reward just isn't there. So he makes the smart play, he sits back, and as a result, TSM going to be fully ready for this next dragon. They have all summoners available by the time that dragon spawns. Sword Art missing his Ignite, but that is going to be up. It's going to be a full-on battle, 5v5. You must expect every ultimate, every summoner going to be up.
And the gold growing and growing and growing. And TSM, 23 seconds and counting until Ocean Drake spawns. And Immortals will have to try to battle this one. They got rid of one ward. They get rid of a second one. They're trying to walk in. Scryer's movement, I like that spot inside the brush, and Revenge gonna walk in, look for Lost, look for Spica. The teammate's far away, but yeah, lockdown might have been worth it. You keep Lost in for long enough that the team can rejoin. Yeah, I could see it. Shen, of course, the top side. Huni, we know he's gonna ult down. Revenge has to run away from this one. Now the hookshot down for a second, but Immortals, they are gonna actively lose their base until they force Huni to join. Dealing damage to Dragon. They really can't delay any longer. They just must keep the pressure on. Here comes Spica with Huni coming around. They find the first bit of a dunk. Insanity going to flash away. Shockwave on the 2. The re-dive comes across. Lost over the top as well. Xerxes gets 1, and it's time to kite away. It's a 1-for-1 fight so far. Sorta at 5 health, but lives. And TSM are winning the fight by 3 kills to 1 now, as Xerxes and Revenge are now just running away. You have to imagine if he had 5 more damage, they get 1 more kill, and it looks a little bit nicer. But at the end of the day, the Ocean Drake is going to be knocked down here pretty easily. It is a 4v2 on the map. Stardust running back over, has his ulti. Xerxes, you're flashless, you're ultiless. This is not a dragon you're going to get. You're not going to make it happen. They can try with a Swirl Seed. It's not going to come through. Ocean Drake, Ocean Soul comes through for TSM.
TSM got everything they need now, it feels like, to close out this game. Immortals had a pretty good start to the fight, though. You know, Revenge had a critical ultimate to actually lock Spica in, so he didn't get really any distance. If you track Spica in this fight, the beginning of it goes fairly well for Immortals. So Revenge lands the hook shot, ults him in. So look at the ultimate from Spica, went nowhere. And then the shockwave comes across both of them, but the problems arise when Lost on the other side knows that shockwave is down, can go aggressive, and despite the start of it looking pretty good for them, there's no threats left for the Kai'Sa. He can fly into the back line, taking down multiple members and allowing them to secure that fight, secure the Ocean Soul, and really get very, very close to locking up this game.
Xerxes, the biggest damage threat in his team, and it could have been more. Wouldn't have changed a whole lot about this game, but I'm sorry. I'm hung up on the build. We'll move on. But I really hate it. It's being a sheep and not thinking about how the game's actually going.
So,
you didn't even use the zonies in the
fair,
fight. Yeah.
To play devil's advocate here, one thing I will say is going for the cheaper item build here allowed him to have 2 items completed for that dragon fight, right? If you go Night Harvester, you don't have your zonias completed, so there is the other side of the coin. Yeah. You know, I hear you. You would have liked the other build, but
Night Harvester Stopwatch. It's a good build. Just do that. Anyway, yeah, there's a fight going on. They're going to go for the play right now to Spica. Half HP already. Big damage there. Going to go for the re-engage, and wow, he's deleted. He's just gone. Revenge, goodbye. I know it's a 7,000 gold deficit. It's not a lot you get to do. Yeah, rough stuff going on. TSM taking more control over this one. Ocean Soul with the regen. And they're going to maybe set up Baron a little bit here. They've got Huni back in with the mix. Obviously, he's got 40 haste and items. He's got the Cloud Dragon to make it faster. Yeah, every single time they want it, Huni can join.
And you have Ocean Soul, so the Baron isn't that threatening, right? You can kind of tank it up and just heal through it. They have Power Upheaval and Sword Art zoning. They want to force a fight here. They know Xerxes also has no flash, so he can't even get to the pit.
Oh, big shockwave finds him a single kill in a second. At least there's some follow-up in Immortals. Can they get more out of the 4v3? They get the slow, but the sleep's not back available yet. That cooldown's too long. They get 2 kills. You still take Baron for 2 kills every day of the week, but at least signs of life for Immortals.
Insanity has been good with the shockwaves. Both in the lost fight around the Dragon Pit, he found a good one. Here again, he finds that 2-man shockwave, allowing them to get something back here as Destiny setting it up. Great engage from him, flashes in, headbutt pull right into that shockwave. Xerxes getting damage over top as well. But TSM had already taken down the Baron and are extending that gold lead here up near around 7,000. For Immortals, you're just praying for an Elder Dragon. That's really your only hope at this point. They've bought up a fair bit of healing reduction now. At this point, you can see Raze went straight towards that upgraded healing reduction with the Mortal Reminder, so he can get towards that 60%. If you do hit, I think it's 3 times within 2 seconds. That actually does apply. They have Oblivion Orb on Xerxes. They have an Executioner's on Revenge. But you also need enough damage to get through just the pure tankiness and the stats that they have. So it's so tough because you're so far behind. You have to buy these items. But as a result, your DPS is also lower. So it's like, how are you ever going to kill this level 16 Huni who's closing in on 3 items here and has Ocean Soul?
Right, yeah, and yes, you have to do it, but yeah, you went Mortal Reminder instead of what, maybe a Phantom Dancer or something, and okay, maybe you say we should have forced someone else. Like they do have Healing Cut on the Lilia now. They've got it on the Camille for a while, so 3 people with sources. Maybe not wrong to make sure that you can always apply the cut, but yeah, you'd love to have a more efficient build if you could help it. That just is more pure damage, but sometimes it's just what you're forced to do here. Ward's going down, mid lane turret gonna fall. TSM already at 6 there. Immortals have managed to get 3 kills and a turret all game. Insanity finishes Void Staff. That's going to be nice. Probably Seraph's next up on the docket, but Mana get to finish it this game. Red Bull Baron, still a minute left, and still gold positive. Like, this is TSM, who lost 2 champions as the Baron went down, and still have a positive gold difference from all the turrets they're killing.
And you look at the itemization, and that's where it starts to really hurt, is they're looking for Huni, but don't think you can actually kill him. He's just going to turn and fight.
Taunts in. Revenge has to indeed hook shot out. 2 level difference. Double pulverize comes across, but Huni not an easy target. Sword Art comes in. The taunt as well. And okay, Zhonya's cutting its weight there. Is Xerxes going to stay alive? Flash the way. Stays in there. Power People can't find the kill, so okay. That act has been useful. Insanity trying to get away. Able to do so just barely. But now Immortals are forced to run back to their base, heal up as TSM takes every single structure.
Lost was killing the top side. Power of Evil now going to be able to knock down this mid lane tower. Immortals trying to look. They do force out some flashes there, so Power of Evil and Lost did both lose their flash, but they have a base in absolute shambles.
The flash, shield comes down, puts his own up, and Sword Art doesn't even lose health as the fight comes across. Raze ults, tries to cut away, and yeah, he lives. But oh my gosh, was that costly. Huni's ult's going to come back before too long, and they can just keep the siege going. Baron buff timing out, sure. But TSM with some golden pockets decide, okay, no mid inhib yet. We will reset it. We know the Dragon's coming up in 35 seconds. Let's not risk losing champions right in front of the Elder. And they also may not get to shop as a result. So most of the gold right now is not getting spent. I'm imagining over 1,000 gold per member of TSM unspent, except for maybe Huni got to recall.
Yeah, Huni recalls, Power of Evil will as well. Looks like they're just going to call for the reset either way, because Death Cap is probably ready, I would imagine, for Power of Evil. I'm not sure how much more gold some of these members would have, but the item completions are just so big. You know, Lost has 3 full items, the Death Cap on top of everything that Insanity has. TSM are in retreat. Immortals are trying to pick off the members who didn't recall, but now the rest of the team has reconvened.
Getting that Scuttle's such a big deal because it means they know what Immortals are up to the entire time. Going for the pick on Sword Art. They know the cooldowns are gone this time around, but they can't quite get into the fight. Pee-wee zones them out. Headbutt Pulve comes across to get a deletion. They get one. They're looking for Huni now as well, but Speaking coming around the backhand side, looking for Xerxes. Shockwave not going to catch anything. It's a 2-for-1 so far. The re-engage finds a kill. 3-on-3, but Lost is here. He's already got a triple, and he's looking for the Quadra. Revenge is forced to flash away. The Devil for Insanity not enough to carry this fight. It's a 10,000 gold difference. There's minions inside the base, and the Ocean's still standing back up. Revenge is going to die for this one, and this is TSM. Whoop, they get the snipe, they get the killer instinct, and Lost gets an unofficial Quadra, walked into the base. TSM with the Bud Light Ace going to take home a victory, a 3-0 weekend, and a 4-2 record puts him in 3rd place.
Nicely done, TSM. Back-to-back days, looking strong here. Looking proactive with the Shen ultimates, controlling the Dragons, getting that soul. Really a great showing from them here today, and we saw them looking really aggressive even in the early stages. That was one of your criticisms about them yesterday against EL. This time they had that very early dive on bot lane. They had the really intelligent level 1 to set up this cross map situation where they take over the enemy's red side jungle. They farm those 3 camps. Spica hits 3 right as the wave crashes, perfectly timed out, immediate dive, putting their bot lane ahead from the word go. And we saw Lost coming up big in a lot of these team fights. Huni also on the other side of the map, smart when he needed to be, playing back when he was weak side, when they didn't have eyes on all the members and he could be at risk, playing patiently. And this is a TSM that feels like they're hitting their stride a bit. We have to see them continue to put together more wins, but this is more what people were expecting. This was what they paid for. This is the team that they thought they were building, and they didn't get it as much in lock-in. They didn't get it as much in the earlier games of the LCS split, but they sure as hell are getting it today. They sure as hell got it yesterday. They're looking good.
Yeah, Internet, you got to rewrite your memes. TSM lost. He is one of the best performing players on the team, and TSM are on a 4-game winning streak. They lost their opener to FlyQuest, they lost to Cloud9, and they've won 4 straight games, including some of those against some of the top teams in the league right now. Again, TSM are in 3rd at 4-2, off that 4-game winning streak. And the biggest thing is it feels like they have found the identity. I want to harken back to the interview to speak at the beginning of the week after that first win, and it's like, look, we have a lot of players who can play a lot of different ways. They got a lot of champions, we got a lot of different styles. We need to figure out which style works for us. The more I have seen TSM play bot-focused, the better they have looked. I want to see that continue. I love giving Sword Art counterpick. I love giving them priority over the 2-on-2. And Spica spending his early effort going there. The less I see Sword Art roam mid to help PoE, and the more they come down to his lane instead, the better that whole squad looks. And TSM look ready to take on the league if they can play at this level the whole way through. This identity is working for TSM. Lost is up to the challenge. Like, he was the big question mark. He seems good. Huni's playing weak side well. I'm a believer right now in TSM, and we'll see next week if they can keep that one going as well. Now, on the other side, we will hear from Lost on the Verizon postgame interview, so stay tuned for that.
I don't really consider it gear. It's an extension of who I am. It blurs the line between fantasy and reality. Sometimes, I can't tell myself from my machine. I think that's by design.
till we on top. Quit, I think not. Coming hot for the #1 spot, yeah. No key, got the game on lock, ayy. Big threes when I take my shot, ayy. On the rise and we ain't gon' drop. On the grind, it's our time. Just watch. If you want it, you can get it. Life gets hard, but don't you let it get you down. Go get the crown because our time is now.
Hey, we gotta get it. Gotta get up, gotta go, we gotta get it. Hey, they won't forget us. Made it happen and we all became legends. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it.
We can't be contained when we leave the game. My name will remain. We don't need the fame. You can keep the chain. We broke free, so things won't be the same. Nah, on the mission, gotta get it. Let's work. We were raised on the net. I'm raising my net worth, but it ain't about the money. Nah, it ain't about the cause. All that matters is the world knows who we are. Stars. If you want it, you can get it. Life gets hard, but don't you let it get you down. Go get the crown because our time is now.
Hey, we gotta get it. Gotta get up, gotta go, we gotta get it. Hey, they won't forget us. Made it happen and we all became legends. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it.
Know that our time is now. Yes, life can get hard, but don't ever let it keep you down. See, we are all kings and queens, and we all deserve crowns. So don't wait. Get up, go out, and get it. Now.
Hey, we gotta get it. Gotta get up, gotta go, we gotta get it. Hey, they won't forget us. Made it happen and we all became legends. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it. We gotta get it. Gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it.
Welcome back to the LCS and the Verizon post-game interview. I'm here with TSM Lost after TSM won. And I got to start there, Lost, because I don't think this question's ever been asked on the LCS broadcast. Lost is an interesting name choice for a professional player. A job where your success is predicated on winning, and you went for TSM Lost. What's the origins of the name there? Where did that come from?
I mean, my name was Zero before, and now it's Lost, so it's pretty easy to meme. I mean, there's enough memeing throughout my career that, I'm kind of just used to it at this point, but when you win, it doesn't really take into too much effect.
Okay, well,
But
that's a
yeah.
really great point, because you guys are now all of a sudden smashing. This weekend was incredible. What happened? Where was the turnaround for you guys?
I think it was a combination of our drafts got a lot more, in sync with, how the players wanted to play. And then I think overall we're just playing better and, feels like something clicked a little bit, at least for this week in particular. So I'm really happy with the way we played this week and, we showed up and win 3-0.
Well, within that, we began a conversation on Countdown at the beginning of the week when you guys were sitting at a 1-2 record coming into the week around TSM's ultimate power level, and whether or not that record lied to us about where you guys were. How do you assess your now 4-2 record? Is this legitimate? Do you feel you're better than that? Have you gotten lucky in a couple wins? Where are you at?
Honestly, we could have it was so easy for us to go 0-4. The two wins we got for our 2-2 record, complete heist, a complete steal on both wins. So honestly, it's pretty hard to judge a team's overall strength, especially if it's only been 2 weeks. And there's gonna be so many regular season games for both this split and next split that I think ultimately it just ends up to who improves faster and who clicks better as a team throughout the split, or both at least.
How do you identify improvement then if you're picking up the victories, but like you said, maybe didn't necessarily deserve a couple of those victories? I mean, because you want to feel good about pulling it out. You want to say, all right, well, we clearly did something right. But so often you have to continue to look to improve. So what's been the process for you guys over there at TSM in ultimately determining what areas of your game you need to target?
I think, like, since it's the second week in, a lot of teams, you want to figure out your identity, how your team wants to play. And then obviously on top of that, you have to do like strong team fundamentals, just game fundamentals in general that you practice in scrims. It takes a while for all of those things to become for your team to become good at. And, some teams don't even find their, team identity or team style until maybe playoffs or like weeks into their season. So improvement is pretty hard to define in general, just like team by team. But I think at the same time, you shouldn't like write a team off just because their record is really bad. Maybe their games have looked better, or maybe they improve a lot based off like 1 week of practice.
I mean, I think that speaks to the kind of the reformatting of the LCS this year, where just because a team is at the back of the pack now doesn't mean that's where they'll be at the end of summer. Final question to you, as you mentioned, time for improvement. You and Sword Art as a duo, a couple months in now, you've had a bit of time to gel. How are you feeling about the way you guys are warming into the league? Because a couple weeks ago, there was a big conversation around top bot lanes in the LCS, and there were 3 specifically that people were looking at: 100 Thieves, C9, TL. Well, when does your bot lane become a part of that conversation, or should you be there already?
Well, we just played TL, and you can make the decision after we play 100 Thieves in C9, I guess. And that's
all right.
That's the only way to see it. You just gotta show up, right?
Letting the play speak for itself. I love it. I love to hear that. Well, Lost, as we toss it back to the State Farm analyst desk, I want to thank you so much for taking the time to talk to me.
Thank you very much.
Thank you to both Dash and Lost. Great to hear from him after that victory. Seems to be keeping expectations for himself and the team somewhat measured, but recognizing how much improvement they have made so far in that effort of kind of figuring out TSM's identity after these 2 victories. Mark, what did you make of the comp that was brought to the table?
I loved it. Obviously, globals are strong, but I liked how they all work together. I mean, this is one of the Sword Art's best champions that we saw last year on the Pantheon. Grabs it again, second game in a row, second game that he looks much better on it. I also like the counterpick Shen to support Spica on Hecarim as a whole, just because I feel like Spica had a lot of support from Bjergsen last year coming from the mid lane, which enabled him to play a little bit more aggressive. And I like seeing them find ways to do it, because generally that's not PoE's style. Like, he's not going to be the Galio, the Karma mid, this kind of stuff. Usually he's a lot more of a hard carry. And so finding other ways to get these kind of supportive pieces around him with a dive buddy in the Shen was great. And then I just like the fact that it's double global. So like, even when Immortals want to make plays around their Camille with this split push, it's going to be hard because Shen's going to be coming in and stuff. So it works well for their team. It works well against the opponent's team. I loved everything about it.
It's cool to see that TSM is getting their bearings, finding their identity here, but know that 11.4 is going to change things again. So even if you can finally find a way how to incorporate your jungler into the mix, now you got to redo it. So I think that TSM can use this for confidence, but this is not a formula that will probably work in the next patch.
But that's the name of the game when it comes to League of Legends. Go ahead, Emily.
Oh, no, I was just going to say, I think for me, the big thing that I was always harping on TSM for, and this draft kind of fixes a bit, is, you have a very clear identity to this draft. You know what you want to do with it. And the thing that I was really criticizing TSM for is the fact that it looked like they were kind of all loading into the game and then having a very different idea of how they wanted to play that game. And here the draft supports them all having the same clear identity of like what this team composition wants to do.
That's why I think TSM is so interesting, because it's showing us that a team can look really terrible, but because you're making so many mistakes, it's just one little thing that suddenly puts everything into place and it makes it look so much better. And also in a game like League of Legends, you can just have one game where you run it down and look the worst in the world, and then the next one you actually turn it around. So the discrepancy between one bad game to a good one shouldn't be something that is too sticky on players and always being their identity in that one bad game.
Part of it is correcting the mistakes of times past, but also making sure you don't make them right off the bat here. Emily, we saw a strong start from TSM.
Yeah, so they have a split map, and TSM immediately go for this bot lane dive after they've gone and cleared out bot side jungle. And I think, again, it just shows that they came in, they're like, okay, this is our map setup. This is what we're going to do. We have a very clear-cut understanding of what they want to do early. And I know one thing that I believe Freak brought up in his intro is he was like, yes, TSM looked better, but I'm still really hesitant to say that they were better in the early game specifically. This showed, again, from the draft, a very clear-cut idea of what they wanted to do. There's a split map. We're going to go dive bot. We know we can pull this off. They do. They execute it. And then they were able to pretty much snowball the game from there. It wasn't like a clear snowball, but that was like just a really great start. And I never want to see a team do badly. Like when I criticize teams, I feel like everyone's like, oh, you love like, pooping on teams all the time. You don't. Like ideally, you want every team to go in and play super well. So I'm happy to see this from TSM.
Yeah, and seeing all of those elements come together, right? Pretty much everyone on the desk has mentioned the fact that there's been a bit of a lack of coordination in some cases for TSM, not necessarily being on the same page. But with the comp that they have brought to the table, Crumbs, it feels like you do have to make sure you're seeing eye to eye with your teammates to make these global plays possible.
Yeah, listen, the Globals has been a plan that Golden Guardians, the development team that we're all looking at as the lowest development team, is using it. The fact that TSM is picking it up just shows that there is a lot of value here, because out of nowhere you're just making such plays that the enemy cannot respond to. It's so easy to find ways to accelerate the game, to come together and synergize on a single play. And so here it is, the Hecarim being comboed with the Shen. What can Revenge do? You really cannot find a way to outplay this one. Yeah, there's nothing that you can do against the Flash as well on top of it. Maybe if you would have dodged with the ultimate when they're ready to commit everything for you, you just have to deal with the global. So it's another thing that MT have to think about, and it's just a plan that has been working for a lot of teams that TSM has quickly picked up.
Yeah, and just as a whole, I think it works well. There was a lot of those proactive plays that you showed in that replay, but there were a couple of reactive Shen ults as well to help keep people alive in situations. There was a bot play near the inner turret, which kept Sword Art alive through a dive. Like, those are the kinds of things that not only is it helping you find easier opportunities for yourself, but it's negating the opponents. And I think IMT looked really hamstrung this game and seemed a little unsure how they can attack this comp. So that's just another reason why it was so powerful, is not only enables all these things, but it also counters out a lot of the stuff that Immortals tried to do.
I just will put a little bit in here. Shen, really OP, right, with Impact playing it. Good against the Camille, good against Renekton, which are also really important in the meta right now. So I think Shen top might be rising in priority.
And we talked about the Pantheon to like lead off when we were talking about, again, 11.3 changes. But the big thing to consider is that it was pretty much just the jungle clear that we were worried about like being nerfed. He's still an incredibly strong support who does still a surprising amount of damage very early on in the game, even without items. And we also saw that here in a lot of Sword Art's early movements as well.
Everything else about Pantheon is still there, and then bringing Shen to the table really did allow TSM to stand united in this fight against Immortals. We are going to be kicking it to a break. When we return, we have EG taking on Dignitas, and it's going to be Captain Flowers and Kobe that are bringing you the cast. We'll see you there.
You've saved me so much on my insurance with that Russell rate. You become my muse.
Russell, State Farm offers everyone surprisingly great rates.
I feel like I captured your kind eyes.
You want the real deal? Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Welcome back to the LCS. My name is Captain Flowers. I'm joined by Kobe. We're taking over the desk here for the last 3 games of the weekend. And coming up here now, we've got Evil Geniuses facing off against Dignitas, which means taking on the many-faced man of the jungle himself in Dardoch.
I love this mini game. What champ will Dardoch play today? He is at 9 champs right now. He's looking for a unique 10 if he gets a different one. I've got my money on Graves. I feel like that one is an easy slot in. If it's banned, something like Elise or Rek'Sai, maybe. But get onto Twitter, show us what your answer is as well, and hopefully Dardoch will deliver. Honestly,
but you gotta go fast.
Yeah, you gotta go fast. Get in there right now so we can get your answers up. On the other side of it, dealing with the variety that Dardoch has shown here so far in the LCS and his prevalence for going towards the bottom side, I think EG are going to have to keep that in mind as Dignitas have a very high percentage of Dardoch's time spent near the bottom half of the map. And EG right now are looking to solidify, a better spot in the top echelons. We've had such a shakeup in the standings at the top side with Team Liquid dropping down to 3-3, TSM now moving up to 4-2. So which one is EG going to join right now? They are tied with Dignitas right in the middle, and EG have been making this really big case that they can separate themselves and join the upper half, but Dig are right there looking to snatch it away.
Well, we're already seeing a couple of those jungle bans towards some of the more popular fellas in the jungle here coming out from Dignitas. They're saying, look, we've got the jungle ocean. We don't need the top meta picks. We can just take those off the table. So Udyr and Olaf are banned away. On the other side, we've got TF, Rel, and Thresh all removed from the available pool here, trying to shut down some of the playmaking from Afromoon.
I was going to see if they're going to go after Impact at all. And they do ban away the Renekton from lock-in. You have memories of that still burned into your mind, Flowers, of how Impact was just hard carrying so many of these EG games. He has since then shown that he can do similar things, obviously on the Shen, but also like, Gragas, and has been a little bit more versatile. Yesterday, the Gragas didn't quite work out for them, though. Impact and Svenskeren with some early bloopers on the top half of the map did cost EG.
Well, we've got the Lilia first picked here for the side of Evil Geniuses. Again, this champion, I like to meme on the win rate a little bit, but 23% is pretty low, so we'll see if Evil Geniuses can figure out how to make this champion work. But on the other side, we are seeing something that is hitting so much success here recently. Fasting Senna with big old hungry Tom Kench right next to her.
Coming to a bot lane near you, Flowers. This is my #1 recommendation to bottom lanes out there. Get you a beefy Tom Kench, allow him to farm. Senna will be happy just picking up soul scraps, be able to scale that way. And honestly, she scales really, really nicely as a long-range DPS, especially with the buffs to attack speed and Kraken Slayer now working with the Q, people going the Kraken Slayer Rage Blade option. It's no longer, one of the lower DPS, more poke-oriented champions that they were using. Jizuke's jumping on the hype train of the Annie for Jensen movement that's going on. If you want to get out there on Twitter as well, join the movement. Only a few more retweets.
It's over. It's over 5K.
Post. They got it. Yes.
Yeah, they got it. It's over 5K. I looked at it right before I was supposed to be in here to cast this game. It was at like 5,020 or something. They got it.
Nice. All right. Well, we've got an Annie in our futures then. Jizuke is definitely a big fan. They're saving his pick till later in the draft, though, so I expect Dignitas to try and whittle down because Jizuke is one of the most bannable mid laners. In my opinion, if you take out the Ryze and the Syndra, then you feel way better about the possible options that Jizuke will have left up. We saw the LeBlanc yesterday, ineffective into the Tristana mid from Insanity. And then he kind of goes for more fringe picks. The Echo, I think, is probably the most fearsome, but it does feel like he's one of the ones with a very comfortable champion pool, and you want to take away some of the priority picks. Target mid lane if EG don't pick it early.
Well, we've got the Gangplank and Gnar there in the top lane, but a little bit of imbalance here in the first 3 picks for either side. Yes, it's AD carries. Yes, it's top laners, but considering jungle and support are not quite matched up here, means the bans might seem a little bit different. So Bard is banned away, stopping Ignar from being able to take control of that one and really be a ruckus, cause a ruckus, I should say, all over the map here with those rotations, as the Hecarim will be banned out by Evil Geniuses, trying to take away one of the choices here for Dardoch in the jungle. What's left here, Dig? What do you want to focus?
Too bad though, because he's already played that one, so I doubt it would be a repeat visit here for Dardoch. I think he still has plenty of options to go for. Again, I'm actually kind of surprised the Grave still goes through again. That's one of Dardoch's favorite champions. They are pretty physical heavy already though with the early Gangplank lock-in, so maybe he goes for the Elise or an AP option. It definitely does, have some possibilities of diving bottom if you have Gangplank Ultimate already on top side. Tahm Kench Devour can actually be used very effectively in diving offensively. You devour somebody out after they get the tower aggro and complete your dive that way. There's the Syndra I mentioned. They got one half of it. Actually, it's coming at the hands of EG and won't be the blind pick there for Saligo.
All right, Dignitas, you got to blind pick one of these. What's it going to be? Okay, let's keep on adding some more champions into Dardoch's pool, man. It is the Kayn. Anybody playing fantasy that managed to accurately predict Kayn? Hey, my applause is for you, because I don't know how in the hell you would have got that one right, but Dignitas is going for it, Dardoch's going for it, and the response from EG is grabbing the Seraphine. Incredibly powerful pick right now. That ultimate just completely breaks a team fight. It is so good in any and every situation, and Lucian will round out the draft here for EG.
Ooh, I actually like this. Lucian, they can put it if they want to flex it around. Looks like it'll probably be mid lane for Jizuke, but they still could flex if they really wanted to. Last pick up probably here for Saligo. Very good wave clear for Victor, but does have to worry about harassment from a Lucian lane.
Well, it won't be the Victor after all. Instead, we will have the Zoe picked up here for Dignitas, providing them with the much-needed magic damage this comp was lacking.
See if they go with the LPL style. When LPL mid laners are facing Lucian, a lot of the times they will go Electrocute instead of the Aerie. I want to see if he goes Electrocute burst damage. Bottom side, Ezreal Seraphine lane. Very annoying poke to deal with. Tahm Kench will be probably the fed Tahm Kench though, so you get extra levels. Your gray skin will do wonders for you there.
So one thing that I always look at when I see Seraphine in the game, besides my folder of Skarner and a Space Marine armor images to post on Twitter, is how does this champion work with the rest of her team in terms of who's got slows to set her up? Because her E becomes a root as soon as somebody is already slowed. So with Lilia and Gnar being able to provide that, that'll help a bunch. But early on in the lane, Ezreal doesn't really have any slows to apply, so Seraphine's not going to have as easy of a time setting things up.
Yeah, I mean, she can double cast them herself if you save it for your double cast proc. Right. And it is always nice to have that synergy, but not a must-have. It's still really annoying when you have to deal with these two champions constantly throwing out skill shots, especially if you lose control of your minion wave and they get pushing you early, because they can push you under tower and throw harassment at you that way. Like we said, though, for the Senna Tahm Kench, I think they will be pretty fine. Senna, if it is the fasting Senna, does get to try and answer a lot of those poke opportunities that Ezreal and Seraphine make. If they don't hit their skill shots, it is pretty easy for Senna to answer, and she's trying to look to get harassment off to farm up the souls that way as well.
All right, Kobe, let me talk to you a little bit, because I know you love talking jungle, so let's talk Kayn for a while, because what I've heard from Kayn mains and just that whole community in the past is that for a long time, everybody considered blue Kayn trolling and red Kayn's the right one to go. But the number that I always heard is the magic spot for the blue Kayn is you got to have 3 targets you can instantly blow up. Now, there are 3 targets that can be instantly blown up on the other side. There's 4, actually.
Yeah.
But this is also competitive play. So before we load into the game, before we see the keystones, because those always tell you which one it's going to be, which Kayn is this? Is it blue or red?
So for me, I would say, even though I like red more, higher win rate all around, waiting the extra 2 minutes is such a long power trough, because it's, even if you want to go red, it's so difficult to go it here. You have to get Gnar, catch him in mega form. Like, it's almost impossible to farm those souls because they're all ranged champions. So guess what? You're getting blue souls, Flowers.
Probably blue.
If you want to wait the 2-minute penalty to after you get blue transformation, then just sit on your hands and be no transformation Kayn for another 2 minutes until your red comes up. You can go about it, but I would say just go with what the game is giving you. They're all range champions. Immediately transform as early as possible, unless the game state is in such a state that you can handle it no problem and your team is that far ahead. Maybe you have that luxury, but I say blue all the way for this game. Plus, it's Dardoch here. He's looking to style on people. Get some lethality, go blue Kayn, get in there and one-shot these AD carries and the supports alike.
That's what I was going to ask next. Is it a blue Kayn, like true blue type of angle with the lethality and the one-shots and the solo queue nightmare? Or is it blue Kayn with a gore drinker just because you wanted to play red Kayn, but you got the blue?
Nobody wants to see that. If you're going blue, you've made your decision. Don't turn back, okay? It's like you pick Rek'Sai and then you go tank build and you see a Sunfire Rek'Sai out there. You're like, what the hell is going
why did we
on?
even pick Rek'Sai?
Pick a different champion then if you're not gonna go lethality in there. So honestly, yeah, let's see if we can get the blue Kayn. Also, blue Kayn works so well because they have Zoe bubbles. You're fishing with Zoe bubbles, low cooldown, doesn't cost her a lot to throw out. Somebody falls asleep, guess what? Kayn is a nightmare. He's going to come over, kill you in your sleep, and get out immediately.
That kill you in your sleep part got pretty monk a W there, man.
That's what happens when Zoe's in the game.
The horror movie version of Zoe. Which is actually just normal Zoe, but still. Okay, so we've got the Senna, we've got the Zoe, we've got Gangplank's global ulti. There's a lot of ranged potential over here on the side of Dignitas. But you know one thing I'm not seeing a lot of, Kobe? Engage. They're great at counter-engage. They're great at kiting back if you try to engage onto them. But in terms of being able to pick the fights themselves, I'm not seeing the tools here unless somebody gets tagged by one of those bubbles.
Yeah, bubbles or Lilia seeds. Two can play the sleep game, Flowers. See if Lilia can throw out these bowling balls, hit some people with some sleeps as well for them. And, you know, Gnar is always very tricky. If you have confidence in the player, and personally, I have very high confidence in Impact controlling the rage on his Gnar in the side lane, having good teleports, having good flanks with it, and he's earned that trust. He's proven it many times on this champion. So I think that he is one that can balance it pretty well. It's still kind of tricky. It's still pretty finicky. If worse comes to worse, though, the Gnar jumps in. As long as you're Mega, you're beefy enough to not die, and Seraphine can just roll out the Encore, bounce it off your head, extends the range about 4 more screens, and ends up charming a couple people to light them up.
Yeah, I guess that is one thing that they've also got to be aware of here with this roster being mostly these melee champions is Seraphine loves to have a couple of divers on her team to just extend her own ultimate range so she can stay 3,000 units away and just yeet that big old pink Ezreal ulti right down the whole lane. But that's going to take some careful positioning here. We know Lilia likes to try to get in the middle of everybody, go for the big multi-man sleep, but she's not a tank. She will have to make sure she's not overcommitting to that. Otherwise, man, there is so much damage on that enemy team for Dignitas to be able to blow these guys up. I'm looking forward to seeing how it plays out here. I hope we get some spice from early on. Even like, I want to see some level 1 invades. You're up against a Kayn. If Kayn gets set behind, he's just his poor little half melee minion with the edgy scythe and a Naruto haircut. Yeah. Like, there's a lot of plays that can be made to shut Kayn down.
Yeah, I also don't want to see Conqueror, because that would be your red. Let's see Mode of Truth. All right, Dark Harvest.
Okay, we got the Dark Harvest, baby. That means blue. Let's do it.
Good man, Dardoch. Good man. Let's see it. Now, Kayn also, there's some other intricacies. He annihilates Raptor camps just like Lilia does. So maybe we have some level 1 shenanigans. You can often see some weird routes where either Kayn or Lilia teams try and get double Raptors early on or fight over them and transition that way, because Raptor camp is so well positioned that if you can control early Raptor respawns on the 2-minute timer, you basically gain more mid lane priority by virtue of making your opponent's jungle routes more inefficient, them not having their own Raptors to go for and trying to hover around mid and keep a vision around that area. So Dardoch is hovering his own, trying to watch out, play defense here, expecting some EG possibilities of punishment.
All right, Dardoch is not willing to give away those ever so valuable chickens. I feel it. I hate it when people steal my chickens away. It is just one of the most important resources across Summoner's Rift. But Evil Geniuses waiting for the late invade here. They recognize the importance of chicken camp control. This is it. Evil Geniuses walking in, but Fake God is walking down. Dignitas is coming to collapse. It's more TPs breaking out. It's level 1 fights. Svenskeren has to flash away, trying to get all the way out of this one, staying alive, but Afromu is here. They're caught between a rock and a hard place, and it's first blood for Dignitas with the flash over the wall follow from Fake God. He's going to get him even more impact, down to 100 HP. Where's the last bullet in his poor little Yordle back? One more auto attack will do it, but the blast cone's on the way, and Impact lives.
Holy hell! Hot damn, that is some jungle pressure right there. They said Dignitas was rebuilt around Dardoch, and they're not joking. Everybody listen up. Dardoch says jump, you say how high, come protect my raptors, and all 5 of them show up to do it. Oh my goodness. Svenskeren walks in with a thumbs up. Little did Bambi know the trap is about to close right behind him. Fake God is here. Teleport is right behind him. Afro moves closing the gates. Neo is here as well. You see Ezreal on the minimap immediately going for the bottom lane wave, and he did get to push it, so there's some.
Oh, we are done. We are done. Svenskeren's going to drop, man. Look, as soon as we're back into the game, they're fighting again.
Dardoch's back at it. Souls, Flowers, souls. Look at all those beautiful blue souls picked up by Kayn. This is dream scenario. Sometimes when you play Kayn, you have to sacrifice your life to go for souls and create action. But Dardoch is on fire here. 2 kills over to Dignitas. Tremendous amount of souls picked up early here. This is Dignitas. They are contending for a top team here, Flowers. They're already above 500. They're looking to break into the top of the LCS.
Holy cow, man. And as you can see, we actually had somebody on Twitter predict that the Kayn was coming out. So that dude's got a bigger brain than me, because I would have never predicted the Kayn, nor would I have predicted it to be going this well for him early on in the game with all those orbs already in his pocket. 2 deaths on the enemy jungler. And Dignitas are feeling good about the way this one is starting up, man. This is great. The kills, even 1 on each one of the solo laners, feels fantastic.
You know what I'm remembering now, too, is Fake God's hilarious interview after their previous victory. Litigris asked him, okay, so what is this strategy with Dardoch picking a different champion every game? Is that just a Dardoch thing? Or, like, you know, is that the strat? You guys got some plans going? And he was like, you know what? That's just a Dardoch thing. He picks what he wants to pick, and sometimes we win.
It's a Dardoch angle, man. Okay, Svenskeren's up here topside. He's trying to get back on the board. He knows Fake God has no flash any longer. The Eep comes down, the damage goes out, and Impact is the first one on Evil Geniuses to grab a kill.
Yeah, sometimes we win, sometimes we die top lane. Wave is pushing away from him, doesn't have flash from the level 1, so we do get to see some repercussions. You know, there is more game to play. There is aftermath after these level 1s, despite, you know, scrims sometimes being remade after disasters of the like. And since Impact ended up not dying in it and the flash was blown, good heads-up play by Svenskeren to go punish one of the flashes that was used in the level 1. Dardoch now between 2 evil members.
Oh, man, he tries to invade, he tries to get something, but all he does is give Svenskeren some pins to knock over with that bowling ball. Evil Geniuses ties up the game in kills in gold. They put Kayn in the ground as well, and Svenskeren is right back in it.
Got to keep some good focus here. Tilt-proof, Captain Flowers.
Oh,
Level 1s don't mean everything. You just write down all the flash timers, and you punish. Dardoch here goes for the invade while his top laner just got killed. This is a bad timing. This is not your timing to go for an invade.
No.
Impact is still topside. You do not have flash from the second kill towards mid lane where he used it to be able to pick that one up. And just like that, the Evil Geniuses right back in this game, picking up those kills top side of the map.
And here's, so Dardoch also, I'm just going to go ahead and start this statement off with I am not familiar with what Blue Kayn currently builds because I haven't seen him in a while, but it will be a Mana Moon built here by Dardoch on the blue cane this game. You can see already stacking up the Tear of the Goddess in the inventory, so we'll have to try to keep track of when that one is all the way charged. Dardoch, still level 5, has 2 procs on the Dark Harvest from the couple of assists that he's already collected for himself. And now with he and Neo rotating over here into the mid lane, Jizuke just with a quick dash getting away from the CC and the damage, but the Paddle Star catches up, but not enough to grab the kill. So Jizuke doesn't have to use the cleanse or anything like that, but will have to go on back home.
Well, I got your back because I like to play Blue Cane a little bit for fun in flex queue and stuff when you're
all right. What do you got?
Having some fun. I don't use it a lot for ranked. The higher win rate is of course Gore Drinker. It's going to be the red cane build, but if you're going Blue Cane, you go for lethality, and the most used and highest win rate for solo queue is either Prowler's Claw or Dustblade. It's nothing fancy, not surprising there. So I am interested to see how the Manamune works out for Dardoch. It does mean that you can constantly roam around the map. That is one thing. Sometimes spamming your extra speed from your E and going for constant harassment does drain your mana on Blue Cane. And oftentimes I'll just be stealing all the blue buffs later in the game.
So you're not building the Manamune then?
Like I said, I caveat with it's a bit for fun type of build with me. We're going full assassin, but this does alleviate that issue. And if you're going to use Blue Cane in competitive, then you don't want to deny your mid laner blue buff. You want Saligo on this, Zoe to be able to constantly throw out bubbles and fish for big game-changing bubble snares that are going to get you the kill. So I do like it here.
Oh, Jizuke deciding that was his angle to go in for the solo kill, but with Dardoch hanging around, he can't play as aggressively as he wanted to, so that means that it's just both mid laners reduced below half HP and chugging potions.
Yeah, and Saligo can play it pretty safe for the Zoe. This is why he changed his pick from Victor to Zoe. Both can play decently far back, trying to look at the minions with their long-range wave clear, but Dardoch still looking mid with red buff on and Svenskeren tanking up the Rift Herald. Looks like they're going to have different ideas.
Okay, Dardoch level 6, but still uninvolved. As Saligo throws out the Paddle Star, goes in, lands it onto Jizuke, forces the dash over the wall. As now the Kayn ulti's been used, Svenskaren's in danger, going back for the smite for the heal. But Dignitas has control over the objective. Fake God likely going to be killed here, tries to run away from the last auto attack. He is taken out by Jizuke. Afromoose joined the fight here, throwing out the tongue, but not finding a lot as flashes come out from Dignitas over the wall, trying to get Saligo and Dardoch over to safety. Saligo is out, but Dardoch is still in a bit of danger. Nice sleep from Saligo, buying a little bit of extra time here for his jungler. Dardoch gets away underneath the tier 1 turret. Evil Geniuses might just continue to go after this. They know Dardoch has no ulti. There's no ulti, and the Gnar bar is up. Nope, never mind, it doesn't really matter. All right, okay, they went for it, it didn't work out. And it's still going to be an Evil Geniuses game, 3-2 with a 1,000 gold lead.
Kayn is one of the only, actually the only champion in the game that can pull off that Dota-style play where you run up into the trees when you're up in the top corner. They can't follow you up in there. Nobody else can actually go off the map like he can. So Dardoch does have his E cooldown available, which is the most fun part for me about playing Blue Cane. Yes, I know your W is great. You can cast it and keep on moving, but it's all about the E speed for me when he gets his transform. Regardless, even though Dig do get the Rift Herald, they chase them off temporarily, hit the eyeball, pick that one up for Dardoch. With the extra kill for EG, they still hold the lead, and well, they don't hold the Scuttle Crab.
Nope. Scuttle Crab goes over to the side of Dignitas. Evil Geniuses still maintaining control over the river itself, though. Unfortunately, they cannot remove that Scuttle Crab vision, but they'll sweep out the rest thanks to Ignar's sweeper. Looking at the vision scores down there, it doesn't look like there's a whole lot going on here. The best vision scores in the game are just Svenskeren and Neo so far, with Neo, of course, playing the role of the support down there during the laning phase. Fake got an impact in the 1v1. Fake God's taking a lot of damage, though. Nice combo coming out from Impact to take him down and get the solo kill. Thumbs down emote to go with it.
That's just stone cold here from Impact. Top die, business as usual. They didn't kill me in the level 1. They're never going to kill me. Here's another look at the replay on the Rift Herald, though. And EG, I like how they do not get distracted by the Rift Herald. They focus on kills first. Then Afromu teleporting in on this Tom Kench once again with his, he's kind of cosplaying a top lane Tom Kench with taking teleport and being a farming Tom Kench from the bottom side. Level 6 already for himself. Definitely is going to be a factor here for Dig to try and get future saves, and he's actually getting someone to eat.
Dardoch trying to make the play down here in the bottom lane. Doesn't get the ult off before Ignar flashes over the wall, which means Evil Geniuses can use that summoner spell on their support to properly disengage this. But now it's Dignitas looking to take down the Drake here. Svenskaren's still hanging around. Oh, nice escape there for Aphromoo and Neo, getting themselves out of danger as that Seraphine ulti flew in. But Evil Geniuses is not done. They're going right back to the Drake. They've got man advantage for now, 5 versus 3. But with the Gangplank ulti coming down, Svenskaren's got to be very concerned about his overall health pool. Dardoch still trying to frontline here, find a little bit of an opportunity for some damage. Sleepy Trouble Bubble marks Jizuke, but he will not be hit with a follow-up Paddle Star. Dragon is gone. The Eep takes care of it. Impact goes after Saligo, but won't find it. But that's still the objective, going the way of Evil Geniuses.
Just a little bit more juice on the side of Dignitas, and I think they would have actually fought that even 4v5. But Neo, no mana. Dardoch gets chunked out pretty early on, so they don't. They do succeed in delaying it long enough for Fake God to take 2 plates off of the top tower for himself, though, in addition to trying to lend his ultimate to delay it even further. So Dignitas do get some good gold out of it. It still is going to be a trailing game here for them versus EG, and EG picking up the Dragon on top of their gold lead feels quite nice. I think that Kane should be transforming he has actually, yeah!
What?
Okay,
wait, if this hits, it's the best play ever. If this hits, it's the best.
Yes!
Yes! Okay, so the turret killed the first guy, and the Ezreal ulti from somewhere out in South Carolina just killed the Zoe. Holy moly.
All right, definitely. I see you. I see you. He's got Essence Reaver completed. Cleans up that mid lane kill. Holy moly. That needed some cleaning up, too. I guess Saligo's now saying bot diff. What the heck is this? Honestly, there's no, if you look at the path from it, too, there were no deep wards. Sometimes you'll see a little bit of a deep jungle ward or something, give you vision of the Ezreal ult you can call that off. But Saligo was almost completed on his recall, probably already congratulating himself on the execution that Jizuke just suffered at the hands of his tower. And gets cut out real quick.
That was messy, but top side's looking to get even messier with the 2v2. Svenskaren possessed by Dardoch's ulti. Dardoch trying to disengage, but must use the flash to try to complete the attempt. Svenskaren goes right back in for the Blooming Blows and the Swirl Seed, but the follow-up damage isn't enough from either side, and that means everybody walks away except Saligo, who is once again in trouble of being goal from Jizuke. He's underneath the turret once more. Saligo continues kiting out. How does it happen twice?
No! This game is a YouTube highlight reel from start to finish, Flowers! I'm loving it. All right, Jizuke never disappoints. As soon as yesterday we got a segment talking about this man has turned a new leaf. He's so consistent now. Jizuke, he constantly delivers. I know he was just building it up. Couple of tower deaths here early on in the Dig game, and he's right back to the Jizuke we all know and love.
Oh my goodness, what a game is playing out in front of our eyes here today as our third matchup. 15 minutes in, 8 kills, just wildness all over Summoner's Rift, man. We got the Stride Breaker now getting completed for the Gnar, for more playmaking up there in the top lane. Dardoch is still, okay, never mind, he is evolved. It's harder for me to tell.
Yeah, Odyssey
evolved on that skin.
Odyssey is kind of hard to tell, but you can tell from the icon on the mini-map as well. And the big double-bladed sight.
The icon's the same.
Yeah, fair enough.
That's base Odyssey Kane.
Yeah, fair enough. You can tell from the double sight, though. It's extra big now.
Okay, I'll pay attention to the sight from now on. Well, Dardoch is involved. Still waiting to get that first item in there. Definitely is grabbing a kill on Neo as soon as the camera jumps down into the bottom lane. He is just gone. So the Senna is going to be shut down here for a little while and definitely sitting on 2 kills.
Yeah, he's truly fasting down here, Neo, and definitely has turned it on. Ezreal no longer having to scale so hard. Fake God, though,
Oh, Fake God getting hit there with the wallop means he's done. Impact on a killing spree now, too.
Yeah, it's definitely a top die game. This game has had so many things, ups and downs, laughing, crying, but one thing remains constant, Flowers, and that is Impact top die here. He is just abusing Fake God. Despite the extra CS picked up by the Gangplank, Impact is able to get the tower with a little bit of extra help, as well as multiple kills. Let's take a look at how it happened to Neo here. Big chunk. Again, we were talking about the skill shots. If you land them with the Seraphine Ezreal, it is brutal and definitely is just so accurate with these ultimates. Loving how he's always shooting them from out of vision too. Hops into the brush here on the bottom side. Last one was from base. No wards giving vision of his ultimate, and you don't give your opponents as much time to try and dodge.
Well, Evil Geniuses will maintain the gold lead that they had earlier and even continue building it up further, man. 2,000 gold's about to become 3 as Shelly collides with the tier 1 turret in the mid lane. Doesn't look like Dignitas is... Wait, what?
Was Neo's flash up from that? When we came out of the replay, his flash is up.
I do not know specifically. I don't want to say it if I'm not 100% confident, but I'm 100% confident that Dardoch is 100% dead. Now, the sleep down onto Impact may just get a return kill here. Saligo will not find that one. Jizuke grabbing a little bit of damage here off the back end. Oh, no, poor little Gnar. He thought he got away, but he just runs out of the bush with 50 health and gets murdered as the sleep finds its way onto Seraphine. Here comes the damage to follow it up. She is gone. Afromu taking the kill credit as Dignitas pick themselves up a couple of kills off of the back end of losing their jungler. Now pressuring onto the tier 1 turret, trying to close that gold gap.
And that's going to be 2 towers, Flowers, because Impact going down leaves Fake God alone on the top side. He finally answers back. Top tower is dead. Mid tower also falling here. So it's a huge, huge bounty for Dignitas as they pick up 2 extra objectives for themselves. That makes up a lot of that gold difference. So even though EG retaining control over Dragons, still with a decent gold lead for themselves, Dig coming back pretty quickly. And it is the Prowler's Claw. The Prowler's Claw that we are looking for from Dardoch. So it's just the tier starting item. I know Freak specifically loves this starting item since they added the extra, on-hit damage for minions to it. Makes a lot of sense. The burn, by the way, damage over time, does not wake you up. Anything coded as such, and Impact burning down eventually picked up here at the hands. But really, the cool thing was the poke damage. Fall asleep, and you're dead. Yeah. As we said for Champ Select, Neo's got plenty of range now, too, on the Senna. See if we can get a soul check-in anytime soon here on the Senna, because that looked like a frustratingly long range auto from the Senna already, only 19 minutes in.
Okay, we've got a very close game on our hands. We've got Baron coming up here in about 45 seconds. Now, the Drakes completely favor Evil Geniuses at this point with a 2-0 count, and the next one's not spawning for about 3 minutes. So with nothing to really fight for just yet, what do you want to see from these teams, and particularly from Dignitas, since they're the team that's currently behind?
We need to look for bubble positioning. Here's a fight, though.
Oh, no, never mind. We got to fight instead. No time to talk about that. Scarin flashing over the wall, staying alive. Gangplank ulti going to be keeping some people away as Dardoch goes into the back line, goes right back out of that line, as now a bit more damage is coming down on the Dignitas. Neo going into the stasis, keeping himself alive as Impact's about to be shut down with the damage onto Jizuke, bringing another one in over to Dig. As a double kill for Saligo just spells a curtain call for Evil Geniuses. What is that? 1, 2, 3, 4. Let the bodies hit the floor. It's definitely versus the world. And the world's got a big ol' anime scythe. Dignitas just take everything, and they're going right over the Baron pit on spawn.
All right, Dignitas are claiming that spot, Flowers. What a fight in the jungle. Baron will be such a big reward. They can push down bottom side, standing gold with that outer turret there still too. They have so much they can clean up on the map. And my goodness, they are playing so well around these sleep timings. Fed Tom Kench doing work for Afro as well. Multiple saves in this fight. Neo and Afro started out on a Scarin, forcing out his Zhonya's early. And with that early use of the Seraphine ultimate, no priority targets hit. That is a main team fight tool down. So even though Impact gets a pretty good Gnar ultimate here, there's no follow-up from EG at this point. They've already used their major cooldowns. They've already lost two members of the team, and Dignitas are able to pounce.
Holy cow, man. That Honda performance play showed off exactly how it crumbled there for Evil Geniuses. Damage in the last team fight will spell it a different way in case it didn't resonate. 3,000 damage from the Zoe, 2,000 from the Kane, 2,000 from Gangplank. Now, Ezreal did 3K over on the other side, but aside from him, it just wasn't quite at the same level, man. Dignitas feeling great after that one, and now, forget the question I asked you earlier, Kobe. It is no longer relevant. Dignitas do not have to worry about fighting from behind as they now command Baron 21 minutes in, and they got 2 minutes left to use it here. Considering they've only taken 2 turrets so far, that's tons of standing gold they can try to control. Zaligo's got to be careful to not get punished right here, and Drake is spawning in 45 seconds.
Yeah, you know what they have to worry about pretty soon? It's a Zoom Zoom Kane. Dardoch level 12 now. He's got the Prowler's Claw. Close to, I would vote for Ghostblade. Because the most frustrating thing... Oh, never mind.
Oh, we don't have time to talk about it, my friend. Lilia is gone. Impact trying to escape now as the Gangplank ulti comes down and separates the rest of the team from him. Narbar is just about charged. Dignitas have to respect that one, but they don't really care too much, as the gobble from the Tom Kench keeps Dardoch safe from any sort of follow-up counterattack. Jizuke's jumping in there, going after Saligo yet again. This whole game is a highlight reel of tragedy for Jizuke going after these kills on the enemy Zoe. It's always so close, but still so far. 5 alive on Dignitas, and they're pushing down the mid lane.
Definitely is the lone hope for EG right now. He's got his Conqueror stacks up. He's trying his best. Mystic Shot number 3 lands. Pretty accurate, but Dardoch's coming.
Okay, Dardoch and Dignitas trying to stick around long enough to make sure they get that tier 2, and yes, they will. And now, hey, man, they've got a buy one, get one free deal as they can manage to get over to the Drake pit. No opportunity for Evil Geniuses to contest this one with Jizuke still dead for another second or two, and that means Dignitas stopped the soul stack in the process of taking more and more gold from Evil Geniuses. Afro move's not done, though. We got another play breaking out here on the bottom side, and Dardoch picks Finn scaring up. Man, he's just free money at this point.
Yeah, it feels so nice to be able to run through the enemy jungle like this on Kane at this point. Baron buff's still on, so they send Saligo back to answer Impact split push, and Dardoch's still here with no mana, no life either.
Oh, but he's saved, and he's healed again. And Dardoch is still alive, running away from Evil Geniuses. This is one of those kinds of games for EG. So often, people are just getting away with the smallest amount of health, and it's so frustrating. But for Dignitas, they are just smooth criminals on Summoner's Rift here. 12-8 now.
I honestly love the Dignitas story, too. It's so many players that were rejected from other teams. Fake God, Saligo, getting their chances to shine here. Team fully rebuilt around Dardoch. Neo, I think, after the name change, coming in with a vengeance, too. And Afromu sticking true to raising up new AD carry after new AD carry to greatness. If they can complete this win, moving to 4-2 at the top of the standings here in the LCS sets them up so nicely. It's actually crazy how above expectations these guys have been able to perform. And it's been in an exciting manner. You can't say they're not doing it without flair. 10 different unique champions for Dardoch, going very aggressive here with the gameplay.
I also just love the fact that every single time we try to talk about a subject, we've got a fight breaking out before the conversation even gets off the ground. As another kill comes through, Dignitas. At this point, man, can we just put a new alcove in the jungle for Svenskeren? Because they're farming him like one of the camps now. Just pick him up on your Gromp and Wolves rotation. You might as well. Dignitas are owning the entirety of neutral territory on Summoner's Rift here in this game. 13-8, continuing to apply pressure up here in the top side, looking towards these remaining tier 2 turrets. As you can see, the gold graph tell quite a story with that ocean of red there that's been happening since the 20-minute mark, ever since Dignitas got that team fight and got that Baron.
All right, and Dardoch did complete his Manamune, so we shall see about the transformation time for that as well. cruising along pretty nicely here. I think Saligo with the Zoe, though, has been doing so much work. We've seen the difference between the Zoes landing these critical bubbles over and over versus the ones that don't. And since we've seen so many hits...
Oh! See you later, Seraphine. The tour is canceled as now Dardoch's getting right back out. The ulti buys him the escape route, and the tier 2 turret falls down as well. Dignitas, they found themselves a kill. I don't think they're going to go for anything else, but they get out, they'll take the turret, they'll take the blue buff, they've got everything.
Yeah, you thought I was being a little too brutal there with the Kayn kills you in your sleep when Zoe's on his team, Flowers. That's just what happens. A sleepy trouble bubble hits, Dardoch goes in, and you are toast. Such a good little synergy here, and I think so much credit does go to Saligo for doing the hard work of hitting those, because a Zoe missing skill shots is not a Zoe at all.
No, Zoe missing skill shots is just not much of anything at all, as Dignitas is now prepared for the second Baron of the game. Still commanding a massive gold lead here. Full control over this top side of the map. You can see the wards being set up by Dignitas in the enemy jungle, making sure they're fully aware if Evil Geniuses ever decides to approach from that angle. But Evil Geniuses isn't on that angle. They're all in mid, trying to rotate over as a group. They know that nobody can be alone when Kayn and Zoe are still a factor. But the fact that everybody's still stuck together and they have to move over so slowly and methodically means Dig had prio. Dig takes out the tier 3 turret without a fight, and Dignitas can disengage cleanly.
Good. I want this game to go long, Flowers, because I want to see the zoom Kayn. My favorite part is if blue Kayn gets Ghostblade, and you get to activate that while Eing at them. You just constantly go in for, gonna activate Baron, even though you missed, you still hit there. Slight delay on it. But the Ghostblade plus E is so frustrating for a team like EG to deal with, because they don't have point and click CC to deal with. It's something that you bring up when you talk about champs like LeBlanc. When they're constantly going in for these poke combinations that are hard to punish without instant CC. And so it has to be really reactive stuff from EG. They've got slow-moving projectiles. You know, the Encore for Seraphine is probably the closest chance, because it's very difficult for Lilia or Gnar to have any sort of on-demand effect there. And he actually goes for the Spell Shield instead for Dardoch, so that protects him even from those slight CC options.
Yeah, when I think of a highly agile projectile, I do not immediately want to mention a bowling ball, but that's about all they've got to work with here, as they do manage to poke off the edge of night from Dardoch. Dignitas moving forward, wanting to contest this one. Evil Geniuses, they know they've already got the 2 Drakes. They want to try to stick around and make it 3. Dardoch's approaching from the side. Drake down to about 2,000, and it's Drake over to Dignitas, tying those up, and they disengage.
Nice mobility here from Dardoch, slips over, steals it. EG crying once again. Does anyone to get tagged?
Fake God's still here on the front line. Saligo going unstoppable. Jizuke going back to the fountain. Definitely in a bad spot. Scarin's still alive, but not for long. Stepping forward just a little bit farther, trying to grab a kill. He's in the stasis, but he's gone, man. Double kill for Neo, and Dignitas gets themselves an ace for nothing. Bud Light ace for the big plays in the bottom lane. They aren't even walking towards the Baron here just yet. They're leaving Fake God to push down mid, realizing, okay, we can't just push to end right now. There's still a lot of stuff left in that enemy base. Let's just take Baron for free.
They say you'll never know if you don't try, Flowers. Give me some more blue Kayn in competitive. Somebody tag Daniel Dracos. I know he is a Kayn main for a long time. I love this stuff. We need to
Where
get
you at, Dracos?
That was hilarious. Did you see at the beginning? Dardoch goes in, just one-shots without even having to use his ultimate, survives the whole fight. Oh my goodness, it's just so cool how, yes, they let Dardoch, use all these unique champions, but they also have built-in synergy. Tahm Kench devours, lets him get free resets. They also have Zoe Blubbles. Okay, the ultimate was used for the one shot, and the second one, he just uses W and Q, and then the third one heals on his E right back out onto the wall, doesn't go down. Clean ace from Dig, nobody losing their life. And this is now going to be just a torrential downpour, as there are exposed inhibitors, there are dead inhibitors, and Dig with a Baron buff can march straight through the bottom side.
Is there... Oh, never mind. No time to ask a question. Sleep goes through. Nice shutdown onto Dardoch. That's pretty big here for Evil Geniuses. That'll buy them 45 seconds if they don't have to deal with the full might of Dignitas.
Invert chiming in as well. All right, that's good. We got to get all the coaches on board. All analysts and coaches need to be impressed so we get more stuff like this. Love it when the unique picks actually work out. You know, it's a completely different scenario. I remember always back to 2 years ago or 3 years ago when we had Moon pull out the Shaco. Never mind, Fake God under attack, might have to fight for his life.
Fake God down to about a quarter HP, saved by Tom Kench. Sleep finds a target, so much damage onto the Evil Geniuses lineup. Everybody's at half HP or lower. Yes, they nearly got the kill onto Fake God, but again, close doesn't get it done. It's a game of inches here today as Evil Geniuses come up short time and again. Dignitas continuing the siege of the Tier 3 turret. That one falls down. It's a 9-3 turret count. Kaboom! See ya later, you poor little prehistoric Yordle. As Gangplank just marches back up to the top side. Fake God wants to turn this one into a 3-inhib game. Jizuke moves forward to try to stop him however he can. Svenskeren also hanging around here, but it's so much that these guys have to deal with now. Svenskeren goes forward and he's gone. Neo is unstoppable. 1-8 for Svenskeren in this game. Neo continuing the chase, looking for one more auto on the Deathly, but they don't even need it. Dignitas, after an awesome fight, 20 minutes into the game, the next 12 minutes is just their highlight reel, and they take down EG.
That was refreshing, and look at the smiles on their faces. It makes it that much better, Flowers, when you can perform Ultimate Bravery on the LCS stage. 10 completed champions for Dardoch, but my honor goes to Saligo. It's nothing if you don't hit those Zoe bubbles. He had the most kill participation in the team. It's so nice to be able to set up with these opportunities. And I really did like how all the coaching staff also behind it for Dignitas. They've got Tom Kench for devouring so you can get multiple resets. They have Zoe bubbles to set it up. Just such a fun game here. And we've got another unlikely 4-2 team battling at the top.
I don't think a lot of people would have predicted Dignitas to be 4-2 after 2 weeks of regular season play, but hell yeah, Dignitas, they're getting it done. And now we're going to go ahead and throw to a break here, but once we come back, we're going to hear from Saligo in the Verizon post-game interview, so don't y'all go anywhere. See you soon.
This phone paired with 5G ultra wideband. Wow.
The new Samsung Galaxy S21 is on Verizon 5G ultra wideband, available in parts of many cities.
It's ridiculously fast.
Buy Samsung Galaxy S21 plus 5G. Get one on us. Only on Verizon.
Hey, what's up, everyone? Welcome back to the LCS and the Verizon post-game interview. Here with Soligo, hot off their victory over EG. But let's be honest, Soligo, this one was a little wild. Got a little out of hand there in the mid-game, but you guys are able to pull it together. So walk me through it. How did this one ultimately come together as a victory for you guys?
Well, at least for our team, like, I think this was the first game that me, Neo, and FakeOut were put in a position where like we were just constantly fighting, and it was just chaotic throughout the entire game. And I think a lot of credit should go to Dardoch and Aframu and how they were like consistently able to get us on the same page, even though the game was really chaotic.
I love that you call those two guys out. There's some very clear definition in the Dignitas roster where you've got two guys like Dardoch and Aframu who have been on the LCS stage, have played under all kinds of different, moments of tension, different organizations, and different styles, of strategy ultimately when it comes to winning. So what's that like for you in the learning process and for your own development to have a player like Dardoch who seems to just warp the game? When he's in the game, it feels like it's a different game of League of Legends.
Yeah, so with Dardoch on the team, especially since like he's also a jungler who brings like a lot of unique picks to the table, it's very easy to like just ask him questions and ask him like how he wants to play the game with whatever he's playing, and then like just go from there. And the job for us rookies is kind of just to listen and to learn as we go along and then play as a team.
Well, on the topic of learning and development, I have a curiosity when it comes to mid laners, specifically this year with the departure of Bjergsen and some, opening up in the conversation of top-tier mid laners and ultimately what the landscape will look like in North America over the coming years. Where do you feel you fit in? What's the goal for you this year as an individual? What kind of a mid laner do you want to be?
It's hard for me to say exactly what kind of mid laner I want to be right now, but I just want to at least be able to show that I'm able to compete with the top mid laners in LCS, and that I'm able to compete there.
Oh, well, I mean, so far you are competing. 4-2 record. Dignitas has quietly landed at 4-2. There's been all this conversation around top teams and comparing to the lock-in results, and here you guys are essentially tied for top 4, and yet Dignitas has been absent from the conversation. So how do you feel about where Dignitas slots into the overall competition of the league this year?
Well, for us, I still think we have a lot of work to do in terms of our gameplay and like being able to perform consistently against the top teams. But I think since the beginning of this roster, we've been making a lot of steady progress, and it's only uphill from here.
I mean, we've got no undefeated teams remaining in the LCS. Do you get the sense that this might be one of the closest years that the LCS has ever experienced?
I think definitely for sure. I feel like the top teams aren't as unbeatable as they may have been like before with like Cloud9 and Team Liquid and stuff. But yeah, it definitely feels like, especially with the current meta too, that like any team can win against each other, and I think we'll be able to compete with any of the top teams as well.
That's what I like to hear, man. You've already given us a ton of exciting games and great entertainment just a couple weeks in. As we head back to the State Farm analyst desk, Soligo, I want to thank you so much for taking the time.
Thank you.
That's exactly right, Dash. Exciting games coming out of Dignitas. At the top of the day, we were commending 100 Thieves and Team Liquid for giving us a show of such great macro. And I have to say, this was entertaining in a completely different way. And at the center of it was Dardoch.
Yeah, I mean, this was the Dardoch show. Anything he wanted in the early game, Dardoch got. It was, what can we do for you, Dardoch, my lord? They're invading you, level 1? Everyone, TP, rally. And it was just get him off to a good start was clearly the game plan. And they really went all out to make this happen, blowing the TP on the Tom Kench, as well as the fact that Neo is just hard roaming to make this happen. Ezreal's like, all right, whatever, I'm going bot lane. This chase down was super close to succeeding, but even after that, that show kind of continued. Dardoch is going to scrap out in the middle here, and again, Neo, level 1, roaming to support his jungler so that they could get this second kill, and that put Neo super far behind in this game. And then my problem is, if you're going to be this kind of player who's going to get a ton of resources, you cannot go for this invade. They just killed your top laner. He's recalling from base. Zoe loses a mid priority early, so Lucian's going to collapse here first as well. And it's just such a greedy, risky invade that Dardoch had that kind of threw away this early game that his team built up for him. You know, from there, Dardoch played well and stuff, but it's just such a painful invade to see happen after all the resources that were thrown to Dardoch.
I love the wording, the verb there, Mark. Thrown away. Thrown away. There is a lot of throwing this game.
Emily, you want to get in here?
Oh, I was just going to say, I think one of the things I really wanted to point out that could have gone pretty poorly for Dig if they hadn't been able to snowball this composition, which I actually really love this comp just generally. It's fun. They scale remarkably well. Everyone who's listened to me on Desk should already know my feelings on Fasting Senna. And Zoe, she fits super well into this comp. I know she's super obnoxious to play against, and I hate playing against her, but I think she's insane and competitive. So again, I'm always happy to see more Zoe coming out. They could have been severely punished for how many times Neo left lane, because it's so important for him to get that early XP. And he was in mid, twice before like five or 6 minutes or something.
He went again, too.
Yeah, I was a little concerned about that, but it ended up okay in the end. I was afraid they were going to get punished for that once they started rolling.
Yeah, a lot of ebbs and flows in that game for sure. You mentioned Zoe, Emily, and Crumbs. I want to get your thoughts on some of the shenanigans that we saw going down in the mid lane.
Yeah, those references to the throws are about the mid lane matchup, because Jizuke had good priority here, and here he's defending, Soligo defending his top lane, putting a ward, knows that action is happening, and then Jizuke is like, all right, great, I can just kill the Zoe right here, flashing in, but now you can go back to the lane, right? Go back to the lane, get advantage, go back to, no, he wants to chase. And you just die. He just flat out died to the turret. So Soligo didn't even hit him with a Q. You just cannot do that, please. Like, that is actually the second death under the turret into Soligo's lane. So yeah, the Zoe gets fed because you just fed her. This was a really bad Lucian game for Jizuke, and I want to see better champions for him. Clearly, the LeBlanc, the Echo, and the Ryze look good, but the ones that aren't those are still needing a lot of work.
Zoe wasn't feeling too hungry after that one. But despite what we saw kind of going on in a bit of the trade-off here and there across the map, Mark, it really came down to a single fight where we saw to see the victory be a potential again for Dignitas.
Yeah, despite that, some of those mistakes by Jizuke, Impact has actually done a great job helping his team get a lead. They had a gold lead heading into this fight, and I think you see some of the power that Emily was talking about in like mid and late game team fighting, how many tools they have to deal with the opponent engage, the Tahm Kench, the heals, the shields. Dardoch is very slippery and mobile. There's not a ton of lockdown when you have this basically 4.5 range comp for EG. It's only Impact who is the top laner with the CC. And so like once Dardoch goes in, he's able to get out, go back in, and they can really peel apart the enemy team.
And you saw Soligo landing all of that CC in that fight. Like, he played that really well. And not only does Zoe just do a ton of damage with Paddlestar, but again, she's also a kind of a CC bot as well. So as Mark said, Kayn can just go in and absolutely slaughter people through the backline, and he doesn't have to worry about someone else coming in because, oh, Soligo is, bubbling someone and they can't come in and attack him. I can't stress enough how powerful Zoe can be in some of these team fights, regardless of what composition you try to run.
It was for sure entertaining seeing people just deleted by Zoe in that case. A lot of fun in that game overall, but the fun doesn't stop here. We do have Cloud9 facing off against FlyQuest on the other side of this break. Stay tuned.
Don't let the comfort fool you. Don't let the attention to detail lead you to believe that a Honda is a delicate machine. You'd be wrong. Underneath every surface that carries a Honda badge, there has always been the capacity to amaze. From the core of everything we have ever built, all the way to the top of where you want to go. Rise to the challenge with the rugged performance of the Honda Pilot, Passport, and Ridgeline.
And now, it's time for sage advice from a literal world champion.
Candy for Valentine's Day, no brainer. It's a classic gift, but it can't just be any candy. It's got to be the right one to please your duo. That's why I say stay away from fudge. I've always been more of a licorice guy myself.
This has been sage advice from a literal world champion.
Oh my god, it makes me think that we made this matchup happen just so Azale could say something like that. Anyway, hello and welcome back to the LCS, everyone. We're about to be heading into our 4th game of the day, and guess what? It's FlyQuest Licorice, as you heard from Azale, facing off against his old team, Cloud9.
Not league related, but fudge is better than licorice as a dessert. Just everyone would agree with that.
Yeah.
I have absolutely no qualms with that. In league, it's a little bit more contentious, I think. Both players, for me, have been having some up and downs over the course of 2021 so far. Licorice, I think, can feel the burden a little bit on being one of the key leaders for this team, and you can see him sometimes over-forcing plays, but whenever they win, it's often because Licorice is playing well. At the same time, Fudge was struggling in lock-in tournament, some tough best-of-5 opponents, and then week 1 looked incredible, but there was always that caveat of like, oh, it's the Ignite Camille with TP. So I'm excited to see how they match up now, and I think both of them have been a little volatile so far in this split, and I want to see almost like a isolated matchup. Like, I don't want to see Perks and Blabber roaming up there all the time. I want to see these two actually get a little bit of a vacuum and isolated lane, a little island to play on.
But I feel like that may not be the case. We may have to think about the junglers just in this matchup in general, right, Emily? Because, I mean, Blabber's been showing out, and Jose Deodo has been a clear focal point for Fly as well.
Yeah, so they're focal points in different ways. I feel like FlyQuest really wants Jose Deodo to be more of a carry. Obviously, Blabber is also a carry, but he interacts with his lanes quite frequently. In just the last game against 100 Thieves, we saw 5 jungle bans all absorbed by Blabber. So when he is getting targeted that much, it actually opens up so much more for C9. I'm not saying that will definitely happen today, but it's something to note that came out from 100 Thieves the other day. And I really like how both of these teams play around their junglers quite differently. So the thing I'm curious the most about is to see who interacts with their lanes when. And obviously a lot of that also depends on draft.
Speaking of draft, Crumbs, who do you think is going to be bringing out, I guess, more versatility in this case?
I mean, I think the synergy that Cloud9 has found with champions, whether it's the Galio synergies with Camille's or any other divers, or even just Zoe's with physical damage, is a good combination. But what has been, I think, newer to the scene has come out from FlyQuest with the Seraphine Maokai lane that we didn't just see yesterday. They played it against Team Liquid in their lock-in best of series. Even the Cho'Gath here from Licorice in the top side. So this is a team that is experimenting, I think, a lot more than you would have expected from a development roster. The Yone into the mid lane is also really thrilling, so I'm excited to see what FlyQuest actually do when it comes to drafting against a team like Cloud9, where you can assume that maybe they will experiment something there and thinking that they need an advantage from the laning phase to take down the finalists of the lock-in.
I love their experimentation. I think there's times where it could be used in better ways. Like we've seen last pick Maokai taken into Senna TK when you have the Seraphine. That was one of those games you're referencing. It was very painful to see the laning phase from that. And so while I appreciate all the different angles that they're trying to take, it does feel like they themselves are learning. You know, it's not like, ooh, we have this excellent, we know exactly how this is going to play thing cooked up and we're ready to unleash it on the LCS. It does feel like they are learning as they go a little bit. But I'd still like to see that more than just like defaulting to the meta picks right now.
Yep, we've seen the Glass Cannon Rek'Sai on C9, the Flex Seraphine over on FlyQuest. Let's go ahead and find out if any of this experimentation pays off as we hand things over to Captain Flowers and Kobe for the call.
Welcome back, everybody. Here we go into some more League of Legends action. I shook my camera again. God bless it. Anyway, I loved Isaac's intro to this game. The Fudge versus Licorice Valentine's Day comment, that was S tier. I hope that we end up getting some wacky photoshops by the end of this game after, depending on who pops off and who doesn't. That's my dream. That's my one hope for this game.
Yeah, honestly, guess what people came here for, Flowers? This is the off-season Cloud9 Challenger Pack delivered to FlyQuest. Hey, FlyQuest, you got to rebuild. Guess what? Jack's got you covered. Here you go. Licorice, but not just Licorice, Palafox and Diamond as well. Two of the most hyped up challenger players delivered to this team. And we had an interview with Diamond the other day talking about how much he loved his time on Cloud9. He could never be angry or bitter, but he would definitely love to beat the old team, and I know that Palafox and Licorice for sure would. Licorice for sure, you know, losing his starting spot might have a little bit extra to give to Fudge in the top lane matchup. So C9 are like, you know what? Let's get Fudge something very safe up there. Gragas immediately. Don't worry.
Yep, we're already talking about the sweets for Valentine's Day, and what else is important for Valentine's Day? A nice romantic wine, which is not what Gragas has. He has a nasty old keg of probably low-quality beer, but hey, either way, it's Valentine's, man, and Fudge is in there with the Gragas locked in. Now, of course, that could also be a flex into the jungle, potentially support role as well, we will see. Seraphine, Senna, Camille, Rel, Olaf, Udyr, all banned away, but Kai'Sa's still on the table, and that means Johnson is happy to pick that one up and play it here for FlyQuest, their first pick of the draft.
I'm actually a huge fan of these adaptations for the draft space. I personally think that Rel is just super bonkers OP broken right now. FlyQuest as well have been of the same opinion. And Seraphine, this has been one of the teams. FlyQuest have been spamming this champion. It has started to make its way back into the LCS. Guess what? 75% of the plays have been FlyQuest, Johnson or Diamond, both of them switching with it. Only Immortals with one other play. Nobody else really reaching into that pool. So Cloud9 with a good target band there as well. Catching up here quickly, though, with the Sven Vulcan kill lane, the Alistar Samira. That is an oldie but a goodie. This is basically the original synergy, original combo. As soon as Samira was released, we saw instant all over the place. Alistar plus Samira combinations. You can go for the level 2 kill so easily. You really have to respect that. Watch out for the Ignite on bottom side too.
And since this is 11.3 as opposed to 11.4, not all of those Samira nerfs are in there that people are used to playing with on the live servers. Now, taking the Leona into that pick, I also like because of the fact that Samira wants to just immediately explode you, that all-in lane that you're talking about, and Leona is much better against something like that than a squishier style support would be.
Mm-hmm. And part of the reason why Alistar goes so well with this Samira is the knock-up. You can't cleanse it away, so you don't get like double value out of cleansing a stun plus an ignite there. But we shall see how this one goes down because FlyQuest have had Jose Deodo with some pretty good defense for their bottom side. Mostly his ganks and his offense have been looking towards the top side, but they've had Johnson and Diamond pretty well warded with vision and covered down there, so they haven't been super big victims despite so many Seraphine picks and getting pushed in a decent amount.
Well, it's Rel. Or not Rel, excuse me. I was looking at the Rel right next to him. It's Hecarim along with the Rel. So both of the four-legged champions. Yes, the horse theme is being targeted by FlyQuest here. As it's also the Yone band away, Azir band out by Cloud9. Now let's see what they want to finish this draft off with. Their opponents have jungler and bottom lane, which means we still need to see both of those solo laners paying respect to Palafox on the Azir here with the first one of the two bans they have in this second half. Do they want to continue trying to target him, or would they rather throw a ban up there at Licorice, who has not been having a great performance here so far, but they still will give respect over to the Gangplank?
Okay, so they get their pick of the litter here. You can throw out your Licorice pick first, assuming that Fudge is locking in the Gragas. Could be, moved over to Blabber. I think that Gragas jungle right now is actually in a very good state, and I'm looking forward to 11.4 when they nerf jungle experience and gold for Gragas to rise up in priority because he's so good at ganking. But for this game, 11.3, I still expect it to be in the hands of Fudge, and so FlyQuest can also expect that. They actually just go ahead and blind pick for Palafox here, grab up the Syndra first. It is good all-arounder, so we'll see if Perks wants to go with an Echo or a Silas or something like that to try and get close to that Syndra and go for some kill pressure or not. Oh, Fizz would get real close too.
Okay, nope. All right, so we got Talia and Tristana locked in over here on the side of Cloud9. And back on FlyQuest, what will it be to round out this draft? The Aatrox picked up for the top lane, or nope, never mind. That's not what it's going to be here just yet. Because the picking thing flashes in and out, it was flashed out, so it didn't say picking. And I was confused.
Flowers. You're clairvoyant.
Give me the word to be there the whole time.
I'm giving you credit, okay? You called it early before it was actually locked in.
Yes, truly, my brain is just too big for my head.
Yeah, you always talk about, oh yeah, I need a Smartcaster with me, but your Skarner brain is actually a Galaxy brain, okay? He saw into the future. He knew that was coming back there on the hover-overs for Licorice. Honestly, Licorice has had some amazing Aatrox games over his career too, so he's a career-long Aatrox player. I definitely like this pick. It's not a hard counter pick into Gragas by any means, though. It definitely, we're going to get a skill matchup up on the top side. Both champions have a lot of healing, so there is a lot of counterplay for both of them on the top side, and we'll see about junglers getting involved. But remember, that is going to be one of the biggest grudge matches as Fudge replaced Licorice on Cloud9.
Yes.
But also, I know that Palafox specifically, and to a lesser degree, Diamond also really want this a win against the old organization that sold them off.
Well, let's see if they can get that win here. FlyQuest with a win will manage to go up to an even record after 2 weeks of play in the regular season LCS, and Cloud9 would love to go up to 5-1 as this second week draws to a close. Remember, for all y'all that are still remembering back from previous splits, it is not the same this time around. Your record follows you all the way into summer, all the way up until that summer playoffs, which will then determine which 3 teams go to Worlds. So every loss hurts, man. And FlyQuest wants to stop stacking those up soon.
Definitely true. Permanent record for everybody. We record them all. For those that did not see the Immortals game, by the way, the Tristana mid, we saw Insanity versus EG versus Jizuke's LeBlanc. Performed so well on it. He got a really good early trade that allowed him to just constantly push in on the minion wave. You start explosive shot with Tristana, shove in the wave on your opponent. You don't require a tremendous amount of mana for explosive shot shoving. Even if you do cast it once in a while, most of it comes from the passive explosions on those minions, giving you a lot of options for your jungler. And that's just what Blabber wants. He always wants to be with pushing lanes, offensive lanes that can punish on these small openings. And guess what? Tristana, you leave her alone with a turret for any sort of small opening, and that thing loses a turret plate at least with just a couple seconds.
It is bad news for certain, as the Talia will be starting off with a red buff, and across the river, it's Jose Diodo starting up on the other side of the jungle. Chicken Camp moving towards the red, up towards the Krugs. You know the drill. Graves is one of those champions that loves to go for the power farming route and just scale up and be a big threat in his own right. So that does mean that these two will be at opposite sides of the map most likely once they've got their double buffs and they're ready to potentially make a gank. Now, eyes on that bottom lane, too, with both of those supports being so aggro and so capable of engaging. I'm expecting that bottom lane to turn pretty action-packed.
So am I. And then guess what? If you look at the jungler starts, Jose Diodo started up on red side for them, so he'll be clearing down towards the bottom side for Diamond and Johnson, being able to cover. Meanwhile, Blabber and the rest of Cloud9 know they have him pushing up towards top side away, so they're letting the lane push in. They're not contesting over the level 2 fight for the Samira Alistar. They know that aggression, which we are super used to seeing, going for the all-in, Ignite looking for the kill, is going to be way too much without with a jungle discrepancy here as far as the starting locations. We'll see about the Scuttle Crab Bite. Should be an easy pickup on bottom side there for Jose. Likewise for Blabber.
Yeah, when you look at how everything's sort of being controlled, I mean, Licorice is rotating down here to try to see if maybe there's something to be done with this Crab, but Blabber will now approach. Crab loses its shield instantly. And honestly, Licorice breaking the Crab's shield means that Blabber didn't even have to immediately use the shove on the Crab to break that, so he sees the full disengage from Licorice. He still feels comfortable just doing it for speed's sake, but it would have meant that he's able to keep that shove ready in case Licorice wanted to stay around and try to harass him over it. But Jose Diodo picking up the Crab on the bottom side of the map, now setting up for a play here in mid lane, going after Perks. First auto attack, second auto attack, flash follow-up, baby. Jose Diodo getting it done in the mid lane with the first blood.
Cool guys, don't even look at explosions, Flowers. He lays down the Q smoke screen, follows immediately with the flash. He knows he can finish it off. Phase rush proc for the extra speed right back out of the tower. And Perks is toast. I was just about to say, Perks, you can see him hovering on the top side of the map because that's where his jungler has control. But he actually, instead of hopping out north up the river, hops back towards his tower where Jose can actually follow. If you see the Graves coming from the bottom river, I think you kind of have to hightail it out of there towards the northern part of the river instead. Despite the wave state not being the best for Palafox in his hands, you can live another day, get your reset off, and teleport back anyways. But man, big props to Jose there. No hesitation. Count one for LATAM.
Well, let's take a look at how things are going across the board here, because the farm is even in every single role. It is 1 or 2 apart. Even the supports are synced up in this game. The gold lead just strictly that first blood that FlyQuest found for themselves with the kill plus the assist money equating to that 600 gold advantage. As Vulcan's coming around from the side here in bottom, but Diamond's just flashing the FlyQuest logo. He's saying, you're not going to catch me, bro. I'm just going to fall back here a little bit. Blabber's hanging around in the brush, but Diamond and Johnson do not want to give him a chance to go. Blabber goes in. Seismic shove comes out. Johnson gets away with the flash and the heal staying alive now as Vulcan nearly dies. The Ignite's still going and Diamond gets the kill.
Woo! He called his shot beforehand. 2 Flowers. Flash of the emote. Guess what? Turns around the kill as well. Vulcan under tower, just barely in tower range. And Diamond nails him with the stun. Ignite on. Last tick kills him. What a turnaround. Full combo. It was great too. It's the Owlstar full combo knockup, headbutt, pulverize into Talia shove back. Seismic shove there gets the knockback and they get the summoner spells out of Kai'Sa, but Diamond gets the last laugh. Here we go though, Blabber back at it.
All right, Blabber saying he's not going to be deterred by the bad gank in the bottom lane. Sets up the seismic shove. Licorice wisely waits to see the marker on the ground before flashing and gets himself out of the gank.
Yeah, because I think Fudge had already E'd in the earlier exchange. Ideally, you want the Gragas to be able to E-flash, or even just flash E to try and get it. But I believe it was on cooldown, so Blabber just goes for it, burns the flash there. Now it's really easy for Gragas to combo. When Gragas has flash advantage over Aatrox and level 6, you get to choose the all-ins. You get to choose, even in jungle, when junglers come up there. So that is going to be a very big advantage in this matchup. Flash, here we go, Perks.
Oh, Perks getting flashed on, and he's dead again. Diamond, 2 kills on this Leona.
Woo, FlyQuest came into this one with something to prove, Flowers, and they are proving it pretty quickly here. Palafox now 2 assists on the 2 kills here that they've gotten versus Perks, as well as bottom lane turning around that gank. Just everything coming up FlyQuest.
This Leona's feeling great heading further into this game now. 2 kills at 7 minutes. Getting plenty of gold in the pockets. Already has the completed Mercury treads. Diamond is in a great position to continue trying to carry this game, Kobe.
Yeah, I mean, the first one with the last tick of Ignite, you're like, yeah, get that one. Don't care who the money goes into.
Just get it in there.
Yeah, just get it in there. Let's take a look at the roaming that they did after the play, though, because you can already see Owlstar as well as Tristana here for Cloud9 moving up towards the top side. That flash that they previously burned on Licorice, they want to burn more.
Well, Licorice stuck underneath the tier 1 turret. Just going to walk up and check this brush here. Checks it with his sword and will not find Vulcan, who can just walk away now. FlyQuest still enjoying slightly under a 2,000 gold lead here 8 minutes into the game. But Blabber is not one to be caught sleeping. Even if things aren't going the team's way here so far, he will move down, start up the Rift Herald with the help of Sven and Vulcan, who are in this top half of the map. Licorice is very far forward, and Vulcan's coming in looking to make the play. Headbutt pulverized into the cast, makes it impossible to miss, and Licorice is down. They give the kill over to Sven, and Cloud9 is on the board.
There you go. They make good on Blabber's earlier gank. That flashless Aatrox is a juicy target. Cloud9 don't give up on it. They still make the play. Honestly, a false sense of confidence delivered by Diamond roaming up. Licorice was like, okay, cool. I can actually move up for these minions. I've got my support to follow their roam here. But it was the entire duo roam up, and they got the Rift Herald. You know, there is a... Oh, they haven't completed the Rift Herald yet, so they didn't get the audio cue from it, and it is just a good heads-up play there from Vulcan and Sven to make the call to finish up that play onto Licorice. Exactly what Cloud9 needed to get some gold back into this, because FlyQuest are not going to let up on their pressure. They just rotate right back down, take up the Dragon in exchange for that Rift Herald, and Cloud9 will use it to catch right back up in gold. But FlyQuest will retain that Dragon lead and have eyes towards the bottom quadrant. Jose counter jungling right now, and they even are kind of threatening towards Perks, who has flash back up, so much safer target now.
You mentioned retaining the lead, but the proper use of the Rift Herald after already taking down the first plates awards first turret gold with all those plate bonuses over to C9, and now they're the ones back in the driver's seat thanks to that neutral objective. Yes, Jose Diodo has stolen away a lot of the jungle from the bottom side of Cloud9, and he got the Drake. But good job from C9 recovering the game up until this point. Fudge will find Jose, but the damage has already been done, and he can get away safe.
Yeah, and you see those two giant minion waves. That was 2.5 on top side and 2 minion waves on bottom side. Brings that gold straight even here for FlyQuest. Fudge was seen getting into lane already with the ward over here on the Tri-Brush routes for Licorice, so he knows he has to play a little bit more cautiously still, a little bit of a timer on that flash, and since Fudge didn't have to blow his with the Alistar roam, he's still in danger.
Nice little trade there onto Licorice, though. Body slamming him back into the waiting barrel. Didn't get maximum barrel time, but hey, any barrel that hits is a good barrel. Total gold on the left side of your screen right now, and Sven's the one leading the charge here by about 400 or so. Palafox and Jose Diodo and Blabber all right behind him, right around the same amount there, just about 4K.
I just imagine Gragas patting his barrel. That's a good barrel.
That's a good barrel right there. That's the kind of barrel we're looking for.
Well done. Any barrel that hits, that's a good barrel.
That's a good barrel, brother. It's the kind of barrel I'm going for, I tell you what. Now,
horseshoes, hand grenades, and barrels. Those are all ones that give you a decent amount of leeway here. It is going to be a reset, though, and Cloud9 trying to use their long lane on top side to gain some momentum. I really like this since that's their big advantage. They actually move in with control wards. They've opened up the top area of the map, and they're trying to punish a little bit more for FlyQuest here, taking away Krugs. Not going to be able to get the Raptors as well, but they still establish a pretty deep foothold here. And since FlyQuest have a little bit more difficulty in pushing that out, you know, Palafox on the Syndra has to be very cautious. You see him waiting a long time until they get visual confirmation to be able to actually push out.
Always better to err on the side of caution in these situations. Otherwise, you can find yourself being a quick 300 gold for one of your opponents and a couple hundred for whoever decides to help them out. Now, once again, Jose Diodo trying to contest these smaller camps. He'll just walk up, walk right back out of there. 2 minutes until our next Drake spawns this game. Not the fastest first Drake, so the second one will be around here right about the 14-minute mark. But until that point, man, we have just such close gold in this game. Any big move from either side, or conversely, a big mistake from either side could be huge in determining the way this mid-game phase is going to play out.
And one of those mistakes could come like in the dark area of the map we were just highlighting. Palafox plays the safe play. I really like that reset from him. Even though he gives up some minions, they wait for the reset until he has Diamond come over. They can try and clear out some of that vision that Cloud9 planted in their red quadrant of the jungle and safely take it away, so that, as you say, they're not the ones to give up the big mistake, the big opening for C9 to get right back in it, because FlyQuest are in a very good spot right now. They have a lot of rewards they can still take if they win the next team fight. So much standing gold here left with all these outer towers. We even have an extra minute here left on turret plates if they can make any headway there. Looks like it's going to be very safe play right now as they actually transition into a solo lane Kai'Sa, rotating Johnson to try and match Perks. on the Tristana. It's definitely very, very, very Tristana favorites, Perks being solo lane, but also just even in that 1v1. So Jose Diodo looking bottom instead.
Do we see a full-on dive here? The barrel's just going to allow them to pick up the farm underneath the turret without any real danger. Yeah, you might have some plates take some damage here, but considering you still got another 20 seconds before those fall, the turret itself is not under threat of being taken. Drake will be spawning here in about 20 seconds. And with a big team fight likely looming here, I do want to point out, Sven's got the Immortal Shield Bow on the Samira. This champion can pop off if not properly answered in a team fight. And in terms of proper answers, you're looking for easily applicable CC. So I'm trying to track Diamond and Sven specifically, the interaction between those two. Can Diamond shut down the mobile, crit-heavy, lifesteal, refreshing, 3-second cooldown ulti? Or will Samira get a highlight?
List. There's going to be a long list of pros for Samira. It is going to be an easy rotation, though. They actually called down Johnson to rotate over for the Dragon, so FlyQuest rack it up, and that is an Ocean Drake contributing to the cause. FlyQuest always the philanthropist as their organization. This split is going with Support the Bees.
Love to see it.
To another good cause.
Save the bees. Everybody likes honey and a naturally balanced ecosystem. I don't know a lot about bees, but I think both of those things were correct, so I am going to say that and stick with it, as Perks is sticking with the Rift Herald here. Cloud9 going after this one. They got a lot of success off of the first one, Kobe. It's what brought this game back to even in terms of gold. They got all the plates and the full turret in that top lane, and we'll see if they can have as much success here with Rift Herald number 2.
Yeah, bees are very important in pollinating flowers and moving seeds across the terrain, so that's the important part here for the ecosystem. Honestly, this League of Legends ecosystem looking pretty stable for them as well. Even with the exposed lane up there and the constant incisions of C9 vision, they've been able to keep it up, keep their focus on dragon stacking. No extra gold being given over to Cloud9 during this duration. FlyQuest kind of according to plan there, but they go aggro here.
Vulcan responding, though, ready to try to keep his 80 carry safe. And it looks like nobody's dropping in this one, my friend. Vulcan had to pop the ulti. Diamond used his as well, but that's about it.
All right, no blood drawn, then everybody can just walk away. We call that one off. Just a scratch, no harm, no foul. Continue the truce here. Everybody still working on their mythics. We get the first ones being completed coming in. I like the Turbo Chem tank here from Fudge this game because he needs to be a big playmaker for them.
Nice flash from Licorice there, getting himself on the other side of that ulti. If he gets knocked back into Fudge and Blabber, he's dead.
Definitely true. That's why I like the Turbo Chem tank here for Fudge. He can burn flashes with his lower cooldown ultimate. Then he can force plays. Pop that extra speed for the engage. Your flash is still ready for your body slam as well. And you've got Vulcan on Alistar. Probably the most hyped up Alistar that we have had in the LCS. Has done so much work in the past for Cloud9 with this champion. So C9 feeling pretty good about their playmakers, I have to feel, at this moment in the game. You know, mobility boots on Vulcan, cruising right across the map, keeping up some extra vision on top side to make sure they can push that one out again. But I'm just waiting for that pincer move, because if you get a flank from either him or Fudge, or even just a deep ward behind these control wards, they can pull it off. Or, hey, Blabber.
Whoa, Blabber going in, man. Not afraid to ride the wall to stop Licorice's escape. They know that he used the flash to try to get away from the Gragas ulti in the bottom lane. He is vulnerable now, and Fudge goes in with the big belly body slam and takes him down.
Yep, that's going to be another punish on Licorice. As you said, Fudge burns the flash by himself this time around, and guess what? Tristana left down bottom side means explosive shot into that tower. That thing goes poof instantly. So Cloud9, huge play there. Blabber sees the angle, cuts him off, and delivers him to Fudge.
Perks is allowing this turret to execute as many minions as possible. Just continues clearing out the next minion wave himself. And now that those caster minions are about to die, Perks can just finish up his farm in there. One lone caster minion left standing. And the gold graph has been very close this entire time, Kobe. A little bit of blue here, a little bit of red there, but now it's starting to favor Cloud9 just ever so slightly.
This could be an interesting gold graph. If it was zoomed out more, if you just change the y-axis a little, bump those numbers up. But these are pretty
make it look like a roller
numbers.
coaster.
These are rookie numbers right here. We need to pump those up so before we get some bigger dips, shorter gains as well, some more action around there.
Wall Street Kobe.
Yeah, this is not the typical Cloud9 pace. I think they've had some learnings here. And honestly, a lot of it is due to the play from FlyQuest too. A lot of pretty safe options from them. Let's see if they can actually force something around this time.
Vulcan's going in, but a lot of damage returning now as Diamond is about to die at the onset of the fight, but he lives just long enough. Perks ends up grabbing the kill on that, but they trade back their own support. Licorice going after Perks off to the south as the 3v3 keeps on going up there back in the mid lane. Licorice still looking for the damage. Rift Herald summoned up for some reason. We also still got Perks running away, somehow staying alive. Shelly's marching down mid. Run, Shelly, run! Get in there!
Charge!
Okay, she didn't kill the turret or anything, but at least she got the headbutt.
That's a good Shelly. There's good barrels. There's also good Shelly. She got her damage off. Job done. Double teleport out here for Cloud9, though, still going.
Then we got a TP coming in from FlyQuest here. They know that this Infernal Drake is up. They want to be able to fight for this. They have the first two stacked up already. They need to keep that stack going. Good job there utilizing the Syndra to steal away the Scuttle Crab. Make sure that one is a free take for FlyQuest. Get extra control over this bottom side river. Diamond still with no ulti recharge just yet. Might have ourselves a smite fight. Diamond flashing away, staying alive. Jose Diodo grabbing the dragon here for his team. Now 20 minutes on the clock as Diamond tries to walk away. FlyQuest wants to disengage. Diamond likely to die here at the very start. There you go. Fudge picking that one up. Vulcan goes in looking to tank everybody here, throwing Palafox into a bad spot, and Blabber grabs a kill on him. Johnson tries to jump in, picks up one on Vulcan, but the trade back is way too powerful. Cloud9 disintegrates FlyQuest in their entirety.
That'll be a Baron, my friend. Clean here from Cloud9. They just chase them all down. It's a little bit dangerous because the Dragon Smite fight was won by Jose Diodo. So 3 dragons now for FlyQuest. But with this gold lead and the gold they can get from pushing with Baron and mid tower going down shortly, this is going to be a huge item advantage for C9. It's going to be very hard for FlyQuest to even look at getting that last dragon. Diamond was so far behind enemy lines there, behind Cloud9, that they just turn on him. I really like this play. All the members saying, hey, you are not on C9 anymore. And they turn around
Nobody.
Instantly take him out. The rest of the team also had the same escape path. So with him running up that way, there's no way for the rest of FlyQuest to kite and get out of there. Cloud9 just collect everybody's head on that one. All 5 picked up, Baron buff in tow, plenty of towers to destroy as well. This is going to be that big spike we were looking for on the gold graph. It's finally going to get above 800.
And it is well above 800, my friend. 5,000. Ooh, this is a scary place for FlyQuest now. They've got to weather the storm. They're dealing with this Baron buff for the next 2 minutes and 15 seconds. C9 having only taken 3 turrets, they still have all 3 of those tier 2s that they can still lay siege to and start picking up some of that standing gold. Now Diamond is over the wall here in that Raptor pit, throwing down a control ward. They land the stun onto Perks, but he buffers it properly and manages to jump away. And C9 will just continue rotating their bodies through this top side of the jungle up towards top lane itself. Look at the vision control they got, Kobe. They're making sure that nobody from FlyQuest is safe or confident marching through this jungle.
Yeah, that tower stands no chance here. And they've got plenty of time left with the Baron buff as well. Minute and a half is a whole 3 more minion waves to spawn. They can easily get mid-secondary tower for themselves as well. FlyQuest do have all ultimates available. And Perks has no flash on the Tristana, so if they can hit him, they hit the stun.
Oh, nope,
no follow-up.
Not a follow-up. Perks gets away. Tristana's such a slippery champion. It's so easy to buffer the rocket jump through so much stuff.
Yeah, I really think, though, if immediately you follow that with the Leona stun, long range, you know, hit him right with the center bullseye there, that could be the counterpunch for FlyQuest. It's definitely a hard situation, though. You know, Cloud9 has such a big lead right now. They are grouped up and ready to respond already. So they are able to get Perks out. No problem there. full reset after getting the rest of that gold, and this is going to be the big hard push. You know, Blabber's got his Zonias, much safer on the Taliyah. He can go for more of these walls, cutting off members of FlyQuest. With all the extra towers they've taken down, there's so much more opportunity for him to make those types of plays. And then with Moby Boots, Chem Tank Alistar, and Chem Tank on the Gragas, the initiators here for Cloud9 are just looking for somebody to get walled off.
Yeah, Vulcan just now completed the Turbo Kim Tank as his first non-support item. So they're looking to make sure they can keep playing this game how, where, and when they want to play it. Now, FlyQuest will disengage from that attempt there. The Weaver's Wall, I like them going for it, but hey, it didn't quite work out. 55 seconds until the 4th Drake of the game is alive. And this one's very important for FlyQuest. If the rest of the game is slipping away, one silver lining on that dark cloud that they still have is that they're 3-0 in the Drake count right now. If they can manage to navigate a team fight and secure that Infernal Soul, it could be a huge benefit for this squad in trying to stabilize.
It definitely would. You know, best scenario, you get it with a Kaisa W. They part the seas, they let it get through or something, and you don't lose anything. But I would be very cautious at throwing bodies at that dragon because Cloud9 will break right into your base. The mid wave is already there. They're circling around bottom. Can they get Johnson out?
I don't think they're worried about breaking the base. They're worried about breaking their face. Johnson's caught out. The damage goes through, and Vulcan's got the kill. Diamond stuck in the middle of the entirety of the Cloud9 team. Licorice is following suit. Everybody line up, single file. Welcome to Cloud9's Vin's on a killing spree. 3 for nothing.
Yeah, that's the problem here. They've got no defenses to fall back on. Overextend, Cloud9 pounce. Pal of Faker's got a plan. Hide on bush. It's very
Hide on
scary
bush,
here.
go home.
That's
the plan. You can't do anything else.
Anticlimactic hide on bush. It is going to be Cloud9 taking that one up, though. They get right through Tristana. Explosive shot on that tower. Let me tell you, the spoilers, it go boom.
Phenomenal. I love the ability that you have to predict these things. Just incredible foresight. We're going to have to test and see
it's
if
not on screen, you know, so yeah, anything could happen there. But let me tell you, explosive shot blows up. Okay. Anyways, Johnson, as we were saying, can he get out of there? Guess what? Vulcan says, no way. You shall not pass. Diamond said too. Licorice had tried to teleport in, thinking maybe they pulled this one out, but it is too many casualties too quickly for FlyQuest, and Cloud9 with their giant wallets just slam it down onto FlyQuest. Nice dragons, but you've got no business getting out onto this map. It would have to be some miracle, you know, steal or something there for FlyQuest to be able to get something back and get that leverage back in their favor. Already we've got Medjai stacks, 10 pages for Blabber. It's got the bonus move speed. It's actually really fun for Taliyah, utilizing her passive as well. Further augments that speed, and Cloud9 have the entire map really to work with. After that last one, you know, they exposed the bottom lane inhibitor, the most valuable one because it's furthest away from Baron. That's about to come back up onto the map. You just kind of play the tug of war. Hey, FlyQuest, you want to come to this Baron? Well, guess what? They've got a lot of turn potential.
Oh, man. And you know what? I want to check in real quick because remember, like, Fudge has been under a lot of criticism. He had a pretty rough lock-in tournament, but let's check and compare top laners here. Licorice is 35 CS ahead, but Fudge has a 4-0-3 scoreline with 7 out of 11 kill participation, so like 70-ish KP. Licorice is 0-4-1. I'm going to have to call up Azael and tell him to return that Licorice to the store and buy some Fudge instead because it is clearly the superior dessert today. Johnson nearly taken down by Perks as the bomb is strapped to his head and brings him down to 100 HP. Licorice with the flash out trying to stay alive. Enemy AD carries at nothing in terms of health. You just got the flash out of the top laner, and C9 are setting up for Baron.
How do you know if the Fudge is good if no one's been able to taste it? 0 deaths here, while you know, Cloud9 been eating Licorice all day, every day of the week. No flash on him again. Baron burning down. Do they actually turn? They could go for the burn here. Jose!
Oh, here they go. Jose Dioto's in the pit, but it's still secured by Blabber. I love the fact that Jose tried to go for it. You have to in these situations, but it doesn't work out. C9 has the control. You saw Jose's smite come down a little bit early. He still had a couple hundred HP remaining. Sven's on a rampage as Diamond has to flash away from the seismic shove to stay alive. Enemy jungler and mid laner are down. Bottom inhibitor exposed, as you already mentioned previously. Vulcan going over the wall here with Blabber looking to set up yet another kill. Cloud9 is the kind of team that goes in 2v3 over the enemy base wall with a blast cone and lives to tell the tale. Vulcan's providing the CC and the rest of the squad's here with the damage. There it is, double kill for Blabber, ace for Sven, and Cloud9's got nothing left to do but walk it in.
Sorry, not sorry, as Cloud9 take down Licorice again. Angry Bee is at it. These Nexus turrets don't stand a chance. Good luck, Jose.
There it is, man. That's the end of the game. Perks is just making sure Jose Diodo does not leave those steps. Perks dies there at the very end, but I don't think he was ever much of a KDA player anyway. Sven and the rest of Cloud9 have more than enough firepower to take this one down, and as close as it was at the start, man, once Cloud9 turned it on, it did not turn off. 16-6, 29 minutes in, GG.
TY for the extra little fantasy points at the end there. Perks, by the way, I got a couple of FlyQuest members on my team. Every little bit does help for the fountain kill. All right, Cloud9 though, really, really big focus on that mid-game swing. So much money means that you're never going to be able to see the end of that soul. 3 dragons, you did all this work, so much of the mid-game, stalling out, keeping the gold almost even there, and then bam, Cloud9 blow it open, full ace, all of these kills, pick up the dragon, pick up the baron afterwards, push down all these towers, and all of a sudden you have to sit on your hands and wait for the opportunity to come to you. And Cloud9 don't really give that one up. They are so good at pushing ahead once they have these big leads.
Yeah, once Cloud9 has the lead, they have 2 champions with a turbo Kim tank ready to start up whenever they feel like they can go in. Blabber being completely unafraid on the Taliyah to ride that wall in and make sure he's providing the opportunity to start off these fights. Cloud9 are ruthless in those situations, and they're going to end week 2 with a 5-1 record here in the LCS. Some very impressive stuff for them, while FlyQuest drop down to 2-4 and have some more things to work on, my friend.
They certainly do. Congrats to Fudge for the really good Gragas play. No deaths for him. After the break, we are going to hear from Riv and Sven in the Verizon postgame interview. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back to another Verizon post-game interview. I am now joined by Cloud9's Sven. After their victory over FlyQuest, Sven, how you been?
Good. I don't think I had the best week overall, but I'm happy we got away with a 2-1. I think all the games this week were kind of close, and they didn't have to be. So I think 2-1 is a pretty good result considering the level of play we showed this week compared to last week.
All right. What were you mostly unhappy with in that level of play?
I mean, against one of the yesterday, we had level 1 where I lost 3 melee minions level 1, and then I got chunked really hard by Set level 2. He trade flashes, and I got dove by them. And even though they TP with Aatrox, I would have died 2v2 on my tower at level 2, so that's pretty bad. In that game, Blabber and Perks carried me, so I was grateful for that, but it was a messy game, and we ended up winning only because I threw at Baron. It was like a game of throws, essentially, so it feels bad like winning that kind of game because you should have lost, but 2-1 considering all is pretty good. And today I didn't really play bad. I just didn't do anything today. I was just there, right? So.
And talking about today, it was Cloud9 that suffered a few bee stings early in the game. What was the communication like for C9 to make sure FlyQuest couldn't take full control?
I mean, once Luca stopped anything, I think the game was pretty simple. Honestly, like early game, I mean, we knew where Grace was. We said, okay, he's going butt crab, we're going top crab. It's very, very normal opening. And then it's like, yeah, it's fine. I won't get ganked. And then he gets ganked, dies. He's like, oh shit. And then he dies again to a dive mid. Actually, I think that was a good play by them. But I think once we got the Herald swap, we got the Herald and we got top tower and we got a kill on Aatrox for free. It's kind of nice. And then the game's like in this stalemate where you can just farm for free for a while. And then I think our comp kind of outscales.
Yeah.
And then we had one team fight that we won at some point. On Dragon fight, we killed everyone and got Baron. Then the game was over. So it was a little. It wasn't super reliable that we won, but I think it's good that even though we fell behind, we could stabilize the game. So I feel okay with this week.
All right, so I have a question for you next. If you were to give the team a power level right now, 1 through 10, what would it be?
I'd say like 7.5, something like that. I think we could be much better than we are. We have good players in every role, and I think that we're overall a pretty good team right now. We're first place shared with one of the Thieves, right? But I think that we make a lot of mistakes in the games that are very unnecessary. Yesterday, me dying level 1 or level 2, whatever, was unnecessary. Today, Perks died to gank that we know what Grace is the whole time, right? So a lot of these kind of things happen in the games, and it's very easy to clean up. So I think once those things are gone and we have a little bit better drafts, sometimes we will be like a 9 or something like that in relative to any LCS level, right? I think the level of play this year in LCS is a bit higher than last year, comparing it's week 2 or 3 in terms of games. So I'm happy that Lock-in kind of like got over all the jitters and the early season int games. So I think the Lock-in tournament was good for us personally. We got a lot out of it as a team, so I'm happy.
That's awesome. And I know you spoke a little bit earlier about being a bit unhappy with the performance, but I still got to ask you, since it can creep up on teams with Cloud9 successful so far, how is the team approaching that success to prevent the sometimes, present complacency that follows with it?
Let me think. I think last year we got a little bit complacent when we were winning everything. In Summer Split, it showed really heavily that we were like 9-0 in Summer Split, and then it just went downhill. We won every game in scrims with whatever champion we played, so we lost the read on meta, and we were very slow to adapt. And I think our coaching staff didn't help us through the slump. But this year, I feel like even if we fall into a slump or we get complacent, that Mitty, Veigar, Max Waldo, and Rainover will like pull us out of the hole, I guess, and make sure that we don't get complacent. So I feel like we have a safety net in a way. So I feel very confident that we won't get complacent and lazy this year like we did last year.
Awesome. I'm sure the fans are happy to see it. Sven, it's always a pleasure to talk to you on the way back to the analyst desk. I want to say thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Always great to hear from Sven. And we should have invited him to our Divers Ed earlier, giving an honest scoring of his own team there, maybe get some opinions on the others. But looking back at that game, Cloud9 had a powerful performance. But I think we do have to pay some respect to the plays that were being made by FlyQuest in the early game.
Yeah, so I want to shout out some of the moves that FlyQuest made early. I think this gank that we're about to see from Jose Diodo at level 4 was really smart. Tristana has priority in this lane, so she is going to be pushed up. And this is actually I believe the repeat gank because they blew Flash earlier. But Yeah, I mean, I liked a lot of the moves that FlyQuest were making early. This is a slight mistake by Vulcan. I think he takes a little too much turret aggro there, and Diamond's able to finish him off with the Ignite. But, you know, they kept picking on Perks because he, again, is going to tend to push out. I think they did a really good job of identifying where they could attack early. And like I said previously, I think Jose Diodo, they were a little bit more focused on having him be a carry, but in here we saw him in lanes pretty early, and I liked that look from FlyQuest.
I think
back crumbs.
Go ahead. I was going to say, I also like the attention there. Not everyone's going to pick up that kill, and I think it shows a mastery of Graves out of Jose Diodo to actually finish off the first kill onto Perks. And then once you get the flash in that matchup versus Syndra, like, I'm no League of Legends genius. Even I was like, he's dead at 6. And then sure enough, the roam happens. But I like that it involved Diamond and him getting out on the map and kind of following with what Emily was talking about earlier this weekend about how it's good to see him getting more proactive and more confident on the actual LCS stage. So all that early game was great out of FlyQuest. And I was like, oh my God, are we going to see like another upset today before things kind of started to go off the rails a little bit?
I thought that Sven's interview was very relevant to that early play because he was saying that the Graves was envisioned the whole time. Cloud9 knew what Jose Diodo was up to, yet he still gets the gank off against Perks. So that is more on Perks messing up. So the fact that FlyQuest was getting these plays, I think partially, yeah, them looking for it, but they were under Cloud9's guys the whole time. So I think a big part of Cloud9 making mistakes, knowing that FlyQuest was looking for these.
Well, and that's part of it, not necessarily being mistake-free, but as a team, seeing how you adapt to still turn it into a victory. And Mark, that is ultimately what it ended up being for Cloud9 once they got into that team fight too.
Yeah, I think this is the issue still facing FlyQuest a little bit is their 5v5 is not nearly as coordinated as a lot of the other teams in the LCS right now. This is a situation which is tough already. You're a little bit behind the game. They get the Drake. They can maybe play for Drake's soul here, but they get split. And here it's a 4-3 versus a 2-1. So actually I think it'd be way better if FlyQuest try to force onto the other members of C9. It would be tough. They don't have a lot of flashes. They don't have a lot of playmaking tools, but they had to do something on their own because if you just let the 2-man chase down your 1, they'll kill him and then collapse on you, which is what ended up happening here. You know, they're in a tough spot between a rock and a hard place. Anytime you're kiting down, you know, south into the enemy team's territory, you're in a really bad spot already. So part of that is a big, you know, head tap to the fact that Cloud9 is a very coordinated 5v5 team and being able to split them in that situation. And that's why I think they shine still compared to a lot of teams in the league right now. Sven was still saying they have a lot to improve on, but C9 is still also better than a lot of teams in the 5v5 skirmishes.
Yeah, he was saying that he felt like he was just there, but if you're there to do the damage, then sometimes that's just what your team needs when you're being as coordinated as they are. I do want to revisit our top lane, though, because going into this, we did have a focus on Fudge versus Licorice. So as far as how they do match up, here is the thing. I think Fudge, when it comes to being a sweet here on Valentine's Day, just has a lot more sweetness to it. If you compare it to Licorice, that it's kind of on the bitter side. So I think that that's where I'd be leaning in this case. I don't know about you guys.
It's not just the sweetness, but the versatility that Fudge has in being able to both be a hard candy, also be a little bit soft and give you a bit of a chewy crunch, and also really soft liquidy if you want. It's just way more suitable for so many different occasions versus Licorice. That's always hard.
That's true. That's true. I mean, I feel like I've got Fudge in my fridge right now, but Licorice, I can probably count on my hands how many times I've tasted that particular candy. Mark, Emily, any thoughts in on this very pointed discussion?
I feel like that scoreline does Licorice dirty. It was like pretty close until that fight replay that we just showed, and I think Fudge picked up 3 kills in that or something. He went to 4-0 at the end of that. So definitely doing Licorice a little dirty, but on a candy level, I 100% agree.
Yeah, I was going to say,
why?
From a game perspective, another thing that I know Sven called out in the interview was the fact that they were able to get Herald, use it topside, and totally take that turret. And they kind of took over the top side, and then when Fudge TP'd in, he got, I believe, that triple kill on bot. So I think in terms of a candy, I want to go to bat for anything Star Anise because I'm Italian. We use it in a lot of our desserts. I just made chili the other day and used it, but I have to agree that Fudge is superior to Licorice as a candy.
So we all understand. In that game, a little bit of a different role played by both of these, but Fudge wins here on the desk. We're going to go ahead and snack on some Fudge in our fridges, but when we come back, we do have one more game to go between CLG and Golden Guardians that you don't want to miss. See you there.
Hard.
Welcome back, LCS fans. It is that time of the week. It is our last game of the weekend. And today, it's CLG versus the Golden Guardians, as CLG is trying to stop that losing streak that they're on and take one off of GG.
They certainly are. And these two teams only have one win so far between them. So this game will determine, mirror, mirror on the wall, who's the freest of them all?
Oh, no.
I will say for CLG side, they have had some good level ones. They have gotten first blood in multiple games in these level ones. Smoothie here with the rel, flash, flip right over his back, boom, level 1 first blood for the team. They're starting off on the right foot. This one was a really intelligent bait too. They have Smoothie. Oh, I'm a helpless Alistar here in the Pixel Brush. Please come. And then they turn it right back around. Exactly. So that is a great start. It's just that after the start, they have had a very difficult time holding on to their leads because they haven't been able to follow these game plans through the mid game. Multiple reasons, lots of stuff going on in the side lanes. Meanwhile, on the other side for Golden Guardians, they have only really been plagued, I would say, by the Barons being snuck away from them. That's got to be the main #1 on the top of the list. Achievable goals, back-to-back games. They had Barons just taken away while all members of Golden Guardians were alive. TSM did it to him. They sneak away the Baron. TSM comes back in that game. Dignitas then does it to them again. 3 members, DPS, they take it down, Baron in the bag, and they deliver another loss to the Golden Guardians. So that is, these are our first 2 steps for achievable goals for both these 2 squads. Heading into it, let's see, are CLG going to tie up Golden Guardians, or are Golden Guardians going to put some more separation between them and the bottom team?
Yeah, CLG has got to keep things held together a little bit better once that clock hits 15 minutes. And then Golden Guardians needs to be very, very mindful. If there's not a ward in the Baron pit, let's get a ward in the Baron pit just to make sure. After 20 minutes, of course, I don't care as much
That's an easy checklist. Ward in Baron pit? No? All right.
Keeping it nice and simple. Nice and simple. Back when I remember back when I was actually trying to get Masters back in Season 6, I would go into every game with 1 goal, and for a whole week, my 1 goal was like, don't accidentally kill yourself at level 3. That's the goal, because I had done that like 5 games in a row trying to make a play, thinking I was a Chad, and I was just bad. As long as you have measurable goals, you're playing some League of Legends, my friend. Hell yeah. Twisted Fate, Olaf, Camille, Udyr, Renekton, and Rel all band away here in this game.
Smoothie has been such a good rel. So many of these big combos, so many of these big moments for CLG have been off the back of Smoothie rel, so I really like that ban. Similar to last game, we're getting a first pick Gragas here. We expect it to go into the hands of Finn, but we need to reiterate, especially with 11.4 on the horizon, this is still a very good flex pick. This could go top or jungle or support.
Okay, on the other side, Graves is not nearly as flexible of a pick. Will they lock him in here? Yes, they will. So Iconic piloting the Graves here in the jungle. Let's see what else they want to follow this one up with. There's still so much on the table, man. You only have 6 bans. There's plenty of top-tier picks here in the game. Yeah. Hovering over the Gnar here, going back and forth between a bunch of different top lane stuff. They already know what they think their opponent's top laner might be.
Funnily enough, we did have a top Graves game actually this year. We don't really see any reason to repeat it. Iconic is going to grab the gangplank for his partner there. Niles and Iconic, as Golden Guardians fans will know, coming from Maryvale together, they lock in each other's pick on Valentine's. How sweet. 2 of their most played champions. Niles, gangplank main, so he knows exactly what Niles wants. He's going to want a gangplank, and he also likes jungle attention near the top side, which Iconic has actually been one of the most heavy farming jungles, by the way. Lowest, or one of the lowest jungle proximities of a lot of the junglers, and Graves kind of fits right into that.
Okay, so we've got the Zoe picked up as the response here from CLG. So some of that long-range burst, siege, poke, pick power that this champion is known for. And they're going to team that up with Samira's all-in diving capabilities. How we feel about this?
I feel pretty good. It's actually a combination that still leaves open the flex for support Gragas as well. So CLG, they have been known to do some tricky stuff in picks and bans. And if they want to put a harder Gangplank matchup up there, Lucian would actually be one of them. So Golden Guardians, maybe taking that away out of their hands. Or actually flaunting it as it is one of the really good picks into Kai'Sa that we haven't seen too much. Yet so many AD carry players will always talk to me about, oh yeah, I'll just slam this guy with the Lucian. Next time they try and early pick the Kai'Sa, I really have yet to see it. So going into the Samira, any of those all-ins are still always a possibility, but Golden Guardians already looking pretty AD heavy with AD jungle plus Gangplank, so they're definitely going to want some AP threat there from a Blaze coming from the mid lane, and I would expect CLG to ban out some of the biggest offenders. Zoe doesn't have any hard counter matchups, so probably just go with the Blaze Olive generalist picks for mid, Syndra and stuff like that.
Yeah, no reason not to in a situation like that. So let's see, with the Nocturnes banned away from Griffin, the Malzahar banned out. Now there is one I was not expecting to see banned here this week.
You can ult Zoe as she pops forward on the R, and it still sticks on her. So you can try and call a jungle or something like that. It's also very easy to operate and very annoying for Samira to play against. So I would say Malzahar is more of a team ban that they're banging away for team comp for them. And trying to enable Samira, because if you lock down the Samira with a Malzahar ultimate, that is going to stop everything they're trying to do with it. Plus Malzahar with the shield from his passive is actually really good into things like Gragas and Zoe that rely on those long-range pick potential abilities and kind of one-hits.
Well, so far, Golden Guardians has nothing that can interrupt Samira at all. There's no hard CC on these first 3 champions. So some sort of... Yeah. Yeah, okay. If you reduce her health bar to 0, she should stop spinning. As long as she doesn't have a Guardian Angel. We learned this the hard way in the LEC. But she should stop spinning. So at least now we do have one answer. It's not the most reliable answer. Scatter the Weak will be able to interrupt that one. The Syndra is locked in here for Golden Guardians.
Yeah, I mean, that's what's going to happen when you don't ban it out like we were looking for in the ban phase for them. But, it's not like a super hard counter. It is good. I love, Scatter the Weak is pretty easy to land on Zoe because it is a straight shot. But you also have to dodge out on the Sleepy Trouble bubbles. So it definitely is a bit of a skill matchup there. I like the burst potential, though. And Scatter the Weak versus Samira is great. So definitely agree with the Ablaze Olive answer. We did see yesterday he was going a bit turbo with his Azir Shurima Shuffle attempts in the enemy team. And so you can definitely play Syndra a lot safer. Super long range with a stun.
And we've got the Leona locked in here for CLG. I like this because it works really well with Samira. And with Nautilus and Alistar banned away, it's also the obvious team fight Samira counter pick in the support role that Golden Guardians would have liked to have for themselves. So it's great for their comp. It's a good deny against the enemy team. And it looks like Golden Guardians will complete their roster here with a Galio in the support role. Is Syndra and Galio enough to repel Samira?
I actually think CLG have some pretty good offensive tools here. You have so many options for engage. It's very easy for Gragas for Leona, and Zoe bubbles are always going to be fishing. Meanwhile, on Golden Guardians, this is mostly defense here, right? Who's going in with the Galio? You don't have a really good delivery for the Galio. It's mostly a defensive counter-engage Galio. Somebody's got to step up on the front lines to start this one out, or it's going to be hard for Golden Guardians to play, because generally when you're against Zoe, who constantly tries to throw out poke against you, you need some way in. But they're going to hold everything for Galio ult, barrel chains, scatter the weak when CLG try and engage on them, and Golden Guardians are going to try and get their victory that way. This could require some earlier setup on objectives, so we need to see them get priority over River very quickly with their control wards and try and get vision to set up for those objectives first. That makes this type of comp so much more effective. It's going to be really hard to play if they get behind, if they lose out on tempo or positioning, because face checking is really, really hard with that.
Yeah, when you compare and contrast engage mechanisms, you've got one team that has a Gragas and a Leona, and the other team that doesn't have anything even close to those things. You've got a nice Syndra soccer ball kick with the scatter of the weak that might be able to use to try to catch somebody slightly out of position, but true hard engage mechanisms are just not present for the Golden Guardians. You already brought it up talking about Galio. He's great for counter engage. Gangplank barrels, they're the same way. Gangplank ulti, bring it down on top of the team fight if they try to start it off. Great. But in terms of being able to decide for yourselves, this is where we fight, you can't do it very easily from a position of weakness. It's up to Golden Guardians to make sure they're playing this one strong right out the gate. But unfortunately for them, that has been what CLG has showed us so far, is that they can play the early game and develop leads.
And just Teamfight 101, the first lesson you learn is the longer range team is the one that does not have the burden of engagement on you. Because if you're longer range, you just keep throwing out poke, and you can push them off objectives. You can gain territory. You slowly move up, and it forces the shorter range team to look for a lot of these all-ins. That's why priority on these objectives is going to be so big, because with the Zoe pick in mid, that she is so much different from the rest of the champs on CLG, with her low cooldown, being able to throw out these bubbles, should be what CLG need to have that extra factor. Now they don't have to rely on always going right into the barrel chains, into the Galio combination. I think they definitely have the possibilities of setting up first. Plus, I'm glad, keep setting up the Gragas flex. Boom, we get it. Into the jungle already. I expect this to be on the rise for 11.4 on the horizon, when I expect jungle ganking to rise as the camp value is going to go down, so hard farmers are going to be less valuable, and I like Griffin is already jumping on it. Predator Gragas, you probably will start to see a lot more of this. Super powerful ganks. You want to get your boots really early, obviously, whenever you have Predator. So you can alter your clear path there and try and get those super early, but even without that, you can have highly effective early ganks with just the flash available.
Niles just utilizing that incredibly frustrating laning pattern that Gangplank has. Prime up the Grasp of the Undying, point and click Q, and just continue harassing your opponent the entire time here on this Gangplank. Now, I like the fact that you brought up about the junglers with the tankiness and gank spamming coming up and being more of an important factor. I saw some similar takes on Twitter of people expecting the jungle meta to just turn into these champions that don't require a high economy to function well. You can always be a meatball. You can always just make plays for your team. So 11.4, it will be fun to see how that plays out. And let's see. Niles says, roses are red, violets are blue. Be scared, Finn. I'm about to top gap you. Now, the meter and the rhyme isn't quite exact, but the man's intentions are very clearly displayed in front of us.
Yeah, I like it. We give it to him. You get big points for that one because he did it before the game. You better call your shots like this, Trash Talk, before the game. Here, big wave push in. That's what you kind of expect for this Gangplank, especially Niles. He always likes to use his passive super early on. You charge up your grass proc on the minions, go for Q spam, trial by fire over and over. You try and get your barrels placed really well in these brush, try and refresh it. It's actually one of the few dots that if you reapply it when it's already on, it does not just refresh. You get the full damage and it overlaps and you get another entire duration for it, plus the full damage channel for it. Top side though, we mentioned Iconic and Niles, hand in hand, Valentine's Day. His jungler is right up there as we see a little bit of a nap in mid.
Yeah, mid turned into not a whole lot for either side as they both CC'd each other around the same time, so the follow-up could not be there for either player. As Iconic will secure himself the Scuttle Crab on the top half of the map here, you can see that Griffin already got the bottom side Scuttle Crab himself, so slight farm difference between the two in that Griffin is 1 CS behind his opponent, but not really a big deal here.
Definitely not. Meanwhile, Scuttlecrab trade, no big diff in the map control either. And as he heads right back out, Predator boots have been acquired for Griffin. So he's got top clear. I really like how Iconic, we saw him actually cancel his recall, take the extra couple seconds to walk into the blue quadrant jungle and lay that ward for Niles. Because of that, those few extra seconds of thought, Flowers, Niles knows this gank is coming. He plays far back. He still gets ganked by it.
He still gets ganked. He still tanks a whole lot of damage. He gets pulled back even though he tries to flash. The ward didn't do a damn thing. First blood, CLG.
Iconic put all this thought into his Valentine's present. He was like, hey, man, I can't stay around. I'm not going to be there on the 14th, but you know what? I'm going to lay this ward deep in the jungle, right where Gragas is going to come for. Here you go, full vision. Wards right now. Look at the, oh, no, we already, we jumped ahead. Anyways, that's what Predator will do for you. I was hoping the replay was going to start when we watch him go across those wards by the blue buff, but we jump right ahead to the Predator. And no early flash from Niles. He flashes not outside of the chain, so Infernal Chain, yoink, get right back. And that is a kill. That's unfortunate, so definitely misplay there on the top for Niles for Golden Guardians. It will sting, but I'm sure Iconic will forgive you. Maybe he'll come back up there, give you some more love.
Well, it already messed up the poem a little bit that we read just a couple of minutes ago, but let's take a look at the bottom lane. That's where the camera finds itself right now, as Turtle and Smoothie have control over the lane. Quite a lot of minions built up for them. Yes, Turtle has a couple waves of a lead here, but Stixxay has plenty of extra minions pushing towards him that can alleviate that gap a little bit, as Griffin is walking up, shadowing this lane, making sure that he can protect his bottom lane duo as they shove this up. They might just even go for a dive.
Oh, yeah. Griffin is definitely looking for this one.
Okay. Taunt being used by the Galio, but the focus onto Stixxay, who's still staying alive. Smoothie's trying to get away. Turtle's grabbing a kill onto Stixxay. Turtle's running the wrong... Turtle's back underneath the turret, and it's a double kill for the Golden Guardians. Newbie gets that one done. Yes, Stixxay will fall, but CLG gets way too hypey underneath that tier 1.
There's a lot of things to unpack with that. Okay, just at the most recent, though, did Newbie think that nobody hit Turtle, and that's why he flashed for it? Because there's no way Turtle's living there. But Newbie flashes in to punch him right in the head and get the kill. Let's take a look, though, because they started out, they focused on Stixxay, well done there. Okay, there's a decent chance that maybe nobody hit Turtle. You know, Newbie was looking up at his Leona kill. So I think that's what it was. Okay, it wasn't.
Yeah, I actually think he needed to do that. The flash was.
It was assisted there as well. And Turtle, yeah, he finishes off the kill there. Do you think he was going to be able to get out if he didn't flash in for that? Fair enough then. Newbie does get it. Double kill for him. He's a juiced up Galio.
He's ready to go, baby. The Galio with the 2-0 start here. Merc treads already completed. But as Newbie and Stixxay return to the bottom lane, we've got Griffin here again. Turtle gets taunted up, tries to walk back. The GP ulti gets used. Golden Guardians still trying to make the moves, man, but Griffin still hanging around means they cannot do it. Niles tries to help, but the help is not enough.
And it looks like we got a little bit of a gank towards mid lane, but nothing really gained at all. Finn going for a 1v1 top gap.
This is not good. That is a world ender. That is a tweet ender. Niles wants to walk away with the flash Q, and Finn says, why don't you win lane before you talk, and shuts him down.
Yeah, Finn does his talking with his sword, okay? Nice pretty poem you got there, Niles. Just gives him the old slam right there in the top side. 1v1 flash advantage. He calls it early with the taunt because he knows Niles having flashed the last one with the Infernal Chain drawing him back up for the other kill. He's got flash advantage. He can follow anything that Niles tries to do as far as getting away. Does it there. Q flash, no problem. Hits the sweet spot. Gets the kill for himself. 2 now for the Aatrox. Despite that, though, early rotation up from GG will get them Rift Herald.
I honestly love when pros trash talk. I think it makes it so much more fun. But that tweet is turning a little tragic for Niles here. He's still having perfect farm compared to his opponent. They're dead even in that. But the early interference from the jungler, followed up by the solo kill from his opponent, means Finn is feeling comfy up here in the top half of the map. And CLG is putting in some work on the bottom lane tier 1 as well, grabbing themselves some more money through the turret plates. Despite the rather goofy dive they did earlier, CLG still has over a 1,000 gold advantage.
You got to be careful with those goofy dives, because remember, we came into this with CLG. They keep on getting early gold leads, and yet still goose egg up there for the win column. So it's a similar story now. They have this early lead, but you have to be careful about goofy dives, goofy plays. Objectives here, going back over to the side of Golden Guardians. They are going to be able to reset first and grab up this dragon as well. So Iconic looks like he should be able to finish it and add the dragon to the Rift Herald here. Plenty of neutrals picked up for the Golden Guardians. That also means with the activation of Rift Herald, still plenty of time with turret plates on, they could also smooth out that gold difference and be right back in it.
Well, one thing that's really tragic for Niles in this game, as we were watching what was happening in the Drake pit, the wave is frozen in favor of Finn. Niles could not even approach the lane, or he would have just got killed solo by the World Ender and the burst and the combos of Finn again. So Niles had to walk into the jungle, clear the Krugs, lose half his HP doing it because he doesn't have any jungle Omnivamp, he's not a jungler, and then go back to base again, and now come back to lane a second time, and it'll finally be pushing back towards him level 7 versus level 9.
And honestly, right there, with Finn walking so far out, he's like, where is this guy? He's mad right now. He hasn't been to the lane in so long because he's got it zoned at his tower here. And now, 2-level lead. Infernal Chain hits, but call your jungler, help you push this one right in.
Okay, Finn goes in, grabs some fast damage, but with Iconic showing up, Niles will survive this one. Still down below half HP. They really want to get this minion wave shoved in. They cannot afford to have Niles sit in the Krug camp again for another 2.5 waves, waiting for this to reset. So good job there, Iconic rotating up, trying to help Niles stabilize things here a little bit, as CLG is coming back to the bottom lane. Tier 1 turret making a 4-man play this time. Stixay's getting away, Newbie's tanking it up, Griffin's still somehow alive. Wild Turtle falls again. CLG, you gotta stop doing these tier 1 dives.
Yeah, Flowers, we needed a warning on the last one for the goofy dives there. How does Stixay get out of this alive? They spent flashes to get on him. Turtle has both summoners up right now. That was just such an instant turnaround. Keep a look at the peel from Newbie on Galio. Yeah, as Stixay, oh my god, what a beautiful ult. It was ult into flash there. Then they're able to lock him down. Newbie gets it. They teleport in Syndra as a Blaze Olive is able to get the counter here. Just really, really, really risky stuff for CLG now. They have already started to give back the gold lead. Top side of the map, Finn is thinking, okay, everything's fine, right, guys? Bottom side of the map is starting to catch fire, but the Aatrox lead is still intact.
Okay, CLG, if they stop forcing these unforced errors, then they should be in a good spot.
They're the ones forcing them. That doesn't count as a forced error.
Well, yeah, they are forced errors. I'm sorry, my brain's turning to spaghetti after those 2 dives. That's my bad. Just drizzle some salsa.
Usually
on my brain,
not. Usually it is called an unforced error because your opponents are not forcing you to make it.
Right. So CLG needs to stop forcing these forced errors and just allow the natural advantages of the top side of the map to move forward. See, there's a reason you're the smart guy, man. You were telling me between the breaks, and I always say that stuff, but there's a reason I say it.
You had a Galaxy Brain prediction, okay? You had a Galaxy Brain prediction on the Aatrox lock-in. I'm not letting you get off with that. All right. Your point is, though, they really need to right the ship on bottom side. They had such a big CS lead, such a big, tremendous bottom side advantage also to complement their Aatrox side, and they still have the big CS lead with these dives. That's one thing that does carry over. Even if you mess up the dive, diving on the big minion waves, they are denying Stixay the farm. And Turtle has been able to get to his shield bow, so he's a bit safer for some of the dive-ins. but they do need to coordinate these because a lot of CLG's comp, again, is about a Leona plus Gragas engaging for the Samira, setting them up with so much CC to pop off and really get a good ultimate and stick in there for the team fight.
Okay, Stixxay and Newbie have been doing a great job down here in the bottom lane defending against CLG's attempted plays. Turtle still does have quite a serious CS lead over his opponent down here. 35 farm up above that Kai'Sa. Back in mid lane, things are even. Top lane, Niall's still only 10 behind despite the couple of deaths. Team fight breaking out here on the bottom side. River Smoothie tanking up at the start, but the Leona ulti will not find anything on the back end. A Blaze Olive having to flash away. Finn has arrived here with a World Ender. The heal to keep him hasted up. He wants to continue the chase. He flashes forward to make it happen. A Blaze Olive still under fire, but the Q2 plus auto attack takes him down, and Finn is on a killing spree.
Finn had to come down and put out the fire. Stride breaker completed. What a sweet flash stride breaker right there. Chains up a Blaze Olive long enough for him to finish it off. He even is going to be able to get back in time for his minion wave at the tower. He only loses out 1 minion up there. Finn taking matters into his own hands. Let's see if CLG can make his efforts rewarded here. Dragon should be picked up as Turtle finishes off the tower too.
Finn is tired of having a winless record. He wants to win this damn game of League of Legends, and he is doing his darndest to make it happen. Now, CLG going after this Drake here, wanting to prevent Golden Guardians from stacking up a second one. No problem getting that done right there. And there you go, 4-3 game with a 2,000 gold lead for CLG 15 minutes in. Let's take another look at our replay of how that bottom river fight happened.
Yeah, I like the opener from Golden Guardians, but as soon as teleport pops and they see Zoe roaming down, they're like, oh, right, teleport difference on top side. And honestly, I thought a Blaze Olive was good with his Scatter of the Week, but they do not hesitate to flash right after him. Finn is saying, I'm getting paid for my teleports. These are not free top lane teleports, okay? I am definitely going to get paid. Takes down the mid lane kill there, allows them to get the double objective pickup afterwards as well. So I really like the brute force here from him. Not hesitating to flash. He had just completed his stride breaker. He knew he could close the distance, got the slow onto him, and has really righted the ship for CLG's mid game here, despite some of the early dive attempts that have gone awry for them. Golden Guardians, though, they have a very defensive lineup, as we went over in Champ Select, and a lot of possibilities for counter engage. Now is when you start to see those, Galio ultimate coming in. Gangplank's still farming up, so barrel change not too scary quite yet, but it does have decent amount of setup there with the slow from the ultimate. And it is going to be on GG to outplay in some of their defensive capabilities.
Okay, so this is around the part of the game where CLG fans start to get nervous, because this is around the part of the game where CLG, even when they've been ahead, starts to lose control of that lead. So Kobe, particularly in this game, 3 minutes away from the Baron spawn, they've got the even Drakes, they've got a slight gold lead. What is the play for CLG to convert this one into a win?
Regardless of how nervous you get, they still need to keep up the pressure because they don't want to get outscaled. They don't want to have to face full items, Gangplank, Kai'Sa, Graves, and Syndra late game. It's going to be too much damage to deal with, even though they don't have a lot of CC setup. At that point, when you have that much damage, the threat of those long-range barrel change, Syndra stun, and Galio ultimate is going to be enough for Golden Guardians. So yes, you get a little bit nervous with some of the early failed dives, but you still have to have confidence in your Gragas, in your Leona, and especially in Finn and some of these flanks teleport opportunities for him. And continue to try and make these picks onto the Golden Guardian members while they are still spread out. Because if Golden Guardians get to group up, that's when, brush advantage and you have to walk towards them. It might get a little bit dicey. So don't overforce on your tower dives, but keep on establishing your vision through the river and looking for picks.
Newbie, Iconic, and Stixxay all up here on the top half of the map. Turtle's going to find Iconic there, steps away from some of the damage. Iconic has to use his ulti to get a little bit of extra distance, make sure that CLG can't collapse and go for a punish on that one. Pings coming out from CLG, suggesting they want to go for a play in that top side. Rift Herald still in Griffin's inventory, looking to use that one for the second time. Newbie rotates over and just takes the blue buff to make sure that Finn can't get it on the steal attempt.
TY4 leash. thank you very much for the support, Galio, who's got 2 kills to his name, the kill leader on the team. I deserve the blue buff. Thank you very much, Finn. CLG, though, this is what we're looking for. The risk management. They don't overforce tower dives, but they do keep pressing ahead. They do keep punishing Golden Guardians. So Wild Turtle picks up the 2nd outer tower here for themselves. Mid, the only one left to turn their attention towards. They can continue to push out side lanes before moving towards it, and then you just wait. RJS with blue buff can throw out these bubbles without any sort of cost. Super low cooldown and plenty of mana regen already. Also has the big burst with Ludens completed, and even a stopwatch if Golden Guardians try and make a counterplay. You know, Zoe can sometimes get punished when you are forward at these poke opportunities. So it's nice to have that stopwatch ready.
RJS continuing to try to fish for some poke here. Paddlestar won't quite find the mark, but Shelly is summoned up in the mid lane, and with the turret already below half HP, that should be a pretty easy turret take here for these guys. They might get it before she even loses HP on the headbutt, yeah. So it'll be super easy to escort Shelly forward onto this tier 2 turret. Wild Turtle jumping in front here, just trying to zone Golden Guardians away, give the Rift Herald that room. 3/4 of the HP down, tier 2 turret under siege. Golden Guardians still without a single turret of their own, and a nice engage coming out from Griffin means they pick up Iconic on the back end of the play. CLG have things going their way here in the mid game.
Beautiful. And the point about not losing confidence in your Gragas, in your Leona, is so key there. Griffin goes for the flash play, even with the flash from Iconic. Perfect knockback, gets the kill after the secondary tower. So there is no resistance possible here for Golden Guardians in the Dragon pickup. They kept Syndra on top side. A Blaze Olive does finish up the counter for Golden Guardians, getting some gold back for themselves. But steady hands, Flowers, for CLG thus far, like the recovery from them. Finn's teleport seems to have had a very positive effect on morale and a little bit of a steady hand here for the rest of the team. Much more calm play now thus far, and they've been able to press it ahead at a very decent pace.
And we're talking about Finn, man. The item screen just popped up. Sterix Gauge purchase completed. Now, granted, this is not the same survivability that you expected from Aatrox in the past with the Gore Drinker, where you had the entire health bar heal. After that item's nerfs, Finn has decided to switch it up a little bit, turn the Iron Spike whip into that Stride Breaker that we've been seeing him use so far. But still, the Sterix adds so much extra survivability and durability in these big fights, and it lets Finn go forward and play like the absolute Chad that he's been so far in this game. 3,000 gold lead. So I think they can do it.
I love the Stride Breaker right now with Gore Drinker getting nerfed. It's basically my replacement. Yeah, you don't get the crazy healing 1v9, drain tanking everybody, but the movement and the slow are so good for so many of these bruiser melee champions, and it's just packed with stats. Like this is actually just a super valuable item if you just look at the efficiency of it. So it's really replacing a lot of the melee builds here. Has become super popular, even on some of the more unorthodox champions that you wouldn't see those types of bruiser items on. So definitely super agree with it here, especially since this Aatrox is going to be a pivotal part for CLG. Now they've got all outer towers down. He's got to keep on pushing in these side lanes and threaten for the teleport flanks throughout the rest of the map. You see CLG doing a good job getting all lanes pushed up first before they make their pick.
Okay, Golden Guardians have to continue trying to hold on to whatever portion of this map they can, man, because CLG are doing a good job moving forward, sitting down vision lines, making sure that it's dangerous for Golden Guardians to try to push out of their base anywhere. Nice scatter the weak finds too. Turtle and Smoothie still safe enough to remove that control ward. And it won't remove the one from the Raptor pit there. It does go invisible in time. But CLG have the minion wave colliding with the tier 2 turret on the top side. And that should turn this into a 5-1 turret game here for CounterLogic Gaming.
Deep breathing exercise here for CLG. Objective, objective, objective. They even got the kill. Really smoothed out this mid game. They don't want to let another one fumble past. Remember back to our checklist though, Flowers.
Yes, sir.
No word on Baron. get a ward on Baron, just in case, all right?
The checklist is 1 box, and there's no check mark in it so far. So
They've got wards all around the Baron. Oh, Smoothie! Smoothie. Nice. Get in there. All right.
Okay. Get rid of that
human
thing.
wards count too. You can have a body.
Human ward count too. All right. We got a ward in the Baron pit. They know that there's not going to be anything going down up there. 2 minutes until this next Drake spawns. Golden Guardians, almost 4,000 gold behind their opponents, trying to shove out the waves a little bit of breathing room right now, Kobe. They're finally pushed out back towards the river again. They haven't seen water in about 10 minutes. Now they'll walk back through their own jungle and just continue trying to sweep out all this vision that CLG was laying down.
It's a desert out there. Oh, he's falling asleep in the desert.
Oh, Paddlestar coming in with the Leona follow-up, and Finn is already ready to go with the World Ender. Iconic gets out. Half HP still remaining on him. Golden Guardians disengage that one, but it's once again CLG's jungle.
Yeah, and it's really threatening too, because since CLG have vision hold over Baron, as Golden Guardians, this is the exact situation we did not want the Golden Guardians composition to be in. They're supposed to be the ones with the presence on objectives first, so that CLG would have to go to them and they wouldn't have to face check, given that they don't have very good bodies to go face check with. So they use the Gangplank ultimate for vision just to check that one attempt from CLG and make a nice counter punch here for themselves. See if they can actually finish it off, cash in on some gold. That would be very nice in trying to set themselves up for another fight, because they don't have to risk the game on the next dragon. 30 seconds ahead of time, and they do have presence around it first, so you can look for your Syndra stuns, fish around. If one does not land, then try and disengage. Oh, the flank teleport.
Oh. It is starting up here with the Aatrox moving in. Finn wants to cut off the escape route. Paddlestar's going down. Leona ulti coming through. Finn eating some damage and wants to disengage it. Griffin with a nice flash engage. Stixay's under threat with the damage and CC follow-up as Turtle goes behind enemy lines and takes out the enemy marksman. Niles is trying to stand and fight, but good night. The boy is already gone, man. Double kill over the Wild Turtle. CLG pick up 3.
That's going to be a completion, and Zoe gets to pick up all the flashes as well, get right back over to that Baron. 20 seconds left on Stixay and 30 plus on the solo lanes for Golden Guardians. Means that it's going to be an easy dragon pickup here for CLG, setting themselves up for Soul Point, and they can easily return to a calm Baron bait at the moment. Plenty of wards around it for them. They actually don't have to rush it at all, since there are double teleports on the side of Golden Guardians that could quickly answer. They get their reset off first. Here's another look, though. I like the start. Finn playing it cautiously. He backs out, and then when Griffin goes in for the flash, he gets the Galio ultimate out immediately, and just keep your eyes on Wild Turtle. He went over to immediately swat down that Kaisa, slaps him up with the Samira. They get double kill there quickly. Nice job working around the possible counter engage that Golden Guardians have from CLG here, given the multiple forms of engage they have. They go layer 1. Finn starts it out, does not commit. Griffin flashes in, gets the Galio ultimate down. They all disengage and then pounce as soon as it hits.
All right, based on how this game is going so far, if CLG throws this game, there's been some sort of hex put on the organization, and they're just not capable of
What are you doing? Are you doing it right now?
I am not doing that. I am not doing that. Remember that CLG fans would tell you that you can't have too much faith. So we'll see. We'll see. It's 4,500 gold lead. They've got 3 Drakes compared to the 1. They're in a good spot. And it's 27 minutes in, so they've managed to maintain that hold on the game throughout that mid-game phase that's been so treacherous for them in the past. Spirit Visage now completed for Finn as well, recognizing that the AP damage from the Syndra might be the only thing that could burst him down through his tank ability. As the TP's showing up, but the TP's not in time. A Blaze Olive is already dead. Newbie tries to walk away, but he's stuck in the middle of everybody from CLG. Stixay wants to go for an outplay, and yes, he makes it a 1-for-1. Importantly, he takes down the enemy jungler. So that means that if CLG does want to go for the Baron, they will not have the smite to secure it. Iconic is still alive here on the map. Finn says, I don't care about fighting 1v2, I'll take you both on. zoning Niles and Iconic away while the rest of CLG are working on the Baron. RJS moving over to help Finn and make sure these guys can't do anything about it. Smoothie's down to 400 HP. The Gangplank ulti bringing Baron lower and lower along with the DPS from the CLG players. Iconic still looking for an opportunity, an angle, some sort of a way to get in here, but the Baron is secured and they get the follow-up kill on the Niles too. Finn cashing in for even more money. What goes better with more money than more money, Kobe, as Iconic is going to find himself killed off now, too, if he ain't careful. Q3 hits the mark. Finn runs away. World Ender's got the movement speed, and he is gone.
Got to spend money to make money, baby. Finn is a Colossus, level 17. Niles was 15 when he died. I'm pretty sure he didn't get any more experience while dead, so he's got a 2-level lead on any Golden Guardians member. Finn is just hulking out in this game. Started off with a bubble here, though, from RJS. This one really well followed up there by Smoothie, and it is just good night to a Blaze Olive. So easy chase out from CLG. Really good heads-up play, though, for Stixxay. Veteran player. He focuses on the enemy jungler. He said, maybe I can give my team some sort of chance of stealing it away if I trade my life and take down Griffin. Not going to be the case, though, because Finn locks all doors. He's now level 18, maxed out.
Holy
I guess
cow.
The silver lining for Golden Guardians, Finn can't gain any more levels.
When that is the silver lining, man, you know that things are a rough time. As Golden Guardians tries to defend, a Blaze Olive not going to be hit. That was not the right engage. Griffin, he sees an angle, but he didn't calculate it correctly. He gets out when marked wrong on the math test, and he ends up running it down in the enemy base.
You started partying too early, Flowers. It is still early in the afternoon. Yeah, Finn is super strong, and you guys got Baron, but he went full steam ahead inside the enemy base, flashing forward, misses the ultimate, no combo there. Now CLG's Baron push is turned around on them, and Golden Guardians, how far will you chase?
Well, Newbie tried to go for a Justice Punch for extra distance to get that Blast Cone for the flank, but the Justice Punch accidentally collided with the terrain, so he was a second behind where he otherwise would have been. So they can't get there in time to really turn this one around just yet. And this is the problem in the draft, right? They don't have engage mechanisms. CLG just gets to walk away in a straight line, and there's not really a good way to catch them. And yeah, that's it. It's over. Finn's just going to sit on the Blast Cone.
Too tanky, man.
Oh yeah, he's too tanky.
They just
want
walk
to get away. Okay, well now they actually have caught him out, but he dashes over the wall. He was tanky enough to live through that one. Golden Guardian still sticking around. They know that there's 4 seconds left on that Infernal Drake, and it's Soul if Counter Logic Gaming gets it.
It's kind of dangerous walking around, too. Nice little snare.
Okay, Stixxay barely alive, 100 HP left and ready to go. Smoothie still chasing after him, looking to grab the kill, and there you go. Enemy AD carried down. Counter Logic Gaming with a double kill on their mid laner. Wild Turtle just spinning around like crazy in the bottom lane as RJS goes over the wall with Finn right next to him. Make it a triple for RJS on the Zoe.
Make it a Dragon Soul as well. They can go back and pick up that Infernal, or they could end the game. Congratulations to CLG. There are only 2 Golden Guardians members standing between them and making it a tie at the bottom of the standings.
Oh man, CLG on the Nexus turrets, trying to end this when you still got 10 seconds before a Blaze Olive is back into the picture. Newbie is down. We can say the same thing for Niles. CLG, nobody beats them 6 times in a row, baby. They are on the board to wrap up week 2.
This severely hurts CLG's chances of going 0-18. I'm glad that they will be able to break their loss streak. Finn here feeling pretty good about it. It looks like more relief from the team after the victory, though, than any sort of large celebration. Honestly, you know, that sort of feeling does build up when you have a loss streak like that, and so many things have been going wrong for this team. Remember, they still have yet to get Broxa over here. They had a lot of visa problems, more so than even the other teams in the LCS that took a long time getting their teams together. So you get a little bit of leeway there. They're making best with what they have, though, and they got a dub on the board today.
And I want to applaud Finn specifically, because earlier this weekend when we saw the video about CLG and their struggles so far and how they were winless, he was talking about his journey to get to CLG and how a lot of people like to make excuses of, oh, we don't have our whole roster, we're not at full strength. And he called out that he doesn't like that way of thinking because it doesn't get anything done, it's not constructive, and it's just up to them to do the best with what they've got. And what they've got is a raid boss Aatrox who absolutely made the difference this game. So, Finn, if you find yourself watching the replay of this for whatever reason, hell yeah, man. Well deserved. That was a ton of fun to watch. CLG finally on the board, and that is our last game of the weekend here. We're going to a break right now, but once we are back, we will hear from Finn in our Verizon post-game interview. Don't y'all go anywhere.
Welcome back to the Verizon post-game interview. I am joined by Finn of Counter Logic Gaming as they lock in a win by taking down Golden Guardians. Finn, that game had to feel good for you and the squad. You know, what was the main focus coming in for this one to take down Golden Guardians?
I just think for me this game, I tried to make sure that we always had a good plan. Like we never, I think one of our big problems last weeks and last games have been that we always try to like grab more. We got something and then we like take more, and that's like when we lose it. So I think like today we just took the drumsticks, you know, we didn't take the whole chicken.
That's amazing. So was that a plan coming in? Was it step by step to make sure it was to get the win?
Well, it's not really a plan, right? But I think today we just try to play our game and be calm and don't try to do more than we can, and we should be pretty good because I think like lane to lane, player to player, I think we're all better individually than most other teams. So as long as we don't go crazy, then we should be able to get control and win the game.
It's funny you say that. We saw a bit of that gap this game. Did you happen to see Niles' tweet before the game?
No.
Okay, so Niles said, roses are red, violets are blue. Be scared, Finn. I'm about to top gap you.
Oh, well, that's a bit embarrassing. Sorry, Niles. Niles, I don't know. Yeah.
I got to ask you, you've been playing competitively for around 4 or 5 years now. Have you always been a top laner? What draws you to top? You obviously have the aggression in your play style from what we've seen today.
I mean, I think I started playing top around season 6, like when I challenger. I just like the thing that you can be purely isolated 1v1. Just you and the other guy. Doesn't matter what happens on the map. Just you and the other guy just brawling it out. I think that's fun.
Absolutely. Heck yeah. And the final question I got to ask you, now you're in North America, how has it been? We were talking a little bit about the food earlier. Let everybody know.
Yeah, I mean, LA's been great so far. The food is amazing. The weather is very nice compared to Sweden. I left Sweden and it was like negative 10 degrees. And here I came and it's like sun immediately. And yeah, it's been great so far. Can't complain. Solo queue could be better, but you can't have it all.
All right. You hear that, solo queue? Step it up. Come on, let's go. As we head over to the Bud Light Breakdown, Finn, I want to thank you so much for your time. It's awesome getting to talk to you for the first time here in NA.
Nice. You too, man.
Solo queue or Sunshine? You can only choose one. But boy, what a game. Right there in the top lane is where we saw all the action as expected.
Yeah, I like Mark's haircut there, but referencing...
I like Finn's. I'm trying to copy it.
I can't...
You played so good. I want to be on the Finn train.
Ready for the anime there, but if you guys saw the reference of Riv there to Niles' tweet before the game, right? He's saying that he's going to top gap Finn. I'm going to defend Niles here. I think you continue tweeting this out. Nobody thinks Niles is the best top laner in the league. That's fine, but you see the trash talk and you're excited. You want to see him do, and yeah, he loses lane, but it's fine. You still watched because he said that. So I think that we should continue to promote people trash talking, having a little bit more fun. Him, Fudge, bring it on. It doesn't matter if it flops. We enjoyed it.
I mean, you miss 100% of the shots you don't take, right? So you just keep saying you're about to top gap someone, and eventually you will top gap someone, and then you will have called your shot. So keep it going, because this definitely wasn't that one. There was a huge pop-off by Finn in the top lane. It did start off of a gank, but he definitely took over the entire game, I think. That started from this play. Here we go. I was going to say, I really it was super greedy by Niles trying to hold his flash here. At this point, you just need to flash before that second Q hits. You're going to need to flash no matter what, so just dodge the damage as well. You probably reset off of it anyways and have to TP back, but there's just no reason to hold it, and it was all over after that, because now the wave is going to push away. There's other things happening on the map, like bot side, your jungler can't perma-camp your lane, and so now it just gets super overextended and it's going to get picked off again by Finn, and then after this in the team fights, it was just all Finn finding fat flanks and just getting huge fights.
Yeah, I mean, we saw this continue, as you just said, into this team fight territory. I mean, if we're looking at this, Emily, and just how it played out, how much do you think it was coming off of the fact that they got those early leads up there?
Oh, it's huge. I mean, I actually really liked that particular play from Finn where he goes around in the mid because he knows how strong he is at this point and he can just pretty much do anything. I appreciate whenever you have an advantage on the map. Like, the most important part to me when you're looking at what you do with it is how you transfer it into wins all across the map. And that's a really good example of being like, hey, I'm strong. I can go in and kill on the backside of this flank. So I'm now about to be the mean one, though, and be like, okay, I know, right? Like, I'm always the mean one, I feel. I am going to point out a few things that I liked the concept of some of these dives from CLG on the bot side, but then it really comes down to execution. And we talked about this a lot with 100 Thieves at the beginning of the day in terms of they really try to also go for some of these these bot lane dives, and you'll see that neither of these work out particularly well for CLG, and it's primarily like execution based, right? Just in terms of, you know, where is the wave in relation to how we're diving this turret, what abilities do they have up. Obviously, GP ult is a really good deterrent from diving a turret because it can just clear everything out. And if you don't have the wave in a good position, you can't continue to dive. I like it conceptually, though, so I don't want to be like, oh man, I'm slamming CLG for doing this, because again, I think one of their strengths actually has been that they are willing to go for these plays early, that they've had some really good early level ones, and they've transferred that into having some really good early map movement. So I want to see that continue with improved execution.
So I think it's going to get better for CLG, too, because Griffin looked way better on Gragas here than his other more carry-oriented meta picks, and we're about to shift again into a more tank-oriented utilities jungle focus. So if Griffin can get more of these kinds of champions and just focus on helping his lanes out instead of getting himself as the primary carry, I think it's going to be a much better look for himself and the rest of the squad. So 11.4 could be a good patch for CLG.
Yeah, I was going to say, do you think he's just looking ahead and being like, yeah, come on, 11.4, like,
yeah,
let's go.
Yeah, absolutely. Dude, it is very different having to play something like a Lilia where you got to kite around and manage all these differences versus Skarner. All right, just get in there, pull somebody back in, and you get a free
Don't let Captain Flowers here. He'll disagree.
That's true. That's true. I mean, looking over at the side of CLG, like you said, Emily, right? We want to see the attempts to be making these plays, even if they don't always work out. And in the end, it was CLG that still came through with a victory mark when it came to those final moments.
Yeah, it was a pretty big stomp in terms of the 5v5s that broke out. And like you heard Crumb saying, Griffin, had a really great game overall. He had a number of big body slam ults. There was one in the blue side jungle where they were chasing down. He was able to get a lot of kills. Here, it's a lot of cleanup at this point. They are massively ahead in the game. They could have even got sold this game at some point, but they were just so far ahead they were able to run away with it. I also love the Stridebreaker. They were talking a lot on the cast for Finn, but just how much it works with his kit, which has a lot of setup. You know, like you need to land the Q, probably when they're W to get the pullback, and Stridebreaker just makes it so much easier to get the pullback, get your Qs off and all that. So while Gore Drinker was Giga OP and busted, now that there's more choices, it actually does help the play pattern of Aatrox a little bit more than just the Gore Drinker healing did.
Finn playing well here, Griffin playing well. Still worth noting that they're waiting on Broxa too, so it's great to see this play from the jungler, but we'll have those changes coming eventually. But let's go ahead and take a look at the standings, being that we have had a full day of action, everyone, right from the top of it. And tied at the top, we've got Cloud9 and 100 Thieves, with a surging TSM and Dignitas together at third. EG and TL are tied at 5th, followed by Immortals and FlyQuest in 7th, and Golden Guardians just above CLG in 10th. Now, looking ahead to next week's games, our weekend starts with CLG taking on Cloud9, followed by Dig taking on FlyQuest, and we'll be keeping it going with Golden Guardians versus Team Liquid, TSM versus Evil Geniuses, and we're closing out our day with Immortals versus 100 Thieves. I feel like there are a lot of good games on the docket, but Emily, which ones are jumping out to you?
So a few things I'm looking out for next week. Obviously, the day one TSM EG is really interesting to me because you want to see how TSM takes everything, especially in their final 2 games of this week, uses that in a week of practice, and then comes into Friday, what they look like against EG, who have had a lot of ups and downs lately in terms of their performance. I'm also looking at every TL game, regardless of who they're playing against, because I feel like there's now a lot more pressure on them, despite the fact that you can look at some of the compositions they've picked and some of the mistakes they've made, and you can be like, well, obviously, they're probably trying this out, they're trying that out, and I'm not saying that that's a bad thing, because I actually think it's really good. But on the other hand, we are expecting this team to be at the top of the standings, and, you know, they're not right now. So I do think it puts a lot more pressure on them going into week 3.
I want to take a dude. Dignitas is 4-2. They're 4-2 above TL, tied with TSM.
And Dardoch's just playing whatever his mouse lands on that day. If you tweet at him, you can probably pick Dardoch's champion for him if you tweet enough at him. So like, I'm just stoked to see what else Dignitas is going to pull out, as well as like, can this run continue? You know.
Someone
Yeah,
start a
definitely
5,000 retweets to get him to play like Twitch jungle or something.
Jensen needs 5,000. Dardoch needs like 3. You throw 3 retweets behind that, Dardoch's like, fine. You force my hand.
Which didn't Team Liquid actually make it past the 5,000 for the Jensen?
We're gonna see an Annie. Yeah.
Yeah, we should be seeing an Annie coming up in the future. And with our 3-day week, it's a nice quick turnaround. So we'll all be keeping our eyes on that. We do have one final piece of business, though. So let's toss it over to Captain Flowers and Kobe to award the MasterCard Player of the Week.
It is that time here yet again. MasterCard Player of the Week awarded to a player that went above and beyond and wasn't just a part of the reason the team was able to win, but absolutely instrumental in getting those dubs. And this week, it goes over to TSM and it goes over to Power of Evil.
Congratulations, Tristan. Really good performances from him. Everybody's going to think back to this Azir sweep. 14 minutes into the game versus Team Liquid. Huge play from him, but I also really want to shout him out for a lot of his teleports. He used so many teleports for teammates in the games this weekend. We saw it today. We saw it yesterday. He TP'd for Huni. He TP'd for bottom lane. He definitely is getting out there and trying to help the rest of the map, in addition to bringing his carry force from the mid lane that people are so used to. So definitely big props to him and to TSM for going on the 3-0 weekend after a very shaky start to the LCS.
A 13, 2, and 14 KDA over the course of those 3 games, with the 2 deaths only occurring in the 3rd game. So those first 2 games, completely perfect in terms of never dropping over even once. Incredible stuff from Power of Evil. Awesome dude. Couldn't have happened to a better mid laner. Hope to see him popping off more in the future. But now, that's pretty much it for us here on this channel. The weekend isn't quite over. The show continues over with the Bud Light League Lounge with Freak, Latigris, Crumbs, and Niles over on twitch.tv/BudLight. That does conclude our LCS games for the week. On behalf of myself, the casters, the analysts, the broadcast crew, every single body out there, Kobe himself, I hope I pointed the right direction. Thank y'all for watching. We'll see you here next week. Good night.